अनि सबैलाई फेरि पनि स्वागत छ PMPL सिजन 4 सँगसँगै थोरै एक्सन त्यता रहनेवाला छ बट यो बाहेक अरू के एक्सनहरू हामीसँग स्टेजमा पनि रहनेवाला छ। यहाँ आज हामीसँग नेपालबाट PMPL सिजन 4 खेल्ने टिममध्ये हाई भोल्टेजका प्लेयर्सहरू हुनुहुन्छ।
मेरो नाम अनुराज मास्के अनि मेरो चाहिँ इनगेम नेम एभोक अनि म चाहिँ सपोर्ट रोलमा खेल्छु।
मेरो नाम चाहिँ दिवस कुमार श्रेष्ठ, मेरो इनगेम नेम चाहिँ एसबी क्लाउड र म चाहिँ हाई भोल्टेजबाट खेल्छु र मेरो रोल छ सपोर्ट रोल।
हाई भोल्टेज PMCO फलबाट आएपछि PMPL सम्म पुग्यो अनि यो PMPL हाई भोल्टेजको लागि तेस्रो रहनेवाला छ। यसले के बुस्ट दिनेवाला छ द एक्सपिरियन्स वाइज अथवा अरू कुनै कुराले?
अभियसली अब हाम्रो जस एक्सपिरियन्स धेरै नै भइसक्यो, दुईचोटि भइसक्यो नि त। अनि जस हामीले अब रिडहरू अब एउटै टिमहरूसँग त्यही खेल्दा अब जस उनीहरूको राम्रै रिड गरेर अब यसपालि चाहिँ एक्सपिरियन्सले नि गर्दाखेरि जस हामीलाई चाहिँ कम्फर्टेबलै हुन्छ।
हाई भोल्टेजको पर्फर्मेन्स बेटर एक्सपेक्ट गर्न त सकिन्छ बट स्टार प्लेयरलाई रिप्लेस गर्दैछन् वाडुजीले। नयाँ प्लेयर रहेको थिए, फर्स्ट टाइम PMPL खेल्दैछन्, उनको बारेमा के एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ अथवा टिमले कसरी उनलाई म्यानेज गर्नेछ त?
वाडुजी उसको नि अब गन पावर त राम्रै छ, लाइक आसियन र उसको त अब लाइक कम्पेयर गर्दा दुइटै एउटै लेभलको गन पावर देखिन्छ। अनि अब त्यही हो, उसले अब PMPL यस्तो अफिसियल टुर्नामेन्टहरू चाहिँ धेरै खेलेको छैन, लाइक खेलेको छैन नि त, उसको त फर्स्ट टाइम हो। अब लोकल टुर्नामेन्टहरूबाट देखि आइरहेको चाहिँ उसको गन पावरले गरेर चाहिँ लाइक आसियन खाम चाहिँ लिन सक्छ होला वाडु अहिले।
हाई भोल्टेजको एक्चुअल पर्फर्मेन्स जुन क्यापेबिलिटी मलाई फिल हुन्छ, अडियन्सलाई फिल हुन्छ, त्यो बिगर स्टेजमा अहिलेसम्म देखिएको छैन जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। हाई भोल्टेजले कसरी यो कुरालाई लिन्छ?
अब फाइनलहरू जस्तो भयो भने चाहिँ त्यस्तै 4 डेज कि 5 डेज म्याक्सिमम् त्यस्तै हुन्छ नि त। अब फर्स्ट डे सेकेन्ड डे अब राम्रो गयो भने हाम्रो मिड डेहरूमा चाहिँ नराम्रो गइदिन्छ पर्फर्मेन्स अनि लास्ट डेहरू फाइनल डेहरूमा चाहिँ हाम्रो त्यही कभरअप गर्दा गर्दै हाम्रो चाहिँ कन्सिस्टेन्सी हुँदैन अनि त्यही भएर हाम्रो चाहिँ जस्ट एभरेजै जान्छ भनौँ न।
सो हाई भोल्टेजको नयाँ प्लेयर्सको कुरा पनि हामीले गरेको छौँ अनि मिड डेले गर्दा गेम बिग्रिन्छ भन्ने कुरा रहेको थियो। सो योपालि चाहिँ कुन कम्बोको साथमा कुन ब्यालेन्सको साथमा हाई भोल्टेज जान्छ अथवा स्टार्टिङ 4 कसलाई एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ त?
PMPLको गेमहरू चाहिँ लाइक लामो छ, 30-40 जति गेम हुन्छ। अब प्लेइङ 4 भन्नाले नै अब 5 जनामा अब जसको अब लाइक प्लेइङ 4मा खेल्दाखेरि जसको गेमहरू राम्रो जान्छ उनीहरू नै अब फाइनलमा खेल्छ।
ओके, टिमले पक्कै पनि ब्यालेन्सको लागि त कोसिस गर्नेवाला छ बट कम्पिटिसन पक्कै पनि टफ हुनेवाला छ सिजन 4मा। यसलाई कसरी जस्टिफाई गर्नुहुन्छ?
अभियसली अब टफ त हुनै पर्यो। अब नयाँ डिफ्रेन्ट कन्ट्रीहरूबाट अब डिफ्रेन्ट टिमहरू आइरहेछ। अब उनीहरूको प्लेइङ स्टाइल सबै अब रिड गर्ने अब हामीलाई अब गाह्रो हुन्छ सुरुमा त। अब त्यो गाह्रो भएकै कारणले अब नयाँ टिमहरूको फ्लेभर अब उनीहरूको न्यू अब गेम प्ले स्टाइलहरू बुझ्दैनौँ नि त सुरुमा, अनि त्यही भएर अब यसपालि चाहिँ टफै हुन्छ सिजन 4 भन्ने चाहिँ लाग्छ मलाई।
कम्पिटिसन टफ त रहनेवाला छ बट एउटा मेरो ट्रिकी क्वेसन रह्यो तपाईँको लागि कि रिसेन्टली रोस्टर सफलहरू अलिकता बढी देखिन्छ, यसलाई तपाईँले के सोच्नुहुन्छ?
अब रोस्टर सफल भनेको चाहिँ म चाहिँ अलि नराम्रै वेमा हेर्छु, किनभने यसले टिम र त्यो प्लेयरलाई दुइटैलाई इफेक्ट चाहिँ गर्छ। किनभने अब त्योसँग बसिसकेको सिनर्जी हुन्छ एउटा। इनकेस अब नयाँ टिम पाए पनि जे होस् अब उसलाई पनि अब त्यहाँ गएर एक्सपिरियन्स त्यहाँको अब सिनर्जी अनि एडप्ट गर्नको लागि अलिक टाइम लाग्छ, त्यही भएर म चाहिँ रोस्टर सफललाई चाहिँ अलि यसरी नै हेर्छु।
सो हाई भोल्टेजले आफ्नो नाम त पक्कै पनि बनाएको छ अनि आफ्नो समर्थक फ्यान्सको लागि केही मेसेज दिन चाहनुहुन्छ भने?
फ्यान्सहरूलाई चाहिँ के भन्नुहुन्छ, पहिलाको जसरी सपोर्ट देखाइदिनु भयो अहिले नि त्यसरी नै सपोर्ट देखाइदिनु होला। लाइक पहिलाको गेमहरू अनुसारको लाइक योपालि चाहिँ अलिक बेटर देखाउनु खोज्छौँ हामी हाई भोल्टेजबाट।
किप लभिङ, किप सपोर्टिङ, वी विल नट लेट यु डाउन अनि #हाई भोल्टेज।
उनी थिए हाई भोल्टेजबाट ह्याभोक अनि क्लाउड। आफ्नो बारेमा आफ्नो टिमको बारेमा केही बताउँदै थिए। हामी यस्तै कुराकानीहरू बाँकी टिम्स अनि बाँकी टिमको प्लेयरहरूसँग पनि गर्नेवाला छौँ। स्टे ट्युन।
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Hello and welcome to the final day, the third day of the first ever Super Weekend right here at PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. A big thanks to a sponsor, which is of course none other than Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag book up your fun. With that, I'm going to be your host, Tono. Joining us once again, I'm going to be none other than these two incredibly talented people. It is Ocean Sharma and Isu Johnny as our analysts. How are you guys doing?
Well, doing pretty amazing, to be honest. If we just talk about today's day as of what's going to happen, what might happen. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen, but we know domination surely is going to be by the end of the day for a team to just have the first Super Weekend in good colors. Like there's going to be one team, and it's pretty close right now.
I mean, the standings do look pretty close, and as you said, I mean, we're going to see a domination. Also, the standings are going to be cemented until the second Super Weekend, so it's a good opportunity for the teams that are ahead to actually establish themselves as the leaders of this lobby, and a lot of pressure on everyone, because once again, as I said, your performances today will decide where you're going to be till the next weekend. So
exactly, that is so very crucial as well. But as we move on along with the show itself, we are going to move on and have a look at the format that has been set up from one week to the next, where indeed when it comes down to the first week itself, we've got the 16 teams that are participating in this first ever Super Weekend, but the other teams that have not participated, they will get their opportunity during the league plays. Ocean.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely will get the opportunity, but well, they will be there for the league plays, but at the end what matters is Super Weekend only. So they'll have to just be there in the Super Weekend too, again, if they want to cement themselves, because today's points, by the end of the day, it just will be cemented by a few teams, which we might not see in the next Super Weekend. I mean, it just matters. It just depends on how they're going to be playing their games.
Exactly, I mean, because these teams that are playing this first ever Super Weekend itself have created such a massive lead in terms of the points they've been able to accumulate, and that's what they're going to be pushing on forth in the second Super Weekend as well. So the teams that have not participated right now, well, they're going to have to be that much more aggressive when it comes down to their playstyle. But on the other front, being that aggressive will definitely be leading them down to the massive prize pool, where $150,000 is on the line. But alongside all of that, when it comes to the Super Weekends, Johnny, you know the main important thing when you get that chicken dinner.
exactly, you get $1,000 along with the chicken dinners that you win, and that, I believe, has to be another thing that puts some pressure on the teams in every single match, because you're getting those points, but imagine this. I mean, I8 and DEADEYES, guys, two teams that are doing really well. They did really well yesterday as well, but no chicken dinners is the reason that we feel these teams, I mean, they're going to move to the finals, but they can earn a lot of cash for themselves right here. First Super Weekend, second Super Weekend, third, if they play all three, there's like 45 matches that they're going to have to play, so 45 opportunities to earn a lot of money. And along with that, for the league stages, the teams, every single team, all 20 of them, they're getting 2,500.
Absolutely, as soon as they participate, 2,500 goes in the bank during the league plays. But moving on forth, when it comes down to the games themselves, every single game is working towards this thing. This is the most important thing, which is where point matters so much more. I mean, those skill departments, all the placements, it all factors into all of this. And I mean, I8, DEADEYES, they've been doing really fabulous when it comes to this first ever Super Weekend. But as we move on forth, we shall see what all can we expect, because Clarity Esports also, Ocean, I mean, they popped off real good.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday they had a really amazing day for themselves. And hey, I mean, just think about it. I8, DEADEYES guys, Clarity, well, they have been doing good. TTK kind of just faulted down yesterday. I don't know, like, what went wrong for the team. But this is just, how it is. I8, well, they have been topping the charts for themselves. DE. So this is a thing, right? Yesterday I told you guys about it, that I'm feeling really sad for DE. One thing, and that is they happened at the second. Well, in the overall as well, they are at the second somehow. So they'll have to just get those numbers up for themselves.
I agree. I mean, the numbers definitely do need to come, but as we move forward and talk about the other teams, I mean, we saw a decent performance coming in from the players of Stalwart Esports, but again, compare this to their start to Season 3, where they got that hat-trick, 3 chicken dinners on the first day, and were sitting on the first position for so long, despite the fact that they failed to qualify for one Super Weekend as well. But Stalwart Esports, they've recovered from then. A lot of time has passed. This team has reset themselves, are doing really well right now, and I want to see, can they try and get on the first position once more, because once we have a look at the standings, you're going to notice something really, really amazing. But as we move forward, Paradox, I've been promised more chicken dinners, and I'm going to be hopeful that we get to see a lot more exciting action from this team.
Absolutely, and as we move on forward to the final page, I mean, this is where things are not looking too good for the side of A1's Esports, specifically Ocean, where, I mean, the team has gotten so close to getting those chicken dinners, but yet so far.
I mean, they have been getting really close for those chicken dinner numbers for themselves. In fact, I mean, they have been in top 3 in quite a few matches, but, well, not performing in the other matches is something that's taking them down. And Wizzes with Vibes. I mean, if we remember, it was Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, Vibes, Wizzes with Vibes. These were the teams that everyone was, wanting to look out for. True. These all teams have some amazing veteran names actually in themselves overall, but it looks like the new era that's just outshining is for Pakistani teams right now in this Super Weekend, to be honest, and they have been doing really good.
They most certainly have. As we get moving on along to the standings itself, the overall ranking, the leaderboard, we have I8 right up top, followed with DEADEYES guys so very close, but both these teams, both of them have no chicken dinner, but the consistent play again and again working in their favor has been able to get them all the way to the top. And then again was Stalwart Esports Day yesterday, where we saw that amazing high kill game, high fragment game coming in from their side, and thus they find themselves on the third spot.
I mean, it was an impressive performance, impressive run by BABLU Clarity yesterday, but I want to focus on this. Look at the first position, I8 Esports, and then look at Stalwart Esports. Just a mere 16-point difference between those standings, and this is something that is definitely going to put a lot of pressure on I8 because they want to have that safety cushion for themselves going into the second week of the tournament. And if that actually happens, I8, they're going to be really comfortable in the league play days as well. But as we move to the second page of the standings, I want to see like what is going on with 9 to 16. Also, I believe, yes, Wizzes with Vibes. Look at that team with a chicken dinner sitting on the 16th position.
Yeah. So in this conversation, we can just say this, and that is, their good game was, I get it, it was brilliant, but then they just faltered down, and it was like they hit the peak, and then they started just coming downwards, and no one would have wanted this, right? We wanted to see more and more chicken dinner because this team is capable of that.
That is so true. Definitely agreed. I mean, they did get that chicken dinner, were on that high peak, and then just withered down slowly but surely. Hopefully, there will be a comeback from them. Because again, when you talk about the points, I mean, Johnny mentioned it perfectly as well. On that first page, from the first position holder all the way down to the 8th, there's only a mere 16-point difference. I mean, you get one kill, one chicken dinner, and you're already up top. So it's that close. It's basically that close indeed. But talking about the teams that are sitting up on top without a chicken dinner, we are of course mentioning these two teams, that is I8 and DEADEYES guys. Let's bring up the start for both of these because they have been phenomenal in terms of the consistent play that they've been able to showcase. Ocean.
Yeah, I mean, I've been talking about these teams, right? I8 and DEADEYES guys. Yeah, they have been doing really good for themselves, and that's where the damage stats come in. They are neck to neck with the damage dealt. I get it. Damage received is more on I8. Well, they have been a part of a few bad parts. Remember yesterday's second Erangel when the circle was shifting northwards. They did try to move against their opponents, and well, the things did not go good for them. That's where they just kind of faltered, and that's where DE is on a really good charm. I remember 2 games they had second finish for themselves yesterday. That actually shows up in their survival time. Their average survival time is good. The only thing that they'll have to look forward to is converting those knockouts into kills, because for I8 it's a perfect affair. 53 knockouts, 53 kills.
Yeah, I mean, I8 is capitalizing and securing everything that they can. I mean, the team looked really desperate in a few matches, but that desperation worked out in their favor. Also, on the other side, I have to say, I mean, they were really good in capitalizing on the fact that T2K weren't really doing too much yesterday, and we did see a drop in T2K standing as well. Apart from that, I8, I'm a little bit worried about them because yesterday's matches, like the last 3 games, to be a little bit more precise, did not really go their way. You could see them struggling here and there. I mean, players getting picked off, just few individuals surviving, trying to survive, in fact, to the late game stages. And those sort of situations need to be avoided for I8.
I mean, for that, what I would feel personally is, it's not about the situations maybe not going in their favor, but what I feel is they're at the top position, right? Now they understand the pressure of staying at the top position, and in that they just don't want to make any mistakes, but in that they are making mistakes. I mean, that's what I personally feel is happening for I8. I mean, they are at the top position, they are at a really, really good point for themselves, but they want to stay there, so they want to play a bit slow, and that's kind of reflecting in their own ups and downs.
Absolutely, but again, I mean, Sorry, Varun.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, I mean, slowing things down has worked out for I8, but not this much, because those last 3 matches that they played yesterday were kind of not their usual selves, because look at the spikes that we got to see from them. And it was the moment, I believe it was the 7th game that we are seeing where they actually, in fact, did really well the match on Miramar and took the first spot away from T2K, and after that there was a massive drop.
Indeed, massive drop. Indeed, that certainly is being showcased from the graph. But overall, I do want to bring our attention back to the league play days.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you talk about I8, you talk about the league plays, and this team was completely missing. And we were questioning at that point in time as well as to what has happened.
Yeah.
Why is this team just not existent, simply put, in terms of the play style that they've been able to showcase? And now, as soon as when it matters, Ocean, when it comes down to, of course, the Super Weekends, the team is popping real good. So hopefully today will be that day where things can work out in their favor. But as we move away from these first 2 teams, another team to talk about, a team to talk about when it comes to comebacks, it is none other than Paradox, because this team, we had been rooting for it, we had been talking about it.
Yeah.
And they made it into the Super Weekend, and not only made it into the Super Weekend, but the style and the gameplay that they've been able to showcase has been so exhilarating.
I mean, day 1 versus day 2 for these lads. Think about a difference of the stats, right? 2 points on average versus 9.6 points on average. Given the fact that they got a chicken dinner as well yesterday, that just helps them a lot. And that chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok, where we call it, right? It's chaos. It's just one map that has extreme amount of chaos for itself, and they got the best in that.
And it wasn't just that, even the second angle of the day, their positioning just keeps getting better and better. True. And me and Ocean, we had a conversation about this. We have talked about this during the League Play days as well. We saw the team improve from League Play Day 1 to League Play Day 2. And same thing is happening during the Super Weekend. We've talked about Paradox. This is the first time they're going up against the teams from South Asia. So it is going to take them a while to actually understand how each team likes to play, how these individuals have their mindsets inside of the match. And Paradox, they are doing this quite nicely right now. So first Super Weekend, I believe their end goal should be that by the end of today, maybe get as close or get inside the top 8, because that seems to be the position where most of the volatility is going to occur in the second week as well. And if they can do that by the end of this week, then moving on to week 2, just qualify for the Super Weekend, and Paradox is going to look really strong.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I do agree with that in a few factors, but the thing is, the way Paradox is playing, I just hope that they don't become predictable, because today, you know it, right? Teams from Nepal, team from Bangladesh, like everyone is just going to be ready to just bring their A game to actually end their day on a really good note. And Paradox, if they get predictable in 1 or 2 games, well, things might just not look good for them. Just think about it, right? That has been the case till the first 7 games. You see their chart, right? First 7 games have not been good. 8th game, they picked up the pace. 9th, well, it was their amazing game. And then 10th. So this is just the only thing that I'm feeling, that they will have to play just exactly like that 8th and the 9th game, and not the other ones.
I mean, also the only problem I've noticed with their playstyle is quite similar to what we saw I8 struggle with during the League Play Day. Is just the fact that you are taking too many fights, trying to just be over-aggressive, and, well, you don't even realize that the other team has an advantage, and you just try and force them into a fight and get taken out. Just getting that reset, just backing away and resetting in between fights is so important. And they started doing that now, so I want to see what Paradox is going to do at the end of the day today.
Well, hey, the silver lining in all of this is going to be the fact that the desk spoke about it, and they have been delivering it. You know, when we started off, it was just the aggressive stance that they were taking and just unnecessarily taking on fights. We spoke about talking about those placement points. They slowly start working towards that. So all in the ups and ups, and hopefully things will work out for them in this Super Weekend's final day. Along with that, let's move on and have a look at these 2 incredible players. One coming in from the Real Soldiers, Gyalzen, going up against Crypto. And boy, oh boy, these 2 dudes have been legendary for their teams, Ocean.
I mean, this head-to-head was needed, right, for a few things. First thing, we saw in the top players, right, Gyalzen is at the first position and Crypto at the second. But the thing is, that Gyalzen, I mean, TRS, they had just one good game yesterday in which they got chicken dinner. Crypto and his team, it's not like, they are not having good games. They are having consistently good games, and that is actually helping them, and that to Crypto as well as an individual, to actually just step up his game. And I'm loving that overall. First things first, you look at the way these lads have been playing, and that kind of, again, 1 minute survival time difference is something that shows that Crypto and i8 has been performing consistently overall. Whereas DRS, well, today, I get it, they had a chicken dinner, but today they'll have to step up again and again and again, because I would still say we are missing that old DRS.
I mean, I agree. I was just about to say that. I mean, while Gyalzen has made his presence felt, DRS, they seem to be missing from where we usually see them in the overall rankings. And that is definitely, it has been a really unpleasant surprise, because there are a lot of people rooting for this team. Considered by many the best team Nepal has to offer, and they have lived up to the reputation time and time again. But this first week, it has been a slow start for them, but the lads have experience, so I expect a quick recovery.
Yeah. There certainly will be. Because again, I mean, both the teams, they have been able to, bring in those perfect days for themselves. And whenever we see a little bit of a sloop coming in from them, well, they pick themselves up on the other game altogether. And that certainly works in their favor. But again, they are so very close as well when it comes down to their playstyle, that we shall have to see what sort of an anticipation can be created from both of them on today's final day of the Super Weekend. With this, we move on forth with the show, and this is where an exciting news needs to be shared with our fans, because PUBG Mobile, the game that we all love, has been promoted and nominated for 2 awards this year at this prestigious Esports Awards. So the 2 awards are Esports Game of the Year and Esports Mobile Game of the Year. Yep, you heard that right, mates. And for you to be a part of this, well, I would request you to go down to the description. There's a link down there where you will be taken down to esportsawards.com, and we are requiring you to please go ahead and vote for both of these awards. Just click on the PUBG Mobile link on there, and we are requesting you to do so, because you can do that till the first week of November. So the link is going to be available till the first week of November, and along with that, as you do so, they've got rewards for you as well. You give us rewards in terms of votes, we are going to give you rewards as well. And in that, we've got this perfect buggy that has been set up just for you. But to be a part of this, again, it is very important that you tune in to the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia YouTube page. And that is where, when you join into the stream from that page, you can very well be a part of this wonderful buggy. And the code is, of course, going to be shared in the chat itself. So just keep an eye out on the chat, and you will get that for yourself. With that, let's move on with the show. Let's get our day started off. Match number 1 is where we're going to be moving on to, and for that, we've got Erangel coming right up. Varun.
Exactly, the first game of the day, and a wonderful opportunity for these teams to actually have a great start. I guess all eyes will be on i8 and DEADEYES, guys, to see whether we are going to see anything change. But, I mean, these graphs. Ocean, you want to talk about the numbers?
I mean, yeah, I do want to talk about these numbers, to be honest. I mean, look at that. Future Station is still at the top right now. When you talk about the map chance, right, they are still at the first marker. But the thing is, look at their kill department, right? Kill per match. That's kind of falling down. That showcases that this team, I get it, is going a lot for the placement points, but they will have to get those kill points as well for themselves, because we have seen, for any team that gets the chicken dinner, it's like, what, 11 kills, 12 kills. Like, the number is kind of a good one for themselves. So that's one thing. But there's just still one thing in my mind, and that is T2K. I want to see a comeback from that team as well.
We might just, on the other front, we've not really spoken about ZEUS Esports whatsoever at all. Yeah. So in terms of predictions altogether, when it comes to today, the entirety of the day, what do you guys think should we anticipate from ZEUS Esports?
Oh, I mean, yesterday, day 1 of the Super Weekend as well, we have seen ZEUS either, like, they have been living on the extremes, right? Both the extremes. One match we see them play like the gods that they are. The other match, well, they just get taken out super early and, well, make questionable decisions again.
Exactly.
Throwback to the Miramar push yesterday. But it is going to be quite interesting. Also, I would like to see Stalwart Esports actually take this first game, because that's going to make the top 3 more exciting.
Oh, yes, indeed. All right. So, Ocean, one final prediction coming in from you, mate. Just the region. Never mind the team.
I mean, I get it. T2K is like my prediction, to be honest. So.
All right. With that, let's get jumping into the game itself. The game is ready. Our casters are super excited. They are going to be none other than Play and XP to take you through this first game.
Thank you for that. Oh, that was cool. We just slid up from underneath XP. You're in your Sunday finest with the tie and the black shirt buttoned up. They're looking very clean indeed. I'm just a normal black t-shirt because I can't be... I don't have clothes, rather.
Bothered?
No, I'm not a bit bothered. I can't be bothered. I just don't have any clothes. I'm a poor man. But thank you for that. Wonderful gentleman on the desk. They're looking dapper as usual. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to be wasting much time. We're going to be jumping on in. XP, one thing which saddens me, we missed the opportunity to cast BABLU and our dear friends in Paradox get a chicken dinner yesterday. But what a showing from those two teams at the end of the day, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, finally the team from Down Under getting the job done, and the question is, are they going to do something similar today? Now, of course, they did win in Sanhok, if I'm not wrong, but it is going to be Erangel first off, and we have a little bit of a change in the playing path as we are going to be heading east from west, and it's going to be down south, of course, just north of the military base. We're going to be flying from the Ferry Paper Mosque all the way to Noble Repnoy. Now, we already know a couple of teams that love dropping south of the plane path. But the question is, again, the circle. I want to see some more drama. We almost had that in game 3
I want that again.
I want something similar.
Imagine a Stalwart circle with this plane path. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
That would be, well, that would be quite a story. But again, all teams are going to be dropping to their favorite spots. BABLU this time have opted for the Primorsk and west of Quarry drop locations. And they are, of course, going to be splitting up. Keeping in mind that no opposition is really going to be nearby. Of course, Future Station do call Ferry Pair their home, but again, depending on the circle, they might just make a move early on. Now, of course, I8 play, nothing is ever going to deter them from going to the military base, is it?
Come hell or high water, they're going to be dropping right there. Yeah, the circle's not going to be as drastic as what we saw yesterday. Obviously, that does mean I8 and Stalwart would have to make a move quickly. Speaking of quickly, Dari on his knees. I see Dari on his knees. I don't know why he added Dari. He always used to go as Icy, but this early in the map, that's a bit of a surprise. Like I thought some of them hadn't even dropped yet.
It's a race for Georgia Paul, so they did kind of just drop northwest of Gutka, just at the foot of the mountain, and that is where RAW decided to drop as well. So of course, you see someone flying down, and if you are quick enough to pick a gun, as you did see on our screens, well, chances are somebody's going to be at the receiving end of things. But there you have it. And it looks like he already did touch ground, but the moment he did, he was oblivious to the fact that, you know, Joker had already got a high caliber weapon to his name. And well, first kill comes in early, and the action is not going to stop because, again, it's going to be Zake from Seal this time going up against two unarmed members from High Voltage. Oh, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, that's really going to hurt. Seal. They've been looking very solid so far. And looking at the overall...
they're not done yet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're still in the hunt. Oh, Assassin. Oh, they got to leg it. Oh, this is very Hollywood-esque. Oh, that compound just giving them a little bit of cover. Are Seal going to continue? No, they're not. They're like, yeah, we had the opportunity. But eventually they realized that two players just running into an entire squad would not be the right play. But yeah, Seal getting a couple of kills early on. They're going to be happy with the way the game has started. RAW as well, as you pointed out, XP, finding IC very early in the game. Now, if you can take a look at the overall rankings, I just want to point out something. There we go. Perfect. Thank you so much, production. The fact that, sure, there is about a 50, like almost 50-point difference between the first place team and the bottom place team, right? But if you notice, there are no big stragglers. Usually in all the pro leagues, all the PUBG Mobile events I've casted after the first week of action, we usually kind of see like 3-4 teams who are struggling and they're like kind of battling for that bottom place. Over here, one good game for Raw, Seal 9, Paradox, A1, even Wizzes with Vibes could easily catapult them into a top 8 or at least a top 10 position. This has been probably the most closely contested first super weekend or like first week of action I've personally seen in quite a long time of, you know, Asian PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, and you know, we keep saying that one good game can make it or break it. I mean, that's pretty evident because if you have a look on the 16th position, we do have the Wizzes with Vibes, but you do need to keep one thing in mind. They do have a chicken dinner to their name. So it's basically, you know, it can go either way. Again, consistency is going to be something that every team needs to keep an eye on, and you definitely want to get those placement points. But again, you can't forget kill points are worth a lot as well. But right now, as the circle is pretty much even Stevens for everyone. Of course, the ruins are going to be pretty much at the center. I don't really see any confrontations taking place, but have a look at Magnet down to the southwest. It does kind of seem like he could be aware of some opposition nearby, and the fact that he's inching closer and closer to BABLU's position means, well, he's definitely communicating with his teammates, and we might just see some action break out. early on. Although, as I say that, I mean, this has been the quickest action we've seen thus far playing.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to expand on the point you mentioned about consistency, right? The top two teams in the overall leaderboard right now, I8 and DEADEYES guys, they don't have a chicken dinner yet in 2 days of action. Like, not one chicken dinner. And these are the two teams on the tippity top. Just goes to show that it's been a bit of a different style altogether as to how these teams have been approaching the game compared to the previous season, where we had teams get like 4 chicken dinners in the first weekend, or maybe 3 chicken dinners, and they were the guys at the tippity top, like teams like DRS, and we had teams like Stalwart Esports, for example. But yeah, it does look like it has changed a bit, and I feel it's inevitable that I8 are going to be getting a chicken dinner before the Super Weekend ends. The way they've been playing, how consistent they are, eventually the gods of PUBG are going to be like, you know what? You can have one. You can have one chicken dinner.
I mean, they have been runners-up quite a few times now, and it's just that little push that is required, in fact, just to, tip them over the top and get that chicken dinner. But again, despite not getting a chicken dinner, and if you think about it monetarily, right, they are losing out on $1,000, but they are making quite a name for themselves, and as the tournament progresses, well, that $1,000 is going to look a lot smaller when you have the big 10 Gs to fight for. But again, it is, I like the fact that, all the teams are pretty evened out this time around, and the fact is they are calibrated to each other's playstyles. Again, just to go back to Season 3, it was a shock and awe move that the Mongolians brought to the table, and that was something that our South Asian teams were not really ready for. They were, dare I say, they played a bit slower, a bit more tactically, but a bit slower. But this time around, things have changed. The hunters have become the hunters.
Yeah, so. I really feel the Mongolian teams did a favor to the South Asian teams, the rest of the other teams, right? It's more like, you can't be complacent playing the way you guys have been so far, because this is how we play. And if you continue playing the way you have been all this while, we're just going to keep consistently winning. And it looks like this season 4, the Nepali teams, the Pakistani teams, the Bangladeshi teams, they're like, okay, fine, you've thrown down a gauntlet and we're going to rise to the occasion. And boy, oh boy, XP, have they risen to the occasion.
I definitely agree with you, but I'm going to add a little point. Now, if you have a look at this, let's just keep the Mongolian teams on one side for a second. Let's just go back to Season 3. Now, you have all these Nepali teams, all the Pakistani teams playing against one another already. So, the level of competition is high, but once the Mongolians came in, it was a new
level.
They had to maneuver around it, a new level. It was a new threshold, so to speak. So again, what's going to happen now is they are going to simmer down to the point when, they can take it and they can give and take as good as they get it, basically. So what's going to happen is, yes, they are going to get better, but it's going to be capped at some stage.
True.
Right? Now, when they advance to the next stage of the tournament, when we have the big boys coming in from elsewhere, that is when things are going to be interesting because, again, all your tactics and gameplays are going to go out the window because the opposing teams are going to bring something new. And that is when it really gets interesting. So right now, I think if it's a Nepali team or a Pakistani team, as far as the skill level is concerned, everyone is riding pretty much shoulder to shoulder.
True, I have to agree with you. And I guess you can even expound on that with the fact that during the PUBG Mobile World Invitational in the East Conference, right, we had ZEUS, we had DRS play there. And while DRS struggled quite a bit, ZEUS were kind of able to hold their own. They weren't as dominant as they could be because we had teams like Na'Vi coming in and, just completely dominating everyone, right? But that's the thing. You get I feel it's a good thing overall. When you face off against a team who are superior to you, you learn the mistakes you have. They point out the holes in your play, and you obviously, there are 2 options left. There are 2 paths to be taken. One, continue on what you've been doing all this while and slowly fade away, or you fix it, you rise up to the occasion, and you get better. And that, I believe, is what all these teams are going to be doing. Looking at the play zone, it's going to be a northwestern shift, XP. There's no one who has crossed that little channel of water yet, but with this zone, it's going to be a mad dash. And I do believe DRS are going to be ahead of everyone else.
They are indeed. And one thing that's going to stick out like a sore thumb is the fact that, of course, you did kind of mention we have a northwestern shift to the circle, which means it's around Georgia Paul. And just south of Georgia Paul, there's this massive mountain, which I don't know if people are aware of, but we like calling it Mount Olympus. And 9 out of 10 times in the past, ZEUS would be atop the summit. waiting to gun down the opposition. But it looks like BABLU is going to be starting off the action over here as Wolf does time a grenade. It's just going to push the opposition back, but now it does give his teammates a little bit of time to wrap around, have a look at Zibion's position. If he can catch entry and Magnet off guard, it could be problematic as grenades are going to blow off, and, well, Clarity are making the move play.
Clarity x BABLU getting the chicken dinner yesterday, but even if you ignore the chicken dinner, they were looking very consistent all around, and Clutch Baba just downs a drink and realizes, oh, there is someone making a mad dash for it, and he will escape. But in all the commotion, all those gunshot sounds are giving away the position, and that is what Wolf is going to use to triangulate their position and deploy these nades. Zibian and Wolf are still sticking around. Now, Clutch Baba and Magna, their position is known. They heard 2 rifles try and take down that UAZ, and look at Danny as well out in the fields. I feel like BABLU are kind of trying to bait out Future Station here, and they're doing a fantastic job, XP. The third nade, in fact, is going to find Magnet, and look at 420 Boy now pushing in, trying to prevent the res from taking place.
Now, that is good on 420. Of course, C-Mine is going to have those lines covered in the background as you have a look, and the revive is going to come in. My eyes are going to be on Entry. Now, currently, Entry's position is kind of oblivious to the enemy since they are concentrating right over here. Have a look at this. Clutch Baba is going to make sure the right flank is secure for his team. Now, Danny has given a different angle to his team, but he is way too far off to be of consequence just now. If a push is going to come in on BABLU, it could be problematic as they are going to be 3 men down. There you have a look at that. Magnet already has the house in the lockdown, which now forces BABLU on the defensive on that little bridge. Now this is going to be problematic. If Future Station have a good enough assault, they take Zipion out. Then it's...
Oh, they're so very low. A couple of these players. Magnet, though. Is that a nade? No, it's not. Magnet is going to be caught through the window by Wolf. Now things get problematic. They're going to be pushing in right now, and they're going to find entry as well. Now just one player inside of that compound for the side of Future Station. And BABLU somehow recovering perfectly. The res has taken place right outside the house, though, but they're pushing in further. Magnet is very low on health. He needs to try and res himself immediately. Nade a little too deep. They're going to go for the wide, so they're going to go for the double peek, but it is going to be double peek from BABLU, who's going to find the mark, and that is going to be Future Station getting obliterated by Team BABLU. Beautifully played, XP. It looked like after they got the return knock, Future Station would be able to take them down. Now, a couple of players are down already for the side of BABLU, but the res should be coming in, and BABLU, yeah, they're just continuing where they left off yesterday. They ended the day with a chicken dinner and are starting off with the team wipe at Future Station.
The moment Magnet went down, it was just pristine the way they went in. There was good coordination and communication in the team. They did the job well. And like I said, you know, even though one of their members was way far off, you did kind of see that Danny did get knocked out. Didn't really play a part, but of course it did distract the enemy for just that little bit, but got the job done. But of course we are going to be switching the action around, as it did kind of look like Seal Esports were taking the fight to their countrymen in the form of Stalwart Esports, as an airdrop is going to fall down from the heavens above, a Mark 14 in it this time around. But it does kind of seem like they're going to be no takers. Elsewhere, Seal 9 once again are going to be locking horns with Raw, well, seemingly having the upper hand at this moment.
It's almost like Seal 9 and Raw always duke it out in this part of the map, right?
Mm-hmm.
And last time with Seal 9, we famously remember with Joker with that sniper rifle. This is the most
last stand.
Yeah, the last stand, 1 versus 4. He gets the 1 kill at least before he finally gets taken down. And right now, Raw probably looking to get a little bit of vengeance as well. They're trying to find the other members of Seal 9, not even bothering to finish off the job on the fallen member of S9 over there, but they're not going to be spotting anyone out. And Senor will unfortunately have to bid us goodbye, bleeding out in the open. But Raw having control of this side of the bridge is massive, right, X? Because they are just inside of the zone, and any late rotations coming in from some of the teams who were still further down south, they could be in for a very, very rude surprise.
Why do I feel that Sarthak kind of missed Senor and he jumped down to look for him? Because the way he's tucked in right now is pretty awesome. And I think he did kind of skip missing the first time, but now he's going to probably spot him. There you have it. The way he was tucked behind the fuselage of the vehicle over there.
And same color as well. Same color of the vehicle and his clothes. Camouflage.
So that's what I was wondering. I'm like, wait a second, what is Sada looking for down there for another enemy? Because you did kind of say that, they're going to look for the opponents. But I'm like, wait a second, this seems a little strange. But he does finally secure his kill. And, well, all that delicious loot is going to be up for grabs. However, Blay, we do have enemies coming nearby outside the circle, as you did mention. But the thing is, if they drive by, now have a look at how Raw are set up. He does need to go back to his teammates and basically create a little bit of a crossfire on the other side of the bridge. It is going to work out unless, they get spotted from behind, and Seal9 aren't ones to, forget a slight to them.
Or forgive, XP. Or forgive. You can't forget that. BABLU, though, they're all grouped together. Now, they have two options. They can take a look at the minimap. They can go on right, but no. They're going to be crossing the bridge, XP. This is very brave. They were getting shot at earlier, but they're going to split in pairs of two. I can't believe they've pulled this off. That takes balls of steel. And 3 of them have escaped, but Zebian has unfortunately been left behind, and I kind of feel his days are numbered there. It was a very risky ploy, and even if they lose Zebian, I feel like they're going to be okay with that. The fact that they just suffer 1 casualty, just charging in, and Zebian's going to be sneaky here, XP. He's going to be jumping into the water and trying to delay the potential kill coming in from the side of RAW. So great job overall from BABLU, able to bypass that blockade. And if he's lucky, Zebian might also be able to somehow survive. Unlikely, though. Unlikely.
What he's definitely doing right now is making sure that, they are using up the utilities. And, looks like Zebian's teammate has gone down while he's still up and alive.
Look
now
at the zone.
Come up for air. That's what I'm talking about. Raw are going to be wasting a lot of time over here for one person, whereas it's going to get problematic early on as they move to the circle. Zebian, oh my goodness, he is playing a dangerous game. But again, the fact that he has wasted so much time is something that's going to be handy as an AWM drops to the ground. Blade, this is not fair. Before that,
it can be picked up. DEADEYES guys are right there.
I need to add one quick point. The reason they really whizzed past the enemy was because it kind of seemed like they weren't really expecting them to make a move through the bridge. As you and I were surprised because it was risky, but the speed in which they did it was something quite amazing. Because if you notice one thing, barely a magazine was shot into the vehicles.
True. They all survived. Unfortunately, they ran straight into ZEUS. And they lost 1 member, but they still have Zebian swimming in the water. If you can quickly, production, take a look at the zone. That is a spicy circle, XP. We had a little bit of like a piece of land and island, perhaps, right there, smack center. A lot of water, a bit of land as well. This is going to get murky, and that water, that channel, it's going to run red by the time this game's done.
It is going to be running red. Now, I did kind of see the Water City is still in contention, but right now it's going to be ZEUS going up against the enemy in the form of Wizzes with Wives. Now, they are going to be in the center of said team, which are kind of split up. The question is, are they going to be aware that, someone is in the water? Plus, they have a vehicle. Mind you could get in the passenger seat and, trade a few shots. As I8 are going to have a similar idea. Again, they want to make sure they have a little bit of insurance in the water as well. Man, this guy's made of steel the way he's still alive and kicking.
This is ridiculous.
Look at the amount of cars.
This is ridiculous. Like, okay. I mean, I've seen people with cars inside of the water, but this is like the graveyard of vehicles. And Goddess is going to be spotted out and taken down by Reaper Bot, as you pointed out. XP just getting into the passenger seat. It's going to be an easy picking for him. This is going to be one of those games, isn't it? I8 are just going to be chilling in the water. I like the fact that ZEUS opt not to do that. Yes, they've lost Godless, but Ably and Zeol, and they have knocked out. Is that? That is a member from Stalwart.
That's a member of Stalwart Esports. Oh yeah, they just roll up on their position. Now again, ZEUS can control a lot more outside the water. I'll hold my thought right now because Seal are going to go up against Paradox. Now Paradox had a wonderful outing yesterday, but Killer is going to go up against Gyalzen. It is going to be a 2-on-1 situation. As you did mention, Killer reload HP. GI comes out from the side, gets the job done, and that is a massive wipeout, ladies and gentlemen. The team from down under getting the job done. Just wiping out one of the strongest teams from Mongolia. Seal Esports, you are out. Paradox, man, you guys are making a name for yourselves.
Yeah, 3 kills now. I did see the desk mention how they sometimes take fights they don't really have to, but honestly, considering how massive underdogs they are, I'm okay with that. Like, everyone's like, oh, they're being too passive. And if they can rack up the kills and they can qualify for the second Super Weekend, maybe then we can see them try and temper their aggression. Right now, go for it, buddy. Like, just go for it. Go for whatever fights you want to go for. And speaking of fights, it is going to be Shifu with that M4. He's going to be just rattling off this burst fire shots. Crypto swimming towards Reaper bot. Okay.
Well,
Reaper bot.
interesting.
He's kind of like the Kraken. He's like inside of the water. Anyone comes in, he's gonna, just extend his tentacles and drag them down to Davy Jones' locker. Suddenly, he finds company, and Crypto's like, "Hey, bud, what's going on?"
Now this is going to be a little exciting.
I need to see this angle.
First person perspective, and it's like,
this is
sure you're in the right vehicle, buddy?
This is awkward.
But again, Reaper bot, it's in the name. Have a look at this. We are going to have some runovers, and forget runovers. He just rammed his vehicle
This
in,
is
and not one,
nuts.
but two.
I love it. I love this. I love this particular map of Erangel. It's so chaotic.
Hey, you know what they say, right? Speed thrills but kills. I guess it's true.
Oh, are they shooting at each other inside the same vehicle? No, right? Like, you can't get an angle. Can you?
Well, you can't really get an angle on the back seat just like that unless he was in the same seat with him. Then they could just, shoot above one another as they are trying. What's going to happen is they're going to damage their vehicle. They don't want to do that. And so, I guess they're just going to be friendly.
No, they need to move the X because the circle, it's shifted a little bit further away from where the vehicle is. So eventually, one of them will have to alight. The moment he alights, the person remaining behind is going to take him down. So it's going to be a game of chicken. It's going to be a game of who's going to sit in that vehicle for as long as possible.
Well, that is a game that I would not rather
Paradox.
be playing because although if you keep one thing in mind, they have been spotted out. The vehicles are going to go boom. There you have it. It looks like Wizzes with vibes have been eliminated. Was it?
It is Uzum. He blew up the vehicle. Oh my lord, that nade. How many nades just went off there? We saw the Wiz from Paradox get a knock with a nade, and now Vibes are getting bombarded by, I'm not too sure by whom. It's A1. It's A1 Esports, all four alive. They've been very quiet so far, just 2 kills to the name. But now that they know where Vibes are in this particular position, sure, they don't have a line of sight XP, but doesn't matter, because those nades can just sail over the skies, sail over those rocks, and completely ruin Vibes' their vibes.
I mean, basically, it's like a mortar shelling over there right now. If there's any obstacles, don't worry, they'll just go above it. But now, A1 Esports, again, they are at the edge of the circle. They're going to have to make their move as they go further inland because, well, the circle has moved away from them, and they are going to come under heavy fire from Seal 9. Now, A1 Esports are going to try and make their way to the water with the 469 boys stuck behind that rock. Not a lot of options, but the smoke deployed over here is going to obscure their vision and could help them move a bit further. Elsewhere, Vibes are going to have to move in as well. We're going to have a little bit of a kerfuffle towards the north with teams. I do believe it is going to be Paradox who are going to have a hard time coming in the circle as well, while Sandesh over here with that big bad M24 trying to keep
T2K are in a freaking-tastic spot.
Beautiful position.
Like, this is the only part of the circle which has a bit of compound. And look at the way they spread out, XP. They have complete control of the water town. So anyone crossing the bridge, anyone coming in from the water, they're going to be sitting ducks. And T2K, they just have to bide their time and just wait for the enemy to come to them, and they're just going to be racking up the kills. However, still quite a few other teams alive. They can, still ruin the day of T2K's. But yeah, looking at the winner chicken dinner forecast, 24%, 25% for T2K. For once, I have to agree with that. That looks very realistic.
They are definitely looking strong. The only thing that I kind of feel is going to be a thorn on their sides is the possibility of high voltage and Stalwart Esports making a little break on their right flank. Now, Vibes are going to be taking the fight directly in front of them. Again, they're going to have to move on foot. They could make it to the circle, still on their patch of land, on their part of the island. But of course, they are going to have to deal with Seal 9, who have that little rocky formation in lockdown. And of course, when you have grenades going off in your face, it could be problematic. That is a beautiful, beautiful angle. Jiggle does not know this, but he's heading straight for danger.
He ran it straight.
30 points. A couple of feet to the left. He could have been brought down, which he is right about now.
But it is by Top from Astro Academy. They still haven't spotted out Praveen, though. This is painful. Look at the amount of nades being tossed in. And Jiggle's tanking all of it. He will finally fall, XP. But Praveen, the last man standing. It was an army of 2 for the side of Team Vibes. But now they're down to 1 final soldier. Still battling it out. For the side of Raw, We have blah 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 in the water. Aussie gets spotted out. Now for the side of Stalwart Esports, just these two players are still left kicking, but they're still very dangerous. And S9 have to be careful. From the distance, they are exposed to Sandesh and that M24. And that M24, it's singing a song of death. It's the siren of death right now from far, far away in the distance.
Now, here's what's going to happen. T2K are definitely going to keep Seal 9 engaged at distance just across this water. Now, blah, blah, blah is like a jack of all trades now. He is spotted out. He is low on HP, but he could pick up a few kills unless Suyog is going to put him 6 feet under. Now, high voltage, again, they've got the bridge, the underside of the bridge, rather. Except the fact that, grenades can pretty much be a bad spell. Oh, that was just a little bit over. All they have to do is make sure that they keep Stalwart Esports at bay. Now, while T2K are engaged with the Seal 9, there you have it. Blah, blah, blah is going to be taken out. While T2K are engaged with them, that is the only time, Blade, where Stalwart can kind of move in. Otherwise, like you said it does look like T2K's game.
Yeah, it does definitely look like the game right now, and especially with that sniper hitting every single shot. By the looks of it, it's going to come down to, like you said, right? Seal 9 and T2K. The problem being for Seal 9, they have 3 players, one of them in the water. But how are they going to cross? This is a massive puzzle, which unfortunately they don't really have much time to work with. They have to swim on across, but Aussie's there, and he's managed to find a semblance. Oh, he's been spotted out though. Oh! He could have easily got a couple of free kills around a Seal 9, but Suyog's going to ruin his day. He's going to cook that nade, cooks it, lobs it, and alley-oop. Perfection from Suyog. And Aussie is going to bid us good night. Extreme, though, XP. He could get 3 free kills unless Stalwart comes in and ruins his day.
It's going to be Seal 9 who are going to get the better of him, in my opinion. There you have it. Inky is going to put him in the ground. I mean, you can't really have your gun trained at 3
different
targets
people, yeah,
all at once play. So, of course, that is going to seal his deal. Now, Monkey is going to be taken down as well. T2K, again, 7 kills. They are looking good. That grenade is going to be just a little bit long, doing half the damage it was intended to. Now, I like the fact, have a look at Sandesh, Legend, and Jane. They divert their attention towards Stalwart Esports just the way it should be, as Tope is making a risky move, driving that McLaren right in through the smoke. Now he is behind enemy lines as well. He gets taken down.
Yeah, just driving straight into the lion's den. This is interesting though, right? 3 Mongolians, but 2 Mongolian teams. Now, Inky, Umbra. It's kind of like an arc, but as I say that, Pika's being taken down by Inky, making T2K's life much more easier and making the chicken dinner way more likely. XP, it's a 1v4.
I mean, if T2 gets thrown away, it's going to be problematic, but looks like Inky has other ideas. He gets one. He gets that 1 point, but it is going to be T2K. Trained to kill, getting the job done in game 1 on day 3 of the Super Weekend. And I do believe the analyst desk is going to be a happy bunch, especially that one bugger in the center. Mr. Ocean Sharma, because... golly, he did pick this team. It
doesn't count. You can't pick T2K and be happy about the win. XP doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't count. T2K have been by far the team with the most amount of chicken dinners. They're always good in Erangel. They always have a good start. So instead of going with his heart, Ocean went with his head, and that I disagree with. You need to.
It's all right. It's all right. I mean, let's give him a little victory right now. But again, the team that is going to be walking away $1,000 richer is going to be T2K. Trained to kill, man. These boys are in it to win it. But again, it was kind of inevitable right at the end, right? That they were going to get the job done. The circle, dare I say, was a little kind to them.
True.
But again, they used it and they still held their own. And they got the job done, Blake.
They got a job done. You can't take it away from them. Sometimes luck favors you, sometimes it doesn't. But what matters is whether you make that luck work for yourself. We're going to be going to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, after that, we have the analyst desk to break down all the action.
Hello and welcome to the final day of the first ever Super Weekend right here at PMPL Season 4. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. We've got game number 1 done on Erangel. And yo. I mean, this dude, Varun, what do I say, mate? I mean, he's just so on point with that prediction.
I'm telling you, this Ocean has definitely done something because it's been over a year now.
See, people don't watch Marvel movies with me because they know I already give them spoilers of what's going to happen. So that's the same out here as well. I mean, I don't predict. I give spoilers. Well, so next time, don't ask me.
Can we? Yesterday we brought him back from the ground. Can we just send him back
Put
again?
him 6 feet under right now as well. But with that, let's move on along. Have a look at the top players coming in from this game.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about the players and the impact that obviously, first things first, one player had for themselves, that's where Jane is. He is the MVP, to be honest. 5 kills, 448 damage. And coming down forward is where Jane, no doubt, he was the MVP. But the thing is, the lad kind of it looked like that he did struggle into the action as well. Well, that's where his entire team actually just now comes into the action as well. But 420 Joker, I mean, for BABLU Clarity, it was quite a decent game. Not exactly the best. I mean, still a decent game for the lads.
I mean, the placement points were a bit lacking, but 420 boy, definitely his performance was noticeable in this matchup. Although, on the other side, I mean, I have to say this, I'm pretty sure, Ocean, you're going to say yes when I say when we saw the circle move towards the water city. Before that, you were hoping that the circle is going to move to the island in the middle.
Actually, see, I wanted that. To be honest. To be honest, but Water City Circle, I love those as well. I mean, there has been quite a history of Water City Circles. But right now, look at this. All right, look at this. Seal 9, right? They were surviving. They were surviving till the end. But look at the average survivor. Losing your players early in the game is kind of not going to help you. Right, it shows here. Last moment, I mean, 4 scenario. We were talking like it's a 1v4 scenario. Why did that happen? Because Seal9, well, the players were being lost in the early stages, and that's like the difference that was created. Yeah.
Also, along with that, I mean, the game was over. The game was actually turned quite heavily in the favor of T2K a long time ago when the circle actually moved towards the Water City, and T2K were the only team. They were holding the northeastern edge of the city, the compounds on the outer side, and everyone else was just struggling to stay alive, either on the island in the middle or towards the open areas towards the east of the city. So it was a situation that was favoring T2K, but then again, as Blaise said, you have to make sure that if the luck is favoring you, you make it work for you as well, and T2K did that really nicely. They were being really safe in those fights. We can see that in the stats as well. I mean, Jane doing a wonderful job just making sure no kills were left untaken for the players that were coming in from the north.
Yeah, that's true. Jane was doing pretty good with his own stats, to be honest. Well, I would say Ably has been amazing. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
25 utilities used. I mean, and after that, it's Paradox's players with good utility usage. That shows that, Paradox is kind of being tactical slowly and steadily, and that is actually helping up the lads.
I mean, Paradox, they got stuck in the uncomfortable situation wherein it was them, I8, and I believe there was a third team as well on that middle. High voltage. 3 teams on that middle island, no cover at all. Hazard found an airdrop, but he had nowhere left to go because he had to move south, and the airdrop was positioned towards the northern side. So it was a really weird spot, but this is what I wanted to say. Both the teams actually did get some kills for themselves.
They did. I mean, they walked away with 7 points each for both of them, I8 as well as Paradox. On the other front, as we move on towards the top of the page altogether itself, Train to Kill is back in the swing of action. 10 kills to them, 25 points is what they walk away with, and of course the $1,000 yet again. So this Super Weekend, they've been able to walk away with $3,000 in total, and there's still 4 more games remaining.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. The way T2K, well, they have been playing, it's amazing. But this top 8 looks pretty good. I mean, I8, well, the 7 points there, they are just getting to those triple digits for themselves. DE somehow did falter, and that's where, I would want to see where the difference just overall comes on in the overall rankings, because, again, it's going to be a mess. I mean, it's a mess that we like, right? It's a chaos that we love, to be honest.
True. I mean, this was the most chaotic game of all, I would say, throughout the entire games that we've seen. This was the most chaotic Erangel, but along with that, when it comes down to those rotations coming in based on the zone that was created, Ocean, it's time for you to take us through the analysis, mate.
I mean, this is where I would say, 2-3 teams had a pretty good game for themselves. Look at C9's position. They did not have to rotate much. Look at T2K. Well, they were around the side. They did start rotating to this area. And look at DE as well. I somehow thought that this might just be DE's game that they needed. I mean, talk about I8 DE rivalry that's going on for second position. I8 had to rotate. They still had to rotate. But DE, they were in the lines of the circle. But now this zone shift, this is where, everyone thought, I mean, if at this moment, you are around the Water City area or this area, you might just get really, really good a place for you to just, sit and relax, because suppose if high voltage is coming up, if they want to rotate from here or here, like anywhere works for them, but no one would be checking Water City because it's still at the sidelines, not in the center of the circle. So everyone would be thinking that the circle would go north, but no, zone starts moving. Zone goes to that middle tiny island, and that's where, after the circle, you'll see, yeah, exactly. So many people just, in the water lines for themselves, thinking that they will have a really good area to just, sit on this island. I mean, it's still a larger area, but then the circle shifts again. And that's where it was established for T2K that they will get it. It was a purely zones game that the circle was just playing for itself, and well, T2K got the best out of it. At this moment, when the zone was on them, the players were alive, they just have it. They just had it for themselves. High voltage, whatever they tried to do, C9 was on the back side, Stalwart on one side. So every other team was in their own, mistaken positions, maybe outside the circle, maybe something like that. But T2K, well, they were just waiting for the checkered net to just, come towards them. And it just did.
Yeah, we can't call being caught off guard by circle shifts like these mistakes. This was basically the zone messing with the minds of the players, because Ocean, as he said, look at where the Water City was. It was like the extreme southeastern corner, and no one, T2K, they were lucky because they were rotating in late. They were stuck on that edge, and then the circle just keeps moving on top of them. Things just worked out quite nicely, and they were like, all right, time to secure the kills.
Oh, and they did so perfectly as well. But along with that, as we talk about the kills, as we talk about all the moments that started off, it was, of course, FS and the awesome team that started things off in the first few minutes itself, and thus bringing up the 0.94 moments.
Yeah, I mean, everything that, just began, it started around the backlines of Gatka area. That's where obviously the circle shifts were happening around that, and then everyone started moving a bit north from their rotations. I mean, Clarity, BABLU, well, they also started rotating pretty decent for themselves, but it kind of did not work out in their favor. I mean, in all these fights, it was looking like, they were slowly and steadily losing down the players, one trade for one trade. That's what was happening. Till the time Clarity BABLU survived, well, they had taken a lot of damage on their gameplay and the time that they wasted. That was the thing that just, went a bit bad for them. And this fight, oh my god, again and again. I mean, Clarity BABLU were being caught off guard.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, more than just losing out on individuals, it was about time that fight against Future Station, because then your rotation timings do tend to get a bit off, and Clarity BABLU, as we did see, they were caught out in the open by the players of ZEUS Esports. This is one fight that got way too close for comfort. I mean, those two lads from the side of Paradox were so low when they went on that last individual, but still coming out on top, securing those kills, worked out quite nicely for them.
Yeah,
Exactly,
it definitely. Yeah.
Sorry, Ocean, carry on.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, it definitely did. But then these were the fights that, when players actually got their own, like, think about it. Wives thought that they would be safe. Everyone was just, thinking that they'll be having a safer area for themselves. But then they had to cross this bridge, which is quite in the open, and you cannot cross a bridge like that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're trying to cross the bridge areas, you either have vehicles or maybe you're swimming. If you're swimming, there's just a direct crate. You don't get a second chance. And if you're in a vehicle, well, your opponents do have those spray capabilities that will take you down like easily.
Easy play being showcased for T2K right there. But along with all of that, as we move on through to the damage graph, we shall see what sort of fights for all of these teams participating in. And look at those bars. I mean, so many teams taking away so much damage in this lobby. This was just a brutal game.
I mean, these were all these crossing fights that happened, especially when, as Ocean, even in the zone analysis pointed out, you could see the number of teams that had already moved up to the northern part of the map. And when that huge of a cluster is going to move down in tandem, there's definitely going to be a lot of chaos. All those out in the open mid-rotation fights that happened did create chaos, and you can see teams capitalize on that as well. Even in the standings, you see teams with 4 points that would generally in a normal game be on the 9th or 10th position, this time dropping down to around the 12th or the 13th position. So like everyone did in fact get an opportunity to pick a few kills for themselves, even the teams that took early exits.
Exactly. With that, let's move on forth to the storyboard. The overall rankings that is going to be showcased right now, and that will give us a storyline based on will TTK. Yes, they will. They will swoop up to the first position. 3 chicken dinners for themselves, 115 points, and I8. Well, they're trying, but just a little too short.
I mean, Ocean mentioned this at the start of the day as well. 1 chicken dinner is going to change everything in the top 8.
Yep.
I mean, Johnny, +3 for T2K, they're happy, but -3 for DE. Think about it in this way, right? The team did not accumulate much more of the points, and now if I8 has to come back on the top, now they'll have to get that second in the number. Like they'll have to start that for themselves if they want to. And I would say Miramar has been looking pretty decent. If you remember yesterday as well, Uzum was the last one surviving. Everyone was taking part. So I8, well, they can get the second game for themselves, but they'll have to play it a bit safely as well. I mean, they would not want to lose this game, because then again, teams behind them, well, they would want to climb up. But A1 Esports, Future Station, still just in the ups and downs.
Exactly. I mean, there have been a lot of ups and downs, as you mentioned. A1 Esports still struggling, but on the other side, though, I have to say, I mean, Paradox, this game was a little bit on the aggressive side for them, but again, as I mentioned, it was those fights that happened. I do expect them to do a little bit better on Miramar as well, because as I said on day one, these off maps are the maps that teams like Paradox, Future Station, A1 Esports, teams that are struggling throughout the day will look to capitalize on. So this is going to be one of those opportunities where maybe we can see them bounce back, and since the difference is not that much, maybe they can take over S9 Esports and be on the 11th again.
That is very much possible as well. On the first pages, also talking about the storyline altogether, it's still very volatile. Yes, the first position T2K is on 115, second position for I8 is on 104, but from that, as you move on forth, there's only a 6-point difference from the third position holders all the way down to 8th. 6 points. I mean, so as so perfectly mentioned by you guys, one game and there's going to be so many changes on that first page as well as the second page the entire day. I'm just hoping the chaos just keeps on getting brighter and brighter based on these sort of zones that were created in the first game. But moving on forth, we are now going to be looking at Miramar. That's coming right up. And talking about the map, let's have a look at the map chance.
Oh, well, talking about a map of Miramar, right? Yeah, that's where we see. Actually, this is where, I would say every other team is doing good for them, but Wizzes with vibes. I mean, if they're in the map chance, if they are in the top 5 in the match, in the map chance, this should be their map. This should be a map that just, gets them to a really good position. No doubt they are struggling right now, but they'll have to step up. This is the time. I mean, it's the final day of the first Super Weekend. I get it. After this one, again, it's going to be league days and Super Weekends, but those $1,000, the bragging right, that matters.
Ocean, I hope this is not another spoiler.
No, I'm going to pick a different team, though.
Okay. You can't do that. What is a switcheroo?
The dude goes with the numbers. The dude goes with the numbers, and that is absolutely fair.
I'm pretty sure Ocean has a piece of paper and a pen, and he's now doing his calculations to see which team has the highest probability of getting.
Or the other way to look at it, he's doing his voodoo stuff right there. Dude,
maybe.
Surprisingly.
See, I know him. I've been with this lad for over a year. Yeah,
that's exactly always the case. That's always the case. With that, it is time to get busy with the second game. And again, when it comes down to any final predictions, are you guys going to be expecting any teams? No? Nothing? Alright, never mind. We're going to jump directly into the game itself. Enough of our banter. Let's move on to the casters, who once again are going to be XP and Blay to take you through the second game of the day.
Thank you for that, Blotter. I feel like why Ocean's not predicting right now XP is because if he was doing this a couple of 100 years back 300 years back in a small little town of Salem in Massachusetts in the US, he'd probably be burned. He would have been burnt at the stake. The guy is either he's a wizard. He's a wizard.
I always thought he was a little witch. I mean, I don't know if I would call him a wizard, but yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, of course. Well, he did pick the winning horse, so I mean, you can't do it again.
I'm gonna go to the horse race with him.
Right?
Yeah. Well, we can split it. Ocean. You want to join it?
Good idea. I'm in. I mean, I did just say he backed the right horse, so technically 50% is mine. But anyway, all jokes aside, it is going to be game number 2 in Miramar, and of course, the chickens didn't pick a team. Are we going to do something like that? Are you going to pick someone?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with ZEUS. Miramar? They can't play Miramar. They're pretty solid on it, and I feel like the more they don't get that top placing, the higher the chances get of eventually finally having that one game where they just drop like 35 points or something ridiculous. So yeah, I'm gonna go with ZEUS. Who are you going with? DRS maybe? No?
If it's going to be open warfare, I don't know why I have an inkling towards IA, but if it tends to say head towards Los Leones, I don't know. I think I'm going to stick to IA. That's what I'm going to stick to. I think they might just get the job done, keeping in mind that the majority of the fighting is going to take place out in the wilderness. But of course, that is going to be dictated by the circle that is going to form. And any preferences over here, Blake?
Circle-wise? Listen, man, the zone's always screwed me over. It screwed us over. I want to take a look at the plane path first before I make a prediction. But I would like to see something a little bit more wild. Okay, fine. All right, cool. I'll call it. I want it to be towards Los Egos. I want it to be the Prison Island.
Cool.
Yeah?
That's nice.
What's yours?
Hey, I wasn't part of it. It was just the spotlight on you. I'll wait for the playing path and actually make a informed decision then. But of course, the game is going to be underway shortly. Now, let's just quickly recap last game. We did see a bit of kerfuffle, or rather,
it was a weird game. It was a strange game.
It was a good game. However, the circle was actually the MVP over there. The way it just completely kept throwing curveballs, and everybody had to change their gameplays. Now, IA, let me just bring one thing in context over here. Now, the way, if you remember, they plunged all 4 vehicles in the water.
Yeah.
At that given time, it was a good decision because, it was pretty much center of the circle. But again, you got to be anticipating.
It shifted further south, yeah.
There you go, what it's going to do next. So, they put all their cards on the table, and they really didn't have anything else up their sleeves. If they do kind of negate that this time around, they do have a chance. But again, the way T2K played, I was going over the comment section, something which is not advised, but it is fun. Man. It's fun once in a while. But I did read something like, the zone favored X team or Y team. The zone is going to favor a lot of teams in the game, and it also depends upon how you anticipate what the zone's going to do and what you make out of that situation.
It's the, I mean, just sorry to cut you off, but it's a classic case of the grapes are sour, for those of you who don't know that old fable. It's about, there's a fox, and he sees a bunch of grapes, and he's trying to jump for the grapes and trying to eat the grapes, but he can't reach them because it's too high up. So what does he say? He's like, the grapes are sour, it's not good enough. It's kind of like that, Stop. I mean, look, I'm not going to tell how people want to watch the game. You can favor your own team, you can support your own team, you can have your favorites, and you can be like, I don't like that team, that's totally fine. But you can't take away the win from them. The circle favors them. Sometimes, guess what? The circle has screwed T2K over multiple times as well. And when it does favor them, and I've seen teams, XP, and you've seen this as well, where teams, they have the zone, and they kind of crap the bed. They screw it up, and they lose the game. Even though the zone was favoring them, maybe they didn't hold the right angles, maybe they weren't as aggressive enough, whatever the case it is. But T2K, the moment we saw the circle, we saw the way they were spread out, they made sure, fine, luck is slightly favoring us right now, and we're going to guarantee ourselves a win. You cannot take that away from them. If you do that, well, I'm sorry, then you're kind of being unfair.
Yeah. I mean, it is a team game, right? You do have 4 members to a squad, and right at the end, if you just quickly have a look at what was happening there, which was, of course, covered by the analyst desk. I mean, the way Sandesh kept sealed, thanks to the high caliber rifles he was using, it is as soon as you get knocked out by a sniper, it kind of creates a little bit of panic in the enemy camp because it's like, all right, one shot took me down. Imagine if they have an automatic rifle trained at us, what would happen then? But again, at that moment, T2K, they had a division of labor, so to speak, because a couple of the members were focused on C9, while a couple of the members made sure Stalwart Esports, who were going to be, like I did mention, were the actual threat. They kept them at bay. In fact, they took out Pika early on, then Top tried to go in, and of course, he just got blown to smithereens. But again, valiant job done over there at the end by T2K. Now, what I want to see is, I want to see something different in Miramar. Again, Are you going to expect action at the beginning, or do you think it's going to be a slow state of affairs?
I don't know. Again, I really believe it depends on the zone. I'm hearing word from producer that they had to rehost the lobby a couple of times, so hopefully that should be sorted out very quickly. But yeah, it does completely depend on the playing path. I feel we've seen ones where we saw that circle, for example, which went up north, that kind of led to a lot of fights taking place. But if the zone does have Los Leones in it, it's going to be a slow game.
I mean, everyone's, pretty much behind fortified walls at different levels. That's what I like. So, you have a lot of angles breaking out at Los Leones. And again, in proper Miramar fashion, the action is going to break out, when the vehicles start moving. And, looks like the vehicles are going to move in a few minutes. But before that, we want to make sure that everything is tickety-boo. So why don't you go and get yourself a quick drink, because we're taking a little break, but we'll be back after this.
Hello guys, मेरो नाम साइलो. I'm from team DEADEYES. My role is assaulter. 3 चोटि हामीले PMPL खेलिसक्यौं अनि त्यो आफैमा एउटा ठुलो कुरा हो. यो पालि नै हामी क्वालिफाई भएको छौं, तर 3 चोटि हामीले जित्न सकेनौं किनभने धेरै मिस्टेक भएको थियो, केही कारणवशहरु पनि थियो अरूहरु. तर यो पालि we won't give any excuse. This is our PMPL. We'll give our best this time. Keep believing in us, keep supporting us, and हामीलाई सपोर्ट गर्न हेर्दिन PUBG Mobile को अफिसियल च्यानलमा आइदिनु होला. Thank you.
Hello guys, my name is Pika and I play the role of Indian leader for team Stalwart Esports. It's been a long journey till PMPL, and this season we're back with more grind, more dedication and more focus. Qualifying for PMPL means that you have already going through a lot of top class competition and will only rise from here. We know the teams in the tournament are as good as every other teams. That's why they're here. But my team wants to stand apart and break all limits. And this time, the competition is with ourselves. We want to perform better than we did in the past. This is where we break all limits and win the title. I hope your fans will be with us all throughout our journey and support us with all their heart. Watch our matches live on Pubgmobile official broadcast channels. Thank you guys.
All right, we're back again, XP. It looks like we are not going to be wasting any more time. We're going to be jumping straight into the second map here, the final day of the first Super Weekend. It is Super Sunday. I don't know what that means, but it is going to be a fun Sunday nonetheless. It is going to be everyone in the server as well. We're not going to be wasting any more time. 12th game, 12th match, 12th map of the Super Weekend. And the playing path going to be very similar to a couple we've seen already. It's going to be diagonally cutting the map in half, starting from Puerto Paraíso all the way to La Cobreria. We spoke about a zone earlier, XP. I'm going with, I want something at Chumacera, like Minas del Valle, Valle del Mar, somewhere around there,
Yeah, I think it's going to be the polar opposite this time. I don't know why I feel the graveyard is going to be in the center again. Torre Ahumada might be in the circle. Well, we're going to have to wait and find out, as everyone is going to be dropping down to the ground at terminal velocity. They're going to have to open the chutes. And then I wonder if someone's going to get caught out. And, well, I guess you do have Chumacera in the circle, but it isn't as far down as you wanted it. So let's just take a draw over here. I think that's the best course of action.
Yeah,
of course.
like, you don't win, I don't win. It's like tough.
It's
tough
all
enough.
good.
We'll take
as
it.
long as you don't win, I'm happy about that.
BRS really like dropping into the Oasis, don't they? Nima especially.
Oh, yeah. Again. I think he didn't confirm it last time, whether it's reality or fiction. But if you have a look at the other teams, everyone is going to be comfortable. A couple of changes here and there. High voltage, as usual, are going to be dropping down towards Puerto Paraíso. Now, I-8, if you remember, usually split up in that location. This time, however, they're going to keep all 4 members in Impala. And judging by the circle, it's not a bad decision, Blake.
That is not a bad decision. And you did question if this is going to be an early, if it's going to be early fights breaking out, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, right? You look at the plane path, the zone. If you try and overlay the plane path we had, it is literally going to be what do you call a line cutting across a circle through the center? Wait, let me try to remember. It's not a radius. Radial line
cutting through the center. Wouldn't it be the diameter if it's going through the center, touching each end?
A diameter is the length of that thing,
Twice
right?
the radius, yeah. All right, maths class is over here, ladies and gentlemen.
But I'm trying to find. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is if you place the plane path on the circle, it would cut the circle exactly in half into a semicircle. So everyone's kind of comfortable here. There is, however, a cluster of teams down south, and what does kind of make me question, what makes me a little curious is BABLU dropping down south in that particular position, because I remember them liking dropping towards Minas del Valle, towards the southwest most of the times. They like dropping on the extremities of the map like DRS do on Miramar, and this time instead they're looking for action. Speaking of action, I might be wrong, XP. We might be seeing Seal 9 going up against BABLU.
All I can think about right now is someone in the comment section just getting ready to ridicule us for not knowing our tangents. So I guess...
tangent! No, that's not a tangent. No, tangent
it's not. It isn't.
Tangent goes away, yes.
I said that on purpose. But again, coming back to the game, Seal 9 is going to be taking the fight to BABLU. Now, it is going to be 1 man each from the squad. Danny is going to have some...
It is a diameter.
I'm
sorry.
it
is a diameter.
He's like, what's your radius? Is it a radius? I mean, a line... From the midpoint, touching both ends of the circle.
So the distance between the center and the edge of the circle is also called the radius, and the
diameter
distance
is 2 times the radius.
Yeah, but I didn't know the line is also called that. Like I knew the distance, the gap was that. Anyway, that's also why I failed math.
Few years since
that's also why I failed math.
There you go. That's why we're talking for a living, Blake.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway. Like, don't get me to do anything important in life. I would probably fail at it. So would you, XP. So would you. Anyway,
hey, I got it right. I mean, I am not associated with this gentleman except while casting. I'm just kidding. Anyway, coming back to the gameplay, let's quickly turn the topic around before, you and I are going to have to look for other jobs. But it does look like BABLU are making a move down south. And correct me if I'm wrong, but are they heading outside the circle?
They are. That's what I was talking about. Like, they like dropping towards Minas del Valle or towards Valle del Mar, west of Chumacera. I've noticed that on that western highway. And the fact that it dropped right where Seal 9 were did surprise me a little bit. But the fact that it's driving so far away outside of the zone does raise a few questions for me. personally, because the rest of the other teams, RAW, DRS, Seal, they are already making their way inside, and I don't think BABLU really had time to loot up. The fact that they're going to be going all the way down south.
Oh, they're going to come up towards Landrier. That's what the objective is going to be. Yeah, because what they're going to do is, look, Seal 9 were their first contact, right? And Seal 9 know that they were towards the southeast of their current position. Now, they have kind of seen them back off. What I think BABLU is going to try and do is, if they want to take the fight to Seal 9, they're going to hit them from a different angle. Now, of course, the land, the terrain just south of Landrier is a little higher up as compared to the city of Chumasero. So, you know, they could be shooting down. Also, since they really haven't, looted up, they're not kitted out to the gills, they might want to go do that at Landrier. So again, if you have a look, they are splitting up, which means Zibyan might actually have alighted from his vehicle to loot a few of the compounds along the way.
Indeed. This could get pretty interesting as to how things play out, but apart from looting, I don't expect to see anything too crazy taking place. This team, though, on his screen, right, ZEUS and DRS, like, these were the top dogs in previous seasons, XP, and the fact that they're not even the top 8 at the final day of first Super Weekend does surprise me a bit. Although they're not trailing by much, right? They have Cruda's points, Seal delivering. They're much more better than how they were in the second and third Super Weekends in the previous season. And there we go. So 80.74. It's not too shabby, considering they just need like 20 points maybe, and they'll already crack the top 5. But it is a little jarring to see them in the bottom half. Wizzes with vibes, though. Man, like, what a start they had during the group stage, XP. We were all kind of caught off guard, but they have kind of fallen off a little bit. And the first and the top half, though, it does make me happy to see I8, BABLU, and T2K. They're in the top 3. We've seen them around for such a long time, XP, and it looks like this time they're going to be a little lucky. Who's not going to be lucky is Suyog, and he might be down for the count. He just dropped out of the vehicle in a very unfortunate position, and it is going to be ruled with that mini 14 who's going to finish off the job. Jane, did he spot him? No, did he? I think he did. I think he saw a bit of a... Yeah, the smoke. The smoke's a dead giveaway.
Well, and if you see some smoke, chances are you are going to shoot at it. And that was actually pretty nice, because it was initially thrown not just as bait, but also to conceal the vehicle, right? Because you don't want to lose your vehicle in such a position when you have to basically run down. That could be problematic. Now, but he did use it as bait. That was beautiful, because, you and I would normally look at a plume of smoke in the distance and put a few shots in, hoping that you get those hit markers, and that's exactly what he anticipated, almost getting the knock. But now, again, this is a little optimistic from Malik with that UMP red dot trying to get a target at such distance. But it does look like they're just trying to ascertain the position of the enemies. And T2K, again, I love the fact that they are playing aggressive. Have a look at this Legend. If you have a look at the minimap play, his teammates are spread out. Now, they are going to have their crosses pretty much aimed down south. But the question is, are they going to make a move? Because as of right now, they do not need to.
Don't need to. You really don't have to. T2K, though, losing the player early on will be a bit of a sting. Wizzes with vibes, spread out. They have complete control of that junkyard area. And we did take their name. Sorry, the graveyard area. And we did take their name, XP. And hopefully they do manage to kind of reverse their fortunes. Zone's going to be shrinking. And this is where I'm going to be very excited about. Where is it going to be heading through? Oh, come on! Again, what is it with Los Leones? Like, look, I get it, XP. Like, it's the biggest town. It's a massive town, right? So the odds are, sure, most of the zones will be, if not centered on it, at least cutting across it. But the amount of times we've seen it coming on Los Leones, it gets a bit boring. And all right, how deep are we going inside here? Go on, go on deeper. They challenge you. Go inside.
Through a 6x. that was a good shot, though. But of course, we are going to focus over here. And Sandesh is going to pick up that Mark 14. Now, I'm pretty sure he was hoping that it's going to be a bolt action, as we have seen he's really proficient with that weapon. But that is the devil's weapon indeed. It can be used at long range and at close combat as well. So it's a versatile weapon in his hands. The question is he going to be able to use it? Now, have a look at this. We have a mass migration happening right towards the center. Keep in mind, the areas around La Bandita are going to be hotly contested because, A, they have high mountains on either side. And, since you have that massive crater, you can have cover from both ends if you are on top of a ridge. But Jiggles over here, jiggling around in his vehicle, not the best vehicle for this terrain. He does take some damage. lucky that he didn't crush his head while spinning.
Yeah, especially I don't think these guys even have seatbelts on, which is always risky. Kids, always wear your seatbelts. That saved my my noggin a few times. Vibes though, they have all gathered together. XP, they're on the little compound. You did say there's going to be a mad dash for La Bendita and Los Leones, but there's so much of free real estate around that even if a team does suddenly realize that there is another team ahead of them, or like lying in wait, you can easily take a U-turn or just take a side turn and maybe make it work for you. But unfortunately for G1, that is not going to be the case. What was that from Blade? A random flick of the thumb, and Parakeet's also going to be knocked down to his knees. And I8 Blade, my oh my, looking very dangerous early on. Is he going to be going in for the hunt? They are. I8, they want us kills.
I like the fact that he is going to be going towards higher ground again. I like, they're playing smart, Blade. They're playing smart. They're not going to take enough chances. Now, Blade, if you have a look, is going to be exposed on his right, but as long as he gets that kill, he is going to be a happy man. Now, the Wakeler is going to go boom. Parakeet is going to be blown up along with it, which means, well, I8 have quickly amassed 2 kills to their names, and it looks like Uzum was taken down from high voltage elsewhere. Let's just quickly have a look at this. One knock over here. He does know that there's an enemy in the distance. He did get a few shots on him, and have a look at that. Parakeet was already under fire. He was already under fire. Now, I want to find out whether it was Blade. Oh, it was not Blade, indeed. I do believe it was Uzum who got the knock, because Blade just has 1 kill to his name.
Okay, but Blade
It looked good, though.
Yeah, it looked really good. I really thought he landed the flick there. That was some cool stuff.
Oh, it was on target.
MG3, the light machine gun, aka the LMG. A classic weapon coming into heavy use late in World War One, where it completely changed. No, it did come into World War One as well, right at the end. It was kind of like the automated, the belt-fed, not really a Gatling gun. It was called just the machine gun at that point in time. But yeah, in obviously in World War II, it did come into heavy use. Not this particular model, obviously.
The MG42 was a big one at that time.
Indeed, the MG family of weapons. It's fascinating how human progress
have the capabilities to. Yep.
No, it's kind of crazy. Like I was reading this about how human civilization has big spurts in industrial progress, especially during war. Like, think about it. The world wars gave us like crazy amount of progress, like nuclear energy. Of course, it came off the fact that it did lead to a lot of death and destruction. But eventually, the technology that's developed in that time did really push human civilization ahead.
Well, absolutely, but it's also a lot to do with conquest, because what preceded the World War was the Industrial Revolution, and that's when, technology was just booming. So again, it's all about conquest and exploration, but right now, the map is pretty much explored, and, well, one team is vying to conquer all the others, as all the action is going to be breaking down around La Bendita. Again, I like the fact that all teams are still alive, as Mafia Ninja is going to take down Pika at distance. Now, this is what I was talking about. We have a lot of high ground over here, and the fact that, La Bendita, the craters, they can give you cover on 2 sides. That is something that is going to be used as DRS are moving on Stalwart's position. It's going to be a 2-on-3 situation.
DRS, okay. Taking the fight XP, something which they have avoided, early fight that too, something which they have avoided for quite a while, at least during the Super Weekend. And maybe this is the moment where things will change for the side of DRS. But the team that are going to be going up against are no minnows. It's going to be Stalwart Esports, Action, Apex, and Top, lying in wait, daring DRS to poke their heads over that ridge. Unless they deploy a few smokes, I don't think it's really worth the fight. Meanwhile, BABLU is going to lose a player early on to entry, and who will, with a hop and a skip, is going to get back to safety.
It was a good decision on Stalwart actually to give away that little piece of real estate right in front of us, as, like you did mention, they're going to wait for them just to pop over the ridge over there, and since they have a lot of cover, it is going to be played to their advantage. Now, I am going to expect them to have a lot of angles. Apex is going to keep the right flank secure. Action, of course, is going to be right there down the middle, but I do believe Top 2A could be. There you have it. He is going to make sure the left flank is secure at distance. Again, I love the way that Stalwart are baiting them to come in, but DRS are keeping that trigger discipline as well. However, keep an eye on this. They are at the edge of the circle, which isn't really a problem, because they have the blue zone to their back, but this is what I was expecting. They're going to come out, and the way the angles have been set up, it's going to be problematic, as Gyalzen is brought down to his knees. I like how Seal's
Oh,
keeping an eye out.
oh,
from
that
distance.
nade! That nade XP. It's look at the trajectory. Look at how far actually is tossing it a little too deep. But if he cooks it perfectly, that's a confirmed kill and another knock. But somehow the rest comes in the nick of time, and Gyalzen's immediately gonna scramble downhill where he's gonna patch himself up. And as you pointed out, with the zone moving in, DRS realize this is a battle they don't really want to stick around for, considering it's going to be against Stalwart, number one, and number two, they have a much more better fortified place to take this fight from. So really not worth the battle. So they're going to be yeeting their way out of there, trying to make their entry from the northern side of the play zone. The question is, or rather, the fear for me is the fact that DRS could be just driving from the frying pan into the proverbial fire, because there are a couple of teams lying in wait there.
Well, one of those teams are going to be Deadeye's guys, but again, we're going to have to wait and see what unfolds over there. Right now, Seal9's Monkey with that SKS, trying to lay down some shots at range, keeping the enemy at bay, while Killer is going to be hot on the trails of Jane. He does see the enemy go around. A few shots have been fired, but the question is, are they going to connect? No, they're not, as Jane is going to make it a safe week elsewhere. Have a look at this. Joker getting a double knock and a finish on the members of Clarity. I was going to bring this up. You know, we did see BABLU bob and weave their way out of the blue zone as well, you know, trying to make it a safety. But right now, Blay, they are down to one lost man, and that man is 420. Question is, can he do the unthinkable, while Raw are getting ready for a fight with Deadeye's guys, as Shifu's vehicle is going to be blown to smithereens.
Ooh, okay, Hazard in the meantime, what is this? There are a lot of members. Hazard has to battle it out, but it's going to find one. A little bit of a lag there, unfortunately, but we will be seeing Hazard getting taken down very early. And he did get knocked and then taken down, XB, meaning that his teammate is still alive. So I do wonder what really took place there, because he just went in alone against a team of 4. So a bit too foolhardy. Maybe he thought it was just one player over there. We'll never know unless we probably have a quick chat with him. But we can talk about that later on. Maybe our analyst can probably break this down. This nade, he's cooking it. Oh, and it is Kobe. Oh, beautiful. That is perfection from the side of blah, blah, blah.
That fragmentation grenade just flew up inches from Frag's face, and right now Aussie is going to take the fight to I8. Crypto is going to get taken down in the smoke, getting sure that the hit markers do the job. Now his teammate Extreme is going to be on the ground as well. He is going to go in for the right. That is the right call, while Aussie is going to be running around. His teammate Cloud comes under heavy fire, and now in a cloud of smoke, he is going to get picked up. Now I8 is going to be relentless in their pressure. They are going to try and get a little bit of... Wait a second. They just got him. Is that it? Do we have the first team to be eliminated?
That's it. That is brutal. In a span of a blink of an eye, just completely wiped out. As you know, watch DRS. And DRS, they're hearing all this commotion, and look at them, like a bunch of lemmings. Oh, and they're just going to be rattling off bullets. It's even a gun over there, rattling off without even an owner. And Deadeye's guys, XP, they're a bit pinned down. And an unlikely ally in the form of RAW. Obviously, RAW don't know that they're helping our Deadeye's guys over here, but them kind of diverting the attention a little bit for DRS is going to help our Deadeye's guys, but on top needs to leg it because he's getting shot at from the distance as well, and I do believe he's managed to find himself a semblance of safety. Let's take a look at the zone, and it is going to be on the LA of La.
Well, La Bandita is going to have some action, but Future Station are going to be one of the teams with the only compounds under their control. We are going to shift to DE Shifu, sir. Now, the fact is, Deadeye's guys are going to be split in twos, and they are going to be bombarded from all angles. Raw at one end, and of course, DRS at the other. Nemo with the grenade does get raided, sir, down onto his knees, which means Shifu's work is cut out. It could be short-lived because the grenade is going to go off in front of his face as well, bringing him down, which means now Deadeye's guys are going to be survived by Frag and On Top, who are quite some distance away, and well, all they can do is helplessly acknowledge the fact that they've been reduced to a two-man squad.
Two-man squad. Definitely not going to be helping the chances here, XP. But still, there's always the opportunity. You can always bide your time, wait it out, wait for your opponents to knock each other out, and just try and play for the placement points, and maybe sometimes be, as you like to call it, an opportunistic parasite, and just jump on in when the timing is right. Delta X, however, meanwhile, getting a knock onto a member of Stalwart Esports. So a lot of these teams are suffering a little bit of casualties, but no full team wipes yet. And most of them are not confirmed kills, right? Just knocks. No one really going down and being out for the count yet. However, as I see that, I did spot out a member of ZEUS who's down, but is very far away from his teammates. So ZEUS are going to be very quickly down to a 3-man squad. That is going to be icy. Yeah, he's in a very rough spot, XP, and I don't think it's worth ZEUS going for the res here.
Tough spot indeed. And again, it's like a domino effect because, you know, if you knock someone out, your gunfire is going to give your position away. Someone's going to knock you out. But now Stalwart Esports, oh boy, they are in trouble. Now, add that fire over there. It's just making it a little bit more picturesque, as I do believe they're going to be survived by one member. Again, the member down below is knocked out. Action is going to be the last man standing for that team. Well, rather crawling for the team as he now makes his move as Nima comes into fire from Rules, from goodbye. Now DRS Mafia Ninja's position could be instrumental as he's not aware that someone is close by, but now from distance, Action, not one step far away from Action, gets the knock even though he's the last man standing. Again, every single kill point is going to count. He is going to do a little bit of Superman punch, whips out his weapon, goes up against Mafia Ninja, and puts DRS 6 feet under.
The lone man standing for the side of Stalwart, and he finds 2 kills. I'm a little surprised Mafia Ninja was not aware. Like, he should have heard the gunshots, right? He was like, oh, wait, he's getting shot at from right next to me. And instead, I guess he just got a little tunnel vision there. Meanwhile, ZEUS, they're in a rough spot. They're pinned down. They're the meat in this meat sandwich, and they're getting sandwiched between a rock and a very hard place. Rock's name is Seal, but hold on, hold on to the thought, because ZEUS are replying back. Those nades are dealing so much of damage and exchanging blows.
Done!
But ZEUS
You're outta here!
are gonna annihilate Seal. They look like they were done for. It looked like they were pinned down and they were going to be wiped out, but ZEUS able to dismantle them. But oh no, here they come, the hyenas, looking to pick off the remaining members of ZEUS. One player was left standing there, and it is going to be Vibes coming in and wiping the floor with ZEUS Esports. But at least XP, they take out Seal, and they're going to be happy with that.
They took them out in style indeed. Of course, there's grenades going off everywhere. It did kind of seem like Seal would have had to contend with the ones who took out ZEUS right now in the form of Vibes, if I'm not wrong. However, it did not go that way. Now, Raw are going to come under fire from the other end. Again, have a look at the circle. Everyone is at the edge because right in the center, you have the summit. This is the best King of the Hill situation you could have asked for, as T2K are finally going to have to move just a little bit away from the position because, mind you, Future Station, again, have the only compound in the circle, but it does look like they are going to come under fire from 2 ends. Right now, A1 Esports in a little bit of smoke of their own for cover. It is going to dissipate soon, and they are going to have to make a decision. C-Wine with some optimistic grenades here.
Sometimes you have to be optimistic in life, XP. That's one thing I've learned. And yeah, and if you have to be optimistic with your nades, so be it. Blah 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 has been spotted out by C-Wine. Now, I don't think blah 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 spotted him, and that's a lot of information being gleaned here by C-Wine, the third person angle working to his advantage. But if he's not careful,
there you go.
There we go. He gets spotted out by Wizzes with Vibes, who are playing on the periphery. Now, the battle of this compound, I don't know if it's worth it because of how big the compound is, XP. Even if you hold on to it, you can get besieged from multiple sides by multiple teams.
You know, that has been one of the game plans or the game styles rather in Miramar, because you don't have to do a lot of work if you hold a compound. You know, you want to make sure the others rush up against your walls and, you know, pretty much break themselves down. Now, the only thing is the circle is going to make a shift. If it sticks on towards Future Station, they just need to hunker down and let everyone else kill each other. But if it does move a bit to the north, well, this compound is going to be the least of their worries. Of course, Raw do look like in a good position because they could potentially gatekeep Future Station as they move further. But again, everyone's on the periphery. No one's going to be right in the center of no man's land. And very soon, we're going to find out what's going to happen. And there you have it. We still have a little bit of the circle covering the compound, which means Future Station, like we just kind of predicted, all they need to do is gatekeep the devils themselves.
Gatekeep the devils. Well, let's see.
Ruthless, aggressive warriors. I love the name, though.
Yeah, it's raw in it. Well, yeah, this battle, it is definitely heating up, and eventually one of them will have to blink. But I gotta say that whoever comes out on top here, if they can manage to have some control, exchange of nades, Joker. Both of them going to be dodging each other's nades. But here comes the push. Joker just running straight on into trades. Good. Back and forth. Joker down. So which clutch Baba. Blah, blah, blah. Pushing in. Taking a fight with Entry. C-Wind though. The rest need to come in here. Entry needs to be the turret. He needs to be the savior for his team. While the res does take place. Meanwhile, his players are bleeding out into the open. Vishal going to be pushing in. He's got the Tommy up close. The rate of fire, it could deal quite a bit of damage. He spots a player out, but he will still be looking to get that knock, and he will indeed. But the trade, it doesn't take place. Vishal, a 1 versus 2. He is the last man standing for his team, and he's going up against Magnet, and Magnet needs to make a bit of haste before Vishal heals himself, and he will heal himself right in the nick of time now. The Tommy going to be coming out again. What does he do? What does Magnet do? Does he go for the res? He's going to go for it. He's going to stick it. He's going to stick it. Vishal finishing off the job, getting another kill. No, the rest doesn't take place now. He's too afraid. Vishal with a couple of taps, keeping Magnet paranoid. And Magnet, he needs to make up his mind. What does he do? And Vishal's aware of where he is. The information has been conveyed. And Magnet somehow goes prone in the very last second. He gets the kill. But he's running out of time XP. In amongst all the commotion, the other teams are going to be coming into the position. So he needs to deploy the smokes. And the res is going to be coming on in. But they're now down to a 2-man squad.
I mean, talk about hanging on by a thread. That is exactly what happened. He was down to 0.01 HP, but he's going to make sure he lives. And now his teammate is going to be back on his feet again. I do understand that, it does give the teams a little bit of chance to maneuver around, but have a look at that. They've got that corner of the compound still under their control, as DEADEYES guys are going to find themselves at the receiving end of A1's wrap. And now one man is going to be standing on top, is going to be wiped out, which means it's a 4-on-2 situation. And now they should have an idea where the opposition is, especially because of the smoke. Expect a few grenades to be lobbed as C-Wind is found out. And well, Magnet is about an effort play, but he's now in a 1-on-4 situation.
He's got... Oh, he doesn't have cover either. It's a trio. Look at them flanking around as well. These days, unnumbered XP. And Magnet, he's been fantastic. He's also the zone Magnet at times, but right now he's a Magnet to A1, and they're going to be immediately coming onto his position. He tries to delay the inevitable, but A1 Esports, it's been a bit of a quiet weekend for them, but they do deliver in style here on the second map of the day, of the final day of the first Super Weekend on Miramar. A well-deserved chicken dinner. Not too much of a high-fragging affair, just 7 kills, but 1,500 points of damage is still something you cannot scoff at, XP.
I mean, they were hunting teams in this game. They were far away from the drop spot. They were on the move early on, and the well-deserved chicken dinner is going to go to their name. Again, we've kind of seen this in the past that, if you... I mean, obviously numbers do speak for themselves, but if you have all 4 members alive till the end, your chances of winning are a lot higher. But a valiant effort coming in from Future Station as well, holding down the fort until the last man, forget the last man, until the last sliver of HP. But A1 Esports, man, they've been on the game in this game, and they kind of made it look easy. It kind of felt like, they weren't in any precarious positions, but that is just how they designed it to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if you don't have to take a fight, why should you, right? And you just keep all the members alive. When they took the fights they had to, they won it. They were able to get those kills, to get those free kills. But an interesting map of Miramar, where we had multiple mini fights breaking out throughout the entire map, throughout the entire game. It wasn't a slow start as we all feared it would be. But coming up next, of course, is going to be Erangel, which I believe should be even more of a banger. So we're not going to be wasting much time. So all of you at home, you can probably grab something to eat, maybe something to drink, which is what I'm going to be doing. You can grab something to eat as well, Ungud. And we're going to be going to a quick break, after which we, of course, have the desk to break everything down.
Hello and welcome to the final day of the first ever Super Weekend right here at PMPL Season 4. A big thanks to our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro for making this all happen. With that, we're back. Second game done. And that was an interesting one. We had been missing A1 Esports from the action. And here they are, taking an easy chicken dinner for themselves.
I mean, A1 Esports definitely is back in the action, but still, there are questions. Like, is it a bit too late? I get it, there are still Super Weekends left. But for this one, like for the performance that they have been delivering, we know that they could have delivered it a bit early, though.
Yeah,
true. Very well said indeed. With that, let's move on and have a look at the top players coming in from this game, where we shall see a lot of different names, I believe, because there were so many individual fights that were taking place throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. There were so many individuals that put up wonderful performances for their teams, and it was because of those performances that we will see the teams picking up crucial points in this match. Sitting on the first position, we have Zone Magnet from Future Station, the man who clutched out on a pixel of HP in that 1v1. That was so intense right there, going against Bishal. But on the second, we have Action. Again, a man, last surviving player for Stalwart Esports, goes on to pick up those 2 kills, taking out the players of I8 and also the RS.
Well, I mean, that was an incredible fight. And then we have Fraxer as well. Joker and Blade just coming up pretty good with their own stats. But I would say, I would want to see the skirmishes that actually happened. That is A1 Esports and Future Station 1952, the head-to-head of the top 2 teams in this match. And look at this, right? You understand how struggling that fight against Raw was for Future Station when you see the damage received and damage dealt. 2-3-9-5, 2-2-1. It's so close.
True. Well, that fight against Raw was very close as well.
Yeah.
So
1 H, like not even an HP or something.
I mean, Bishal was in his. Sorry, Johnny.
No, I was just gonna make a joke about him being on half. No, as Ocean said, 1 HP. I was gonna say 0.5 HP. That's.
He did not have any H. Like his HP was only H. There was no P. Like half. Like
you get what we are trying to say, right?
Yeah, Blotter, you get it, right?
Yeah, definitely, dudes. We definitely do get it. I'm sure the entire chat does as well. As you move on forth to the match summary coming in, we do have Blade from I8 getting himself the high horse and sitting on the highest kill number with 4 to him. And of course, his team is going to be very happy for the same. Along with that, as we move on forth. Now, this is where once again we go back to the conversation about Stalwart as well, because Stalwart has been performing a very aggressive game, but sadly things are just not going in their favor.
Yeah, I mean that's true. But for this particular game, A1 Esports, they got a really good game. But look at this, right? It's not a double-digit kill game. That means every team was actually just having decent number of kills for them. So look at the distribution of kill: 7, 6, 5, 8, 6, 6, 6. All right, but look at the distribution of kills, right? It's so even overall. That means that every team actually got a chance to fight, and this is where I would say the discussion of this game is not about rotations, but about the fights that were like there were no out of the box rotations in this Miramar, but there were so many fights amongst the teams that it was just an even Stevens game for a lot of teams.
Indeed, I mean, talking about rotations, I do want to actually mention on just that one team right there, BABLU. Right? I mean, Clarity Esports, we saw them make that rotation, and had it worked out, then it would have been a perfect thing to talk about. But sadly,
see, I'm telling you, it was not like a lot twist. Like they tried to make it a mind twisting rotation, but again, it was an even Stevens fight game. So we it was more about the fight focus part, right, Johnny?
I mean, as you said, I mean, this was not about the rotations, but about the late game fights. If you survive the early stages, because getting to La Benedita, there's not enough cover to actually move around in that position. So you were forced to be a part of those actions, and because of that is the reason why we see the kills being distributed the way they are. Teams were forced to be extra careful in those fights. We saw ZEUS also being caught off guard in an uncomfortable position, but they also did walk away with a few kills from there. So it was overall a pretty decent game out of everyone, specifically the top 8 teams.
Definitely. I mean, that nade coming in from ZEUS to take down Steve was just fantabulous. And with that, let's move on to the zone analysis taken care of by Ocean.
I mean, this is where, I'll talk about how zone favored. Just keep it here, and look at the 2 teams in the center already. Like, around the final zone. I mean, this is the first zone, but look at these 2 names. Fusation and A1 Esports. They had the entirety of the circle around themselves. Now, if you move forward, you'll see it was them. It was actually the circle giving them the fights and themselves just feasting on the survival time till the end. I mean, that's where A1 Esports outshined. I would say, I guess Blay and XP, they did talk about it, that it was not a heavy fragging game from A1 Esports. I get it, because they were playing on the survival piece. Look at this right now. Again, FS at the center lines. Clarity BABLU, they did go for a really long and really good rotation for themselves where they are right now. Clarity BABLU, Seal 9 right on the back lines. But A1 Esports on the backside of the circle, they had such a brilliant survival game for themselves that just worked up from one circle to the other. The team's missing, but this is where team starts just dominating, because now they know if they want to survive, if they're surviving till this long, if they want to survive, they'll have to just get the zone for themselves, and they got it. And at the end, obviously, they got a game. So this was such a simpler game around the circle for A1 Esports.
Indeed, it definitely was. Definitely worked out for them. I mean, since the start, as you so perfectly said, and we know already when it comes down to the map of Miramar for A1, they love that city for themselves, and if they are allowed to stay in that city for longer, as the zone did showcase, well, they're going to be a happy bunch, and in doing so, they were able to, well, get the chicken dinner for themselves. Alongside that, talking about fights, well, there were so many snippets throughout the entirety of the game. Let's move on through with the OPF any for moments.
I mean, so the early fights in this game were quite decent. I mean, it was majorly just few individuals here and there getting caught off guard in the map. But my favorite moments began, I believe it was 17 or 18 minutes onwards inside the game, where majority of the teams that were on the northern side or on the southern side of the southeastern side of the map, all of them decided, oh, it's that one slope that leads inside the circle, and like we had like 4 or 5 teams trying to fight for that control, and that is where I mean, things got really chaotic. But during the mid-game stages also we saw a lot of interesting fights. This again, Paradox, they had good intentions moving in from the southeastern side, exiting Los Leones from the east, and then trying to move up north inside the circle. But then again, as I pointed out, there was a massive cluster of teams in that location spread out quite evenly, and it was really difficult to find an opening to get inside the zone.
Yeah, and I love the way that, Johnny, you also pointed out one thing that was in the break segment, obviously, when we were seeing the adverts and all, and you pointed out till the 20-minute marker, we did not see a lot of chaos just, coming down. Yeah. And I would say this is actually the beauty of Miramar. There are so many houses for the teams in a bigger circle that they can just, stay, or maybe a few ridges here and there, that they can stay in or around to just, play their natural gameplay. But once they start feasting, once those, those players just get out of their comfort zone, that's where most of the fights happen, and that's what we see, that the chaos, that's what we see in Miramar in the later stages. But this one fight, oh my god, this was such a feast to the eyes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was so intense, and Bishal, he is such an impressive player. Stuck in a 1v3, takes down 2 players and almost took down the last lad as well. I mean, it was so close, but because of the work put in by Bishal earlier on, A1 Esports, they just walk right in, snatch the chicken dinner, and well, now they're going to be feasting on $1,000.
Yeah, that's true. But talking about the damage stats, right? All right, 1911 by Future Station. This time, I would say this team has been doing really good with the damage stats. I mean, all right, again, the maths was just coming to me, and it was saying that, there's a gun named P1911 in the game, and well, their damage is 1911. That's all I wanted to say. But well, 6 kills and, almost 2,000 damage. It's really good. But moving up ahead onto the difference, look at Clarity BABLU, right? They tried. They tried to go for the execution, but it just did not happen in any way, shape, or form. 0 damage.
Exactly. On the other front, I've been talking about Seal Esports as well as, of course, Stalwart Esports as well. 2 kills, but look at the damage that they were able to get. I mean, 1042 for Stalwart, 1052 coming in for Seal. So again, I mean, there were just fights all over the place when it comes down to this game.
Well, definitely. I mean, as you said, fights were all over the place, but it was about getting on top of that hill. And I want to see who's on top of the hill of storyboard right now, Blotter.
Oh yes, with that, let's certainly cue in the storyboard. Of course, that's the overall ranking. That's going to be bringing us to the first page itself, where, once again, things are so very close from that first position onwards, or rather the second position onwards, all the way to the late.
6-point difference between Train to Kill, Deadeyees, and I8, because DE and I8 are tied now.
Johnny.
Yep.
I don't know. I have a feeling this time TE would actually get the top position. They will get the top position for themselves today. By the end of the day, for sure, they will get the top position. I mean, just think about it, right? Just think about it. Day 1 it was T2K. Day 2 I8 just had it for themselves. Now it's CE's time. I mean, it looks like they'll earn it.
I'm pretty sure Ocean has lit up all the candles in his room right now and has predicted the chicken dinner winner for the next match.
Well, that is, guys, as well as I8, they both need that chicken dinner for themselves. There's nothing that is going to be doubting that. But as we move on to the second page, this is where ZEUS Esports is pretty much stuck. I mean, they try, they get back on their horse, and then something, and then they falter back down. A1 Esports on the other front looking really, really good from this one individual game, but hopefully it's not just a one-time pony, and that continues on for them throughout the rest of the remaining games.
I mean, that is a big jump for A1 Esports, but as you mentioned, Blotter, right now, hopefully that's not a one-time thing, because the difference is not that much. True, A1 Esports on 10th, and then Wizzes with Vibes on 71 points on the 15th. So, like, one decent game, and yeah.
Yesterday, Paradox was looking really good.
Yeah.
They are back at 16th.
Yeah, that's the wrong direction to be moving in.
Yeah, we gotta talk about Paradox right now, to be honest, because yesterday's game, we even had their discussion when the day started, right?
Ocean, I did notice that. I'm so sorry to cut you off, dude. I did notice that, but I was just not wanting to bring you into this conversation right now.
No, I mean, we got it because yesterday's
your prediction set up for DEADEYES.
Actually got them fans, though.
Yeah,
that's
but
the thing.
Hopefully, the next game, the next remaining games, Paradox are going to be back. This time around, it was a little bit of a shaky start for them. But along with this conversation, let's move on to the schedule as well. As Varun, you had something to add.
I was just going to say, I mean, we can't really blame Paradox for the bad performance in this match, because what happened to DRS yesterday happened to Paradox in this match. People were just moving around, trying to rotate, get to safety, and one by one, the entire team was picked off. But yesterday they started performing from the third game onwards, so I believe the lads are going to be warmed up enough to do well in this Erangel as well.
Hopefully. And then we already know that Sanhok, when it comes up, where we can definitely bring up Paradox and be like, well, maybe this is going to be their jump. Who knows? We'll find out, of course. But for now, as we move on and have a look at, of course, Erangel, the third match, which is going to be starting off for the day, what kind of expectations do you have from the teams, Varun?
I mean, I don't know if I should go with Ocean and just place all my chips on DEADEYES, guys, but I like to gamble, I like to risk, so I'm going to go with DRS.
All right. That's
I like it. I like it because yesterday's first game of Erangel, it was DE versus DRS in the final circle. So I like it. I like it.
Absolutely. On the other front, I mean, I am absolutely loving the performance that was showcased from Vibes as well. I mean, Vibes were looking pretty neat when it came down to their playstyle, and I'm hoping that this time around they get themselves in the top 3.
We should ask Blotter his predictions as well, because I mean,
Blotter, not the top 3, the top.
Like I said, I mean, top 3, I'm genuinely expecting Vibes to be a part of that. But in all of it, of course, from one game to the next, ZEUS Esports has to be one of those names that will always be around when it comes down to my predictions, because I am still waiting to see them perform like they did in the previous season. With that, it is time to move on to third game. Let's get this started. Let's move on to XP and Play and ask them, what do they anticipate from these teams we spoke about?
I don't know about you, XP. I'm going to be still sticking around with my pick of ZEUS. I hope they finally deliver.
Well, they did get that one squad wipe in the last game before they were obliterated. So let's see if they're going to do something better this time around. Again, I like the fact that the position that we are in, we're going to call out the action as it unfolds. So I'm not going to be picking a team right now. That's their job. But anyway, all right, are you going to put me on the spot? Do I have to pick a team because you're just looking?
I mean, I picked one. I put myself on the line, so I mean.
Wait, who'd you pick again?
I went with ZEUS.
Again. All right, so you're going to basically back the horse until they do finally win, huh? All right, I guess ZEUS is a good call. I kind of think DRS might have a good chance in this game, but if I am to pick a team, it's going to be I8 once again. They've come so close. Now, if you have a look at the leaderboard, I mean, we did have a look at it. The second team, the second position and third position are the only ones in the top 5, basically without any chicken dinners, and that is a testament to the caliber of gameplay that they're bringing and the consistency as well. So just that little extra nudge is needed for these teams to get that chicken dinner, which again is going to make them $1,000 richer. So I guess win-win.
Win-win situation for them, absolutely. And the fact that, like you said, right, they're not relying on the chicken dinner. They're like, fine, we don't get a chicken dinners, but we get the kills, we get the placement points, and that's all that matters, and they're trying to prove a point. As we do take a look at the plane path, it's going to be starting right on top of military base, so I8 are going to be very happy with that. They don't have much, they don't have a long distance to drop. I'm assuming Stalwart are going to be dropping towards Novo as well. Now, this is where things get very interesting. All those teams are like dropping towards Georgie, right? You're talking about CL9, you're talking about ZEUS, you're talking about even BABLU, who like dropping towards the western side of the quarry. Now they have to switch the side where they want to drop towards. Now, we know ZEUS like dropping towards shelter, so it's not going to be a big deal for them. For the remaining other teams, it could make Milta very, very congested.
Oh, yeah.
Like teams like T2K and Paradox, they might find some very rude neighbors nearby.
That is a possibility. And again, keeping in mind of all the distant locations, we did kind of see ZEUS Esports were at the receiving end of things, I do believe, in game number 1, when again, they dropped down for the vehicles, but then they were gunned down instead. So you got to keep that in mind. You got to make sure you have a look at the skies and make sure the skies are clear around you when you are dropping down to the ground, because, well, things could get hectic right from the get-go. And as mentioned, as anticipated, we do have a lot of teams dropping in and around Milta. Of course, Seed Line are going to be heading towards the power plant itself, and an interesting circle. We did kind of see this yesterday as well, although it was a bit more central. But again, the fact that about 40% of it is going to be in water, it makes all that real estate, it's going to be a little pricey because there's less land to contend with. So again, action around Milta is something we can expect. I can expect a bridge block this time around. It is the way the circle is set up. Either T2K or Stalwart, someone's got to stop I8 while they are traversing over the waters, and I guess this time we might see a massive blockade on the Eastern Bridge. Or at least I hope so.
Well, let's see if that's going to be the case here. The circle, of course, still going to be still going to be cutting across Military Island, so no immediate danger yet for those two teams down south. Of course, those two teams being I8 and Stalwart. BABLU not going to be dropping west to Quarry. Instead, they're going to be heading towards one of my favorite drop locations, towards Primorsk, where they're going to have pretty much free time looting up to their heart's content. But once they move inside of the circle, if A1 and Future Station just stick around towards on that edge, and Future Station, the fact that the Western Bridge, as you pointed out, XP, is still going to be in the first safe circle, they might just stick around there and try and ruin the day of I8 and potentially even BABLU's.
That was kind of what we anticipated in game 1 as well, because again, mind you, the circle was really similar. However, Future Station, they've really changed their game plan around in this season. They are vying more for the center of the circle initially instead of playing from the periphery. So whether it's going to be Future Station who's going to be, blockading that Western Bridge, or a team like BABLU, we're going to find out in a few minutes. But again, one thing is for certain, A1 Esports and Future Station, they've been close by every single Erangel map so far. And except a couple of instances when they just created a little bit of fire just to keep the enemy at bay, we haven't really seen any action over there. And again, since the circle is going to be imploding in on itself in about a minute, I do believe A1 Esports are going to move further inland, and Future Station are just going to follow suit.
Yeah, let's see if that leads to anything here. Right now, though, looking at the zone, and because of the plane path, no one really having to go for any drastic early rotations, apart from Vibes, who are going to be somehow sneaking their way in between High Voltage and Seal Esports, so don't really expect to see much action early on here in the game. We can take a look at the overall live rankings, though, the overall leaderboard as it stands. We have T2K on the tippity top on 117, but very closely following them are two teams, the DEADEYES guys and I8 on 111 each, which makes it a very, very tightly contested affair. And even now, when you look down to the bottom half of the table, you look at ZEUS, you look at A1 Esports, especially A1 Esports with that chicken dinner really just jumping up the table, tied with RAW. The gap is really tiny. The gap is really tiny. Look at it, 117 for the first place team. And High Voltage in 8th position. The gap is a measly 24 points. Now, if you look at the bottom half of that table, which should be coming up right now. So yeah, 24 points difference between T2K and High Voltage. And on the other side of the table, it's 86 and 65. Again, 21 points difference.
Yeah.
It's very, very thin as we enter the third game, the halfway point of the final day of the first Super Weekend. It could be a big quantum shift taking place. And I'm gonna talk about it from a more holistic perspective. You know why this is really, really bad for the 4 teams who are sitting out this Super Weekend. That means when they have the opportunity, and hopefully they do manage to qualify for the next Super Weekend, let's just assume one of the teams at the bottom half of the table, they don't qualify for the Super Weekend, right?
Right.
But since they have accrued so many points, there's no one team who's below like 60 or 50, right? So even if the other teams who are not playing the Super Weekend get to play the next Super Weekend, it's not going to be easy for them to ensure they're in the top 16.
Hey man, that's evident from the last season. If you remember, I do believe it was Seal, or was it Seal9 who played the first Super Weekend, amassed 298 points, but then did not play a single Super Weekend and still made it to the finals. So, again, a lot of hypotheticals being thrown out here, Blade, but, the point I'm trying to make is it can still be anyone's game. I mean, 60 measly points, 20 points, like you said, dividing number 1 from the 8th position, and the same is the situation on the other half of the table. Only 20 points. That means one good game is going to make it or break it. So we've said that again and again, and again, this is game 3 on the last day of this Super Weekend. That means we have 2 more games after this for any teams to make up points. But again, it's going to we're going to have that vicious cycle start all over again as the league stages of the second week are going to come on through. So it is a gamble. I do understand the point you're trying to make, but again, when you already have the opportunity, all you want to do is make up as many points as you can, because the 16 teams playing right now do not have a guaranteed spot in the next Super Weekend. So I guess make the best of your opportunities that you have right now.
Absolutely. Of course, there are going to be a few teams for whom not playing the Super Weekend is not even something they're going to consider, right? They're going to be like, there's no way that we're not going to be qualifying for the second or the third Super Weekend. Teams like Stalwart Esports, like DRS, like ZEUS as well, they're going to be feeling very comfortable. They won't even be considering the possibility of not qualifying. Speaking of ZEUS, though, Ably taking a couple of pot shots at DEADEYES guys, who are now aware of the fact that they are exposed and decide Raider needs to get into some cover, which he will. And Ably with a few missed shots, something you don't see that often from someone of his caliber. But still, no harm, no foul. Still early days. As we take a look at the comparison over here between ZEUS Esports and T2K. Take us through it, XP.
Well, we have a look at the kills. One team is definitely going to be head and shoulders above the other ones, but it does look like we're talking about... This is the average kills per game. All right, we're talking about it. Average points right now. Average damage is going to be pretty much the same, 839 to 840. The kills also now, on paper, ZEUS should be hitting a lot harder. But let me tell you one thing. I do believe they had a total of, say, 42-something kills, which is nothing, because individually, the current kill leaders are at 33, 35 kills already. So ZEUS have definitely mellowed down since the last season, as Zevine almost getting run over by Zibian is going to retaliate with some fire. But oh my goodness, I'm just telling you, he's counting his lucky stars. And one thing I did notice as I had a look at the minimap just a few moments ago, DEADEYES guys, we left them at Rozhok, and we saw them fighting up against ZEUS at the shelter, which means again, I love the fact that they've changed the tactics. Everyone wants to go to the center so that they have to move the least as the circle changes. But again, everything has pros and cons. If you are going to clump down in the center, expect a lot more opposition. And some bridge action might just break out, as Suyog is going to assert what's happening in the other side of the bridge. But I like that Apex is being a little cautious, and these shots might have just given the plot away.
I haven't really seen too much of bridge action so far, right? In this in this Super Weekend. Oh, look at I8 though. Look at Future Station as well. Now I8 might just hang back a bit, because Future Station do have to move inside the play zone, and I8 might just brave the blue just so they have a more safer route of entry into that zone. And
Hallelujah.
He's got the big green zoom banger, XP, the big stick with the scope. And I'm going to keeping an eye out for him landing a couple of knocks with that. Apex, he's trying to get to the apex of this bridge. And he's trying to just kind of be the...
Parkour! Parkour!
Stalwart versus T2K, though. Want to break this one down for us?
Well, again, if you have a look at the average points, T2K are at the tippity top, so they are going to have the number 1 position of average points per game at roughly around 9, and 7 is not too far back, but again, a lot of teams are going to be, in the positions in between them. Now, Average damage, if you have a look, Stalwart Esports, they've definitely been in the thick of thin of the action a lot more as compared to T2K. Now, that brings us to the next question. Is it by design or are they just unlucky? Did they just find themselves in the thick and thin of the action? It's a combination of both. Because again, T2K, if they find themselves with their backs against a wall blade, they are going to fight their way through. And, we know they're a capable team. But again, it's just all about, we like calling it third parting, fourth parting, whatever you want. It is a battle royale game. I mean, if you are going to make some noise, expect someone's ears to pucker up elsewhere and, hear the commotion, lay down a few shots. So Stalwart, I would say, have been in the thick and thin of the action, but they've been taking fights on multiple fronts. Trained to Kill, on the other hand, they know when to bide their time. They've held down positions, which, again, in the comment section, it comes down as camping. But, ladies and gentlemen, holding down the fort is part and parcel of the game, as Godless is going to ray down some lead, but Monkey, with a headshot from the M24, puts him down on his knees. I love that.
Ooh, the second one between the legs, just between his legs. And he's going to be feeling a breeze there with that massive caliber just going past him. ZEUS able to brave the M24 and somehow get the res on his teammates. And Ably, he's like, all right, do you guys need help? No? Cool. Taking a U-turn. I'm eating the hell out of there. They do have that other compound, which is a little bit more of a safer compound to hold on to, considering that CL9 will have a harder time getting a comfortable angle there. As you take a look at the shot here from the side of Monkey, from his POV. So quick. Clean shots. These Mongolians in a sniper action, the bolt action, it's just fantastic. Just a pleasure to watch as we have yet in the LMG getting dropped down here. Do you like having a suppressor on your snipers?
Yes, and absolutely yes. It just sounds so much cooler. That's all it actually helps me with. I just love that little suppressed sound. But right now, the fact that, we don't have aim assist and our visual aids have been removed from this tournament as well. I'm not going to say that suppressors don't make a difference. They definitely make a lot more difference now, especially if you are good at taking down your shots at range. You're just going to keep the enemy guessing. But right now, the zone is going to keep the enemies guessing, and it is going to be a bridge zone. We are going to head down south. And, well, have a look at that. Stalwart Esports, they have complete control on the bridge. And I8 Blaze, still braving the blue, have now decided, you know what? We do not need to hit the main island just yet. They're going to come back, brave some damage again. And you know what? Stalwart could find themselves in a bit of a pickle because T2K now have control of the compounds just north of the gas station. And, well, if we know anything from this circle, I'm sure all of you watching are going to be aware that is hotly contested property, especially along the beachfront, because, well, you can pretty much see everything happening around you. Now, of course, all the teams are going to be coming closer to one another. It's still amazing, just fantastic that all 16 teams, ladies and gentlemen, are still in this game. All 64 members who dropped down at the beginning are still in this game, and now is when things are going to change, because cars are going to be whizzing past, bullets are going to be flying, and it looks like Clutch Baba could be the first to go down, but he isn't, because Ably comes under fire from elsewhere. Again, it is going to be a war of attrition, as everyone is going to hunker down in the compounds, make sure they fortify it to their best options, as well. People are going to be trying and overcoming the odds. Right now, Wizzes with Vibes are taking the fight to DRS as Gyalzen is going to find himself knocked on his knees really close to the enemy. Now, Delta X's position is going to be pivotal, but it does look like Mafia Ninja has an idea where he is, and that grenade, had it been on the inside of that wall, could have been devastating. Elsewhere, if you have a look, T2K are going to come under fire from Stalwart, and DRS, again, they just need to hold down the ground and let Wizzes with Vibes pretty much extinguish all the utilities, which is exactly what we are seeing right now. Whether a push is going to come through, we don't know, but looks like Seal 9 from nowhere gets a knock on Malik, and Malik goes down. In fact, if you have a look at your minimap, you can just make out that Seal 9 are north of this position, and oh my goodness, that is an amazing knock at that distance. Meanwhile, of course, the circle is still going to be pretty much the same. We are just moments away from it changing once again. Now, this is the stalemate that I was talking about. This is what you are going to expect at this late stage. As you have a look at the Baron himself, he does spot the enemy. Magnet is going to be looking at him, but he takes the guy down on the ground floor instead. A beautiful shot over there from the Car 98. And man, it's just more rewarding in my opinion. I'm pretty sure all of you in the comment section are going to agree that, it's just a little sweeter when you get a knock from a bolt action as compared to, say, a full clip of an M4. But right now, everyone again in a little bit of a stalemate. Raw somehow have found themselves on the military island. That is something that was not expected. Of course, they must have braved the blue coming in from that western bridge, as I8 are going to be pretty much lining themselves up along the beach. But there you have it, boys and girls. Another curveball coming by way of the zone, and we're going to have a drastic shift up north, which means most teams are going to be happy, and it might just give us a little bit of bridge action, as Stalwart Esports are going to be aware that I8 are still on the military island. And of course, another Mark 14 drops, which is kind of interesting because we've had the AWM, we've had the MG3, and a Mark 14 this game, which is kind of unconventional to have different weapons falling down. But again, I guess the creme de la creme, the cherry on the cake is all 16 teams are still alive with just one man, well, who bit the dust. And I'm just going to keep an air out. I do believe Blaze is having a little bit of an issue, so you guys are going to have to be content with my voice, as Crypto now has his work cut out for him because Raw is going to be right in front of him. Now, he is hitting the deck. His belly is to the ground, and his position is kind of concealed right now, which could be helpful. But again, keep one thing in mind. I8 and RAW both need to move towards the new circle, and I do believe Blay is joining us once again. Blay, we've had a bit of a curveball, mate. I8 and Raw are on the military island, but the circles moved up north.
I know, but that's the gamble you have to take, right? Oh, Uzum caught unaware, long distance spray coming in from Joker, and we know how deadly that man can be with his weapons, as we will be switching very quickly to Vibes going up against BABLU, and BABLU, they are just bombarding Killer and Assassin down to nothing. Praveen has everything to do, but he will be knocked down as well. And one member remains for Vibes, and he is close by. He hasn't been spotted out though. There we go, it's Jiggle. Now we know how clutch this guy can be, XP, but considering there's not much cover for him to work with, I don't know if he's going to be able to survive. He's going to try and make a run for it. No one has seen him. Someone just spotted him out, right? Yep, they spotted him out. And from the distance, Zibian is going to read him his last rites in the form that Scar L rat-a-tatting in the distance. And that is going to be full wipe. Vibes. Not a single kill in the first team to be knocked out, and BABLU doing a fantastic job getting that wipe and not losing a single member.
Well, they haven't lost a single member, but the damage to their vehicles is going to mean they're going to have a lot fewer vehicles to deal with as they move towards the circle. Now, I8 has hit the water. They are going to be swimming as a pack towards greener pastures, so to speak, but so is Raw. But keep an eye out. One of the members from Raw is still on the high grounds behind them, and it looks like Top from Stalwart has spotted some commotion in the water, and he sees someone come up for a gasp of air, and, well, chances are it might be their last.
Oh, it's going to get rough, XP. The problem is, even the zone is moving in and it's catching up with them real fast. Now, they will be able to avoid the zone, or rather won't take too much damage before they reach the safer waters. But as you pointed out, a couple of players just lying in wait there. And that is, of course, Top. Stalwart Esports in a very comfortable position on this little cliff on the periphery of the circle. For how much longer are RAW going to be able to dodge these bullets? That's the question. In the distance, we have I8 as well, but they're taking a little bit more of a safer route. Sada having to go down deeper into the water as we switch perspectives to a little bit more of a non-aquatic battle. It is going to be DEADEYES guys against A1. Now for A1, Jax seems to be kind of by his lonesome. That blows up. They're screwed, but the res comes in. Will the heal come in, though, is a question. No, it won't. A secondary nade and a bullet to find both Jax and Dante. Now, A1, the remaining two players need to decide whether it's worth going for the res, and the decision has been made for them. It's going to be a quick knockout and a kill. Dante is going to fall down to his death as well in the next couple of seconds. And there's going to be DEADEYES guys holding on to the fortification XP and not giving it up at all. And A1, the two members left alive, will just have to watch from afar with a tear trickling down their cheeks.
Well, they better wipe that tear away quick, get in that buggy and hop in towards a new circle, because Deadeye's guys are going to have to do the same thing. Elsewhere, we were having a look at this fight early on, Blay. DRS are still engaged in a stalemate with Wizzes with Vibes. Of course, damage coming in from all directions as TDK from the fabled blue buildings is going to be laying down some lead, and Seal 9 are going to be joining the fray as well. Now, that grenade is tremendous as Nima is pretty much going to put it right on his noggin, and with that, Rules is going to go down to his knees. Elsewhere, we have a beachfront opening up, pretty much reminiscent of the Normandy days, as IA in the form of the Allies are trying to cross over the bridge, or not the bridge, I beg your pardon, the beach, and one of them makes it, but of course that machine gun fire is going to put them down. Sala overhead gets spotted out, man, 2A. Top is a one-man army dealing death in every which direction.
That's a laser beam from Top. He gets the first knock, spins around. He can only see the head and the shoulder of Sada, but doesn't really matter. He's gonna knock him down, and he is single-handedly just defending this beach from anyone. Look at the way they're arrayed across the beach, XP. There is no way in, and as you very aptly said, it does resemble the beginning of Saving Private Ryan. Everyone trying desperately to head on towards terra firma, but they're getting screwed. Sada will be taken down by the play zone eventually, and I8, well, they had two options, XP. The bridge or the water. They chose the water, and Stalwart says, doesn't matter, we're still gonna be waiting for you.
However, Seal are going to be coming in and playing spoil sports. They do have that airdrop. That means fresh supplies is something that is needed at this stage. Now, IA, they really don't have any options because Usum is low on HP and his buddy Crypto is going to be low on HP. Now, unless they get up together, aim at the one guy and put him down, it looks difficult, as now Usum is going to be the last man standing for I8, and looks like they're going to be down. But wait a second, what's this? A couple of grenades just went off.
What?
And Seal are at the receiving end of things with 3 members down on their knees. Baron has deployed a tremendous amount of smoke, but that blue zone is going to come in closer, and if a stray grenade or a stray bullet finds its mark, it could be devastating. But looks like they're going to get all 4 members on their feet in a matter of minutes. Elsewhere, DRS are now stopping an onslaught by Wizzes with Vibes.
DRS, oh boy. They've, like you said, this stalemate has been going on for a while. They're a 3-man squad though, and Seal, yeah, the reses have come in, XP. 2 reses. There was a window of opportunity for Stalwart to just completely wipe out Seal there with 1 nade, as you pointed out, but they've been spotted out. Apex, and from the distance, bullets going to be raining on in, but this time around, Seal's able to reply back, but Killer will be knocked down. They have a little bit of a very gentle ridge to provide a bit of cover, but the nades, oh, it's gonna be rough indeed. They need to make their escape, XP, but they've deployed so many smokes. They have that 1 vehicle. Everyone's gonna be getting on it. No, just 2 of them, while the other 2 remaining members are gonna try to deploy the smokes and try and make a run for it. But Stalwart, are they gonna find them? Are they gonna be going for the hunt? It could be a bait. That vehicle could be a bait, but no, they are not gonna fall for it. Peak is gonna find both of them, and that's gonna be 2 players getting knocked down for Seal Esports, and unfortunately, the rest isn't gonna be coming in for them. But at least 2 of them will survive. Meanwhile, Wizzes with Vibes pushing up against DRS. And it is 1 man standing for the side of DRS Gaming. It's going to be Nima, and it's got a lot of work to do. He's found Delta X, has dropped him down to his knees. He then needs to decide, does he go for the res? Does he go for the fight? He is going to steal himself and try and revive his teammate, and that is exactly what Reaper X is going to be doing with his teammate as well, which is Delta downstairs in the ground floor. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Mafia Ninja needs to patch himself up, and Nima making sure no one pushes up while his teammate is healing himself. In the meantime, though, Deadeye's guys are bleeding out into the open. I do believe they have only 1 man left alive, and it is going to be Rated Sir hiding amongst all the smokes which have bloomed right in front of him.
Well, he's got a staggered ZEUS to deal with right now, as Mafia Ninja is going to take some cover on the balcony above, as Nima is going to make sure the stairwell is going to be under his scrutiny. Now, Delta X is on his knees. Elsewhere, you can have a look at Ably down on his knees in the distance. Mafia Ninja could try and go in for the kill, but of course, it's going to be very, very risky. Elsewhere, Future Station, along with the help of Stalwart, did manage to wipe out Seal Esports, but right now, Seal 9, a 4-man squad, are planning a little bit of an attack on this compound, and that grenade was perfect, as DRS is brought to his knees with Nima, the last man standing for his team. His work is cut out. Expect a barrage of grenades or even a Molotov. Forget that. That is not needed because bullets are going to be doing all the talking right now.
It's Inky. He hears a name. He's like, wait, what's going on there? And he sees the final member of DRS is cooking the nade, and it's going to be free kill for him. But now they're also aware that Wizzes with Vibes are nearby. I don't think... I'm hoping they've kept track of how many players are still alive, but amongst all the commotion, they might have lost track. Seal 9, all 4 alive, all clustered together amongst those vehicles. They have the zone kind of on the periphery. It's not really favoring them, but they are right next to it, so they're going to be kind of comfortable for the time being. For T2K, though, XP, they need to make a push, and it's very uncomfortable. Look at the way Future Station are just arrayed around in that position, and they're the one team who actually have the zone. If you can see this couple of hay bales over there, that's smack in the center of the zone. If they can make the way to it, that's huge cover for them late into the game.
However, right now they do have that little shack, cement cover is definitely going to be a lot better than hay over here. But right now, T2K are going to be applying the pressure on Future Station. They can't really take the the left flank, so to speak, because that road is way too open. And Entry and C-Vine could be stopping them. But now, all that smoke deployed, a few grenades, one knock is all it's going to take for the push to come in. But it looks like Legend is getting a bit impatient. He's already going in under cover of smoke. And now, a grenade from this angle could be devastating as Magnet goes down. And this is the opening T2K were looking for. Jane is going to hit the deck. They know that they have to make quick work of this team before they can deal with the others. And another grenade goes off. C-Wine almost getting knocked out, but this grenade is going to do a tremendous amount of damage. In fact, it is going to bring him down to his knees. This is when CEO goes around. Jane is going to have his M4 at the ready. Expect some gunfire, but Jane gets taken down by Magnet. Quick thinking on his spot. Legend in the car. What are you doing, mate? That could be devastating. Entry is going to be opening up. He does get the knock, but it's going to be Legend living up to his name, getting the job done before he himself meets his maker. But what a valiant effort. Seal 9 coming out on top.
Oh, that is just massive. And now they're going to be pushing him with Wizzes with Vibes, who have the shack to work with. A couple of knocks coming in real quickly from Delta X. And now it is going to be a 2 versus 2 to get the chicken dinner. Wizzes with Vibes looking to dig themselves out of the bottom of the table where they find themselves in. And they're going to be going against Seal 9 and the Mongolians alone. The last standing Mongolians. The nade a little too deep. Now, Seal 9 do have the zone for the time being, and for Wizzes with Vibes, they need to push up a little further. They have that crate. They have that crate to work with, and that is so important for them because they have nothing else when it comes to cover. And Inky out in the open, you have a little bit of depression, which the Delta X is going to be using to lie prone. And he can actually spot an Inky here. He's running around, looking to see him, sees him in the bush. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He's so tunnel vision on Senor that he's unaware of how close Inky is to him, which could be massive. And it is going to be Inky getting the kill, getting the knock, getting the finish, and getting the chicken dinner. Seal 9, they played at one to perfection XP. For a moment, I believe Wizzes with Vibes could probably pull it off, but it was not to be, and they get denied by the Mongolians.
Man, they almost had it done, but C-Line, they kept their nerve, they kept their composure, they got the job done. I mean, at the end, I'm pretty sure all 3 members in that final fight must have had their hands shaking. The adrenaline play would have been coursing through their hands, through the blood right now, but of course, the C-Line who come out with the $1,000. Kudos to all the teams in this game right now, because again, it was something different to what we are used to. I love the fact that it was all in the open and the teams had to make the best out of their makeshift fortification. The smoke really helped, and well, the grenades helped too.
Absolutely. The amount of nades, I look, I know Seal 9 won that chicken dinner, but just, I would love to see your analyst desk break down what T2K did to Future Station there, right? It was a 4 versus 3. T2K did not have the play zone, and they took the fight to them. And Future Station, they just sat there waiting.
Again, you know, they had that dip, they had those 2 vehicles, and the only 2 trees for cover. Now, whenever you see a tree in a zone where you expect everyone to be hitting the deck, you're definitely going to throw a few grenades in that location. This is exactly what they did. Magnet was caught off guard, and they just rushed in. But again, Blay, it came down to the final HP. I mean, Legend just had a sliver of HP before Sneal 9 from the distance put them in. But again, they did get those points before they went out. And talking about going out, it is going to be the end of Game 3, which means we're halfway through. However, we still have 2 more action-packed games in store for you. So what you need to do is refuel, because we're going to be back after a quick break with some more PUBG action.
All right, and welcome once again to the virtual arena of PMPL Season 4. This time around, we are, of course, in the Super Weekend, the first Super Weekend altogether, and we've just gotten done with the third game. And in that, we've got Mongolian domination starting off, dudes.
Yeah, definitely.
It was a good game.
I guess Johnny wants to say the same that I want to say, so Johnny, just go ahead.
I mean, I was going to say, I mean, a few of the performances in the match you called out for, especially with Wizzes with Vibes and Delta in the end. S9, they almost messed it all up. I mean, it was their chicken dinner to take. They had the numbers advantage, but pushing like that was such a risky move.
Did anyone see Raw's rotation? I mean, I will focus on that. That was like the most boldest rotation you could ever do in a competitive scenario. Well, we'll talk about that. But right now, Inky, Senior, well, 5 kills, 6 kills. Good amount of damage as well. I mean, Inky's on top. No doubt he has 5 kills, but the thing is his damage and his survival time. I mean, both of them have the same type of survival time, but his damage stat actually gets him ahead of the competition.
Yeah, and I mean, it was an impressive performance from S9 Esports, but T2K legend, the man, the myth, the legend right there. That fight against Future Station, it was intense, but as Blair and Experiment, wonderful casters, pointed out, I mean, I would say it wasn't more about what T2K did in that fight. It was rather more about what Future Station did not do. That was to get out of position. I mean, because they knew that push was bound to happen, and it is Future Station's playstyle. I get it. They like to hold their positions, their strongholds, their covers for a long time. But in this scenario, it wasn't going to work out.
Yeah, that's true. But you're not talking about these two teams. I mean, Wizzes with Vibes. The best part was, look at the way they played. It looks like, they played really, cautiously for this game. The damage dealt, damage received marker, it shows that. Obviously, they were kind of surrounded in a lot of movements. But, well, the players survived. They did do a lot of damage in the final moment, but it did not exactly turn up. And that's where their average survival time comes as well. They did lose a few players in the early stages. That just did not help them in the later stages.
Exactly. With that, let's have a look at the match summary that's going to be coming right up on our screens, where we start off all the way from the left, where once again, as we were looking at it, it was the S9 domination that brought in 12 kill chicken dinner. That was just what was needed from the side of Mongolian teams, and we've got that started off.
Well, definitely, and I guess, as you said, it was much needed. We did see Stalwart Esports, Seal Esports do really well for themselves. ZEUS Esports, we're still keeping our fingers crossed to see them pop off, but S9, they were, I believe, somewhere on the bottom 3 of the overall standings, and this is definitely going to give them a boost from where I believe they're going to be eyeing a similar spot to where Seal Esports are right now, where Stalwart Esports are right now in the overall standings, and that is definitely going to be a much better position for them. But with more matches to go, they have to make sure that, again, this is not a one-off. This happens as consistently as possible.
Exactly, and that's going to be critical for them to be able to do so. And as we move on to the match ranking, once again, I mean, Ocean, as we talk about the kill department itself, a good game. Also, I mean, the zone itself, when you do bring that up, right? The circle today, the circle on Erangel is definitely being the MVP.
I mean, it's good, the way the zone shifting. I mean, we'll talk about that for sure. S9 did a really good game. They had a really good game for themselves, given the fact, their rotations from the backsides of Miltapa, like they started off from there, and it was pretty good. The circle was kind of around them, not exactly. They still had to fight, and that shows in the kill department. Where BABLU Clarity, they did also try to put up a really good fight, but now A1 Esports again. You remember last game, A1 Esports doing decent. This game, that's what I was saying, right? We need the same kind of A1 Esports overall, not just a one-game thing.
Exactly, that's so true, mate. That's so true. But hopefully that will change. But as of now, when it comes down to the performance that A1 is showcasing, not only in the Super Weekend, but also in the league plays, also I would like to say, it's been real ups and real downswings, and just not being able to be consistent right now in the lobby is what is definitely bringing them down. But overall, expectations can always be there. Fingers crossed. We will hope. On the other front, now it is time for you, Ocean, to take us through the zone and the rotations from these teams.
Yeah, talking about the zone, right? Let's just keep it here, and I'll tell you. Look at where Raw is at this moment, right? From here, this team rotates all around this bridge and gets here thinking that the circle will go south. The circle shifts north, and this team starts moving here onto the water lines. We'll see that in the upcoming circles, right? Seal Line, no doubt, they had really good area for them inside the circle, and this is where you'll see, right? A lot of teams kind of struggling around the bridge, but now Look at where Raw is. You'll see their rotations in the upcoming times, but this is where T2K would have had a brilliant chance for themselves. I mean, they did, right? Their top 5 finish actually shows that they had a good chance, but look at where Raw is. The I8 also started moving to the backlines, but Raw, they thought like they had the circle, but the zone just did not favor them. And in the next circle, you'll see them in the water lines. You see them, right? That was the thing. But FS, oh my god, for a moment I actually thought like, FS is going to have this game. Let's just pause it here. I thought FS will have the game for themselves because they had like, a pretty good area for them to gatekeep the circle, had they just gate kept it. Well, they did try though, just did not exactly work up in their favor. This is where Seal9 just, had a really good area for themselves and T2K tried to move in. Well, that's where the final fights were happening as we saw overall. But all in all, Seal9 just got the win for themselves because of the man advantage as well that they were playing around. I get it. I mean, T2K was there. They took a fight against FS, in the final moments. But that's after that, Wizzes with vibes. The circle just did not exactly favor them. I mean, they had the zone, but they just did not have the man advantage when the circle was theirs.
Exactly, that is so true, of course, and that definitely does change the paradigm that was showcased from these teams. But on the other front, again, I mean, when you talk about the teams that are playing right now, there is a lot of ups and downs actually that's happening throughout the entirety of the day, and that is something that makes me jitter a little bit when the games are going on. But with that, let's move on to the Oppo F9 Pro moments that will, of course, disclose so many of these incredible fights and shots.
I mean, the fights were pretty incredible, but this was what we call a slow game, ladies and gentlemen, where the first kill happens 14 minutes inside the match, and 3 minutes later, 17-minute marker is when we see the first quad wipe, and it was so quick. That first team, as we saw them go down. It is going to happen in a few minutes. Here it is, wipes 3 players down, BABLU closing in, and in an instant, the entire team was out.
Yeah, there were a lot of fights that, just had a lot of bold moves, to be honest, just coming down from the players. I mean, this one's such a brilliant. So many sniper shots. I mean, for XP, it's just, what he loves, to be honest, and he saw that. But after these few fights, you'll see that minute rush back T2K as well onto the sides of FS, where it was Legend, I believe, was surviving with just 1 sliver of HP. So a lot of those things, like, utilizing the correctness of your rush. That's one thing that was done by the players a lot, and that too in an open circle. I mean, if you're talking about from the areas on the backlines of farm, there's just these 2-3 houses that there are. Otherwise, it's just an open circle. And look at where Abel is. He thought it was a potential cover, but it was not.
You know what? That's the thing that I found the most surprising about this matchup. I mean, this was an intense fight, as we were talking about at Future Station. They had the opportunity to actually engage a little bit sooner, either on T2K or just toss out a few smokes, fall back, find a better position to hide in. But no, they just stuck around waiting for the players of T2K to actually pass them by, and that did not happen. Even XP pointed out, you see it if you're going to try and check if there is someone on the other side. T2K, they checked with the utility, and well, they found some kills.
Well, they certainly did. And as we move on through to the damage graph, this is where things, again, not looking good for a couple of these teams, as we have Vibe right there along with High Voltage, who were part of few fights, but barely any as they were wiped out. But on the other front, again, for A1 Esports and Raw, they were part of fights, sadly no kills. And again, I do want to kind of bring up that question to you guys as well. When it came down to A1's push against that DEADEYES compound, do you think it made complete sense the way the 2-man push was made against a 4-man army?
Well, no. I mean, it was a risky move.
Like, what exactly was the mindset, basically, is what I
mean, it was a risky move, because, I mean, as we were talking about the circle, and as I said, it was a little bit surprising to see how the entire game went, because usually when you do see circles towards the side of farms, the game is a little bit more fast-paced. There is a lot of threat of getting caught on the open, based on how little cover you have available. The ridges aren't that big. There are only a few compounds that you can hide behind, and it's all going to be an all-out war once you start fighting. Plus, there is I mean, you can get third party easily, so I guess I get the intention that was there to try and at least take some control, bring a fight to a position from where maybe they might be able to bring it back. But still, it was a risky move, and hey, if you take a risk, there is a possibility you might be on the losing end.
Oh man, they say A1 Esports though, that's just not the kind of gameplay that was expected from them. But yeah, as we move on forth, I mean, we do have, of course, Seal Esports right here with 941 damage, only 1 kill. Paradox on the other front, 2 kills, 1300 damage that they were part of. So interesting plays being showcased from so many of these teams. But now as we move on through to the overall ranking, Ocean, let's talk about that shift made from Seal S9 on that 6th spot.
I mean, 102 points. So this actually just becomes really good news for the fans of Sealand, because 2 good games can actually land them in the top 2. To be honest, Train to Kill, well, they are just gathering their own lead. They are in their own league. But one thing that I love about I8, once again, it's classic I8, Johnny. Kill points, placement points, the difference that they create with the kill points, right?
I mean, that is, as you said, classic I8, but I have to say, I mean, I like the fact that Train to Kill, we see them regain the momentum that they lost on day 1, because from those after those first 3 matches, this is the first time I believe that Train to Kill, they have had a clear advantage against the team sitting on the 2nd position, and with 2 matches to go, it's definitely going to be a challenge for DEADEYES guys to take the 1st position away if Train to Kill perform the same way they did in the last few matches.
Indeed, indeed. And with that, as you talk about Train to Kill and I8, DEADEYES guys also sitting right there on the 2nd spot. I mean, again, DEADEYES guys, I8, the consistent play that they are showcasing game per game is just working in their favor. All the other teams, I mean, talk about Train to Kill, 3 chicken dinners, you're talking about, well, 45 points just coming from that 3 chicken dinner itself, whereas on the other front, I8 and DEADEYES, I mean, they are just bringing in that consistency, and from one game to the next, certainly working for them. As we move on to the next page, this is where things are going to be a little dicey.
Yeah, I mean, this is where, things are going to be looking really bad with those red markers for a lot of teams. A1 Esports, -5, just think about it, right? They did have a really good game previously, and now they just faltered down. Well, Paradox, they did try to have a decent game. I mean, you remember, like 2 kills, but 1200 damage, that's really good stat, but obviously it's not, the damage is not going to, it's not going to help you. Your placement and at the end, your kills are going to be helping you. And that's where Paradox is kind of lacking. But DRS, again, it's like, one bad day, one good day. Again, it looks like a bit of a bad day for themselves too.
Yeah, and today has definitely not been a day for DRS. Wizzes with Vibes on the other side with this match do bounce up to the 12th, but I believe it's still a really bad position. On the other side, as we were talking, as Ocean, you were talking about Paradox, I mean, their positioning right now, specifically in this match, felt really weird. Because we see teams either on Erangel specifically, if you're even going to try and play the edge, you're going to stick close to the edge of the circle to gatekeep the teams coming from the outside, or teams like to rotate in a little bit late, wherein they are going to stick to the edge of the blue zone and move in along with the blue. Well, Paradox position themselves between the two.
True.
They aren't safe, but they aren't in danger as well. They have team in the front stopping them. They have team in the back chasing them. That was such an awkward spot.
Yeah.
Indeed. But as we move on for the 4th game of the day, we're going to be moving on with the schedule, and we'll be looking at a different map. Now, this is a map that Paradox did kind of shine and outshine, so we can definitely hope the same sort of gameplay from them.
Probably we can, maybe, but the thing is, it's not just Paradox's affair. I mean, this is a game where DE can just, outshine. This is a game where ZEUS is there. This is a game where, high voltage. So I would say it can be a really dicey game, and this obviously because it's just one Sanhok. So in 3 days we're just seeing 3 Sanhoks. That's all. Meanwhile, every other map just keeps on repeating itself. So somehow I would say for all these teams, Sanhok is, if you want to dominate with Chaos, Sanhok is the map to do that.
I agree with that. I mean, this map, all the action, all the aggression just comes in all at once, basically, and that is why teams sometimes are able to capitalize on situations from where you would normally see them come out of.
Johnny, so even if you talk about Paradox plot, there's this one thing, right? They have 7.5 placement point. That means 15 from one day and 0 from the other. Divided by 2 is 7.5. So that means one day they did not get any placement points. The other day they are getting placed. So it's just both the worlds.
Exactly. It's like 2 highs and 2 lows, and therefore you just cannot make much sense of just based on that start. I completely agree with what you're saying, dude. I completely agree. But let's not get deep into that, because once again, we want to be optimistic here, and we, of course, in that optimism, dude, I am just waiting for ZEUS Esports to please bring back that domination. With that, let's move on forth. Let's get this game started. It is time to get introduced to Panda Pros, who are going to be none other than Necro and Pain Fixes.
Well, the map of Sanhok, the map of surprises, so as to speak, because this is the map where, the teams who who are in the bottom half of the table do find some relief there. We did see Team Paradox getting a chicken dinner yesterday. Now, the desk has been talking about a lot of analytical part where few teams are struggling, but I believe that's not the case over here. Considering the fact that most of them have crossed over 80, it's I think just that one game that they are looking for to make it maybe to the top 8, and 2 chicken dinners, that's where they're contending for the top 3 position. That is how closely these teams are contested, Necro.
Exactly. I mean, overall, in the second page of the overall ranking, things are looking really close, right? In the previous game as well, so many teams were tied up between the points, right? You have teams like 1952 and DRS tied up on 77 points. Then you have teams like Raw and Avon Esports in the overall ranking. In the past, they were also tied up with some points. But, in that previous game, I also had my eyes on some kind of rotations that were starting, especially Raw. They dropped in all the way in Kamishi, and then they moved down all the way towards military base, and that was, I feel like, one of the most iconic things to talk about.
I mean, of course. I mean, Raw have been testing a lot of waters, right? They've been trying a lot of different things, a lot of different strategy, and I've been loving this. They're still finding their place inside this tournament, and regardless of a lot of experiments going on in their department, they're doing fairly well. I mean, right now they're at the 14th position. Yes, right, 82 points, but. Mind my words, Necro. If they win a game, let's say they get 30 points out of this one, then we are looking at them almost having the top 5 position. So that is exactly what I'm trying to contemplate over here. That is exactly what I'm trying to say. That anything is possible, and especially when you're talking like a map of Sanhok. I mean, mind my words, anything is possible as we take a look at how the circle has really formed, and you have a bit of a skirmish breaking right from the very start. It's Clutch Baba who's been caught off guard, and Apex does make sure he does not get out of there alive.
Well, it seems like Scurry yesterday didn't really, prove what was expected from his side. So Apex is back now in the squad, and he has been doing a great job up till now. I mean, Stalwart Esports has been one of that team who, I mean, even in that previous game, if you remember on those beach lines, they were just, fragging out, beaming out players from those long distances. And in general, we do know Stalwart Esports as like a fragging out team. They have incredible talent in it, and that's what you expect from a team with that caliber. But now, up till now, the game has just started. Already one player falling down. That's really not a great news for that team. So let's just see how things are going to be looking like. As you mentioned, Sanhok is a map where it really does comes down to that zone in those late games. And, well, if the zone is not really favoring you, well, then good luck finding some rotations that are going to be helping you out.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of teams do have trouble, and talking about teams having trouble, it's more on that western to southwestern side, where you have teams like ZEUS, DRS, I8, Sea Line, everyone just in a very compact area, right? That after this, now they're kind of away from each other, but in a while we're gonna witness them all at that one same area, just fighting it out. And the commotion that's created, that's way too much. But what I have my eyes on is especially how well our Paradox going to be playing out this one. Because yesterday, if you remember, they completely shut down high voltage before even they could cross the western bridge. So now we've got the DEADEYES in contention as well. So I've got to see as to how DEADEYES sort of tend to rotate. And talking about I8, well, the desk did not touch upon this a lot. So we've got to bring this point over here. I really felt that they had a half-heart commitment in the previous matchup, don't you think? Because we did see them trying a lot of things. They tried to cross over the bridge, then they realized, no, shoot, the circle is going towards the other side. Let's not try to do that. And then once they realized the circle might just tend towards to go towards the southern area, they decided to stay over the shorelines. And then when it shifted away, I really felt that this is the moment where they could have opted for a rather late rotation from the bridge, because I think it was still the fourth circle that was hitting in enough time for a team to rotate, but they did not do that. Rather going in through the waters. I mean, this sort of puts up a lot of question, because if you're taking that roadways over there, you still have the chance to fight, but they were just staring fishes, waiting for death to occur, and that exactly is what happened to them.
Yeah, exactly. Now, this is where I also do have a few pointers to add on in. Now, as I mentioned, Raw was one of those teams who were dropped in all the way upside in the Kamishki and then rotated all the way down to the south near the military island. Now, the main problem here was I was getting pressured between two teams. That was Stalwart Esports, at the same time, Raw that was moving up from the back. So I do understand why that was kind of being done by I8, because at this point in time, when you're the team getting sandwiched between 2 points, right, when two sides, I feel like you got to take the route that you have in front of you. And if IA decided to stop, Raw was definitely not going to be a team who was going to be holding themselves back.
You know, on that point, of course, I do understand what you're trying to get over there. But it has certainly been a team, that tends to capitalize on situations like this, right? If it comes down to taking fights over there, when push comes to shove, they do it, right? They take those fights. But that was not the case over here. All they had to do was try and rotate. And now this sort of drives us to this part where I really have to, start saying this one thing. I really felt that they were overthinking in that situation, right? They were thinking a lot. They were anticipating maybe Future Station might be blocking their way off because, come on, considering how the recent changes have been made, we do not know who we are knocking, right? But Magnet sure does, as he spots out action right out in the open and does take him down.
He was proning out in the open on the street.
I don't know
That's
why.
not a place where you prone down action. That's not a place you want to do those kind of things, and you will be punished when you make those kind of rookie mistakes. But now, Stalwart Esports as well, it seems like that was kind of a bait because it has worked out. They have managed to find themselves a knock on the Magnet, but losing a star player like Action that early in the game, I don't really know if that's a good trade coming in from their side. But now Entry over here, his position is really key. If he even finds one knock, that can be opening up so many opportunities for 1952. I do want to see what they have in the back.
I certainly do, because we've got a few teams, just catching up on their tails. We've got ZEUS hearing all those commotion out there, and they're going to be making a move. We've got Entry who's formed the flank, like you mentioned, but look at top, he's burning, but he still wants to take this fight, just surviving on a sliver of HP. He cannot heal himself up, just has those bandages to work around with. This is where Pika needs to make some movement, but he's taking damage as well. Now, they need to push in tandem. They need to find C1, and they do, and managed to get a knock out of this world. But there comes the third parties, my friend. Sinister joining the fray, and A1 Esports, they're going to be picking up from whatever is left over. And, well, they're not overcommitting. That is all I can say. But this is where ZEUS also chiming. So 4 teams in that one location, and everyone's getting kills. They're all happy.
Man, this is the Sanhok we like to see, right, Fixes? This is the Sanhok we've known since a long time. And this is what we like to see, those early fights occurring in those early phases of the game. And, well, this is always a pleasure to watch. But now, another fight might just be panning out. It's going to be between I8 and Vibes. Well, these two teams have been caught off guard within kind of right next to each other. Does Killer spot him? No clue. Blade's right behind that tree. But no, Blade misses his chance and his opportunity, but he still managed to capitalize on it. Unfortunately, the lad from Vibes decided to move out in the open. Instead, he could have just stayed behind the tree that he had initially. That could have provided him a little bit more safety cover, at least until then his teammate just came in from the backlines and tried to help him. But now, this is where I do realize that they need to get the fallen comrade back on his feet. Let's just see how they are able to do so. Up till now, a lot of nade parades, smoke walls being formed as well from their side. Just make sure a safe pathway is being created for Blade. But this nade can be really damaging.
Yeah, they certainly can be, but just dropping that one smoke grenade, that's going to give Assassin those visual cues to go in for that. Will also drop a Molotov, and I believe Blade is burning. Uzum on pretty low HP as Assassin is going to follow up with one more nade, and there falls Uzum. Now, this is the cue where Vibes are going to be deciding to push it on, but this is where I would need Reviews to make some proactive movements, but all he's doing is just hiding. Crypto is the one player who loves to stay from the backlines and take those shots, but this is where Team Vibes have started capitalizing on the situation. They are just marching in onto its the IA territory and getting those frags confirmed as Reviews and Crypto just watching dogs over there as Reviews get spotted out. What on earth is going wrong in I8's department as Crypto is the last player left alive. He's still fighting it out though. Does manage to secure one knock. He'll go pretty good for the finish, but before that even happens, Assassin gets the final kill, and Team Vibes wiping out I8. Now, one of those biggest questions I've got to ask you, Necro, where's Johnny?
I feel Johnny, yeah, that's a different thing to talk about, but that right there is the perfect example of lack of communication and how a team can go off sync sometimes. Now, I8 is not one of those teams that is known to those kind of things to happen for them, but in that individual fight, it just didn't really seem like a teamwork. Yeah, they built a smoke wall to get their teammate back up on the feet, but that also, it just seemed like less efforts were put in from I8 in that initial fight, and I feel like a little bit more efforts could have changed a lot of things, but that's just my opinion. What do you think?
100%. I mean, one thing for sure, they were not prepared to take that fight, right? Because I8 is one of those teams that tends to take those fights towards those late circles. Now, of course, a fight did come in front of you. Now, you need to engage. But this is where I would want reviews to be taking lead over here. You know, he's your entry fragger. He needs to be on that first flank, and he was not there. The positioning of the players were terrible. And the worst part over there, I really felt, was just that one smoke being lobbed, right? Now, you're dropping one smoke and you're tending to go in for the revive. This is where your enemy does know. That is exactly where you position, right? So they're gonna be nade barraging you, and that is exactly what Assassin did. Now this is where experience does come handy, and not just that, he also did lob a Molotov over there, ensuring if someone is trying to go in for the revive, that'll just cut them off. That is where, you know, Team Vibes did make those aggressive movements, and in those moments where I really felt that Vibes were sort of aggressing towards I, that is where I expected cover fire coming in from Crypto and Reviews, but they were really silent, and I8 just falling into shambles. But now we've got Team Seal in a bit of trouble though, as Otzi with some beautiful laser action sprays gets a few knocks for himself.
Yeah, those are some incredible knocks. Gotta say, props should be given it though. That kind of a beamer of a spray from his side. But Zake really not really far behind. He was there to immediately try things out. So that should help the lads of Seal to at least get back up on the feet, but no one's going to be the answer. Instead, TDK are going to be the one to confirm those kills for themselves. Oh no, the Thieves and the Knights are here to steal the kills away. And well, they are not really going to let anyone stay alive, especially the people who are knocked out. I mean, that's literally free kills, and why would you not want them? On the other hand, Wizzes with Wipes, I mean, they had a great game the last time, even though they did not really get the chicken dinner, but still a good game. But these kind of mistakes where you don't really know what you're doing, you will be punished because, well, you just don't really have info on that kind of particular area. Why would you approach it all by yourself single-handedly?
Oh, a lot of interesting things are happening in Sanhok, Necro. A lot of fights, I must say. I mean, usually we do see... Paradox. I mean, we love this team, but they're under heavy fire. This is where Stalwart are getting themselves in the fray. They're just getting up close and personal. Those smokes have been deployed. Deadeyes, this is the perfect cue where they're supposed to rotate around. And, that beauty. One nade going in from top will find 3 players, not just 1, not 2, but 3 players. And Paradox.
Sorry.
Well, a very sorry ending.
Yeah.
For the ones who got chicken dinner yesterday.
I feel sorry, guys. It's fine, you know. Today seems like just in the Sanhok, the luck's not favoring you, lads. Maybe hopefully the next Sanhok, you guys will probably show yourselves up. But now, the circle. Pretty much a standard circle. Now, I do want to see where the circle shift's going to be taken ahead, because we do know, as I've been mentioning, as Fixes has been mentioning over and over again, Sanhok, the game of the circles, if a team is being favored, if a team's being graced by the circle, they are going to be, you know, pretty much lucky throughout. But then now you have a team like ZEUS sitting in all the way in the center. Well, no matter where the circle shift, they're really not going to be having that difficult of a rotation making it inside. But now, over here, Deadeyes, guys. One lad from Deadeyes guy is just dancing on the grasses over here and there. This is where if Stalwart Esports spots them out, this can be a great fight to watch out for. And Danny from the side of BABLU, well, he did go towards the airdrop, but it decided to not really take it. Did he take it?
We'll have to see that. You know, even I cannot confirm for myself as long as I did not see it in his loadout. But apparently, Stalwart do have a really good start. They've been making a lot of noise, getting a lot of kills. They have been having a really good position. All on that expense of one player action. And We did see the way he did go down, which was completely unnecessary. A few trades were made there, but again, action did not have to be the sacrificial lamb over there. But this circle shift. Now we're sort of privy to this sort of zone. Now yesterday they tend to go around the northwestern area. Now this has come down to a classic Sanhok zone shift, right? Just shifting towards the southeastern part of Paradise. Now DRS, they've been very silent. Team Vibes did win that fight against I8. Now this is where C9 can be a nuisance for both these squads over here. Not to forget, Wizzes with Vibes. They're not far behind.
Definitely, but take a look at this. This was the exact thing I was really scared of. I was literally talking about this exact moment where Stalwart Esports pretty much gets their eyes locked on the Deadeye's, guys, and they finally do. They started to rattle a few bullets off. A little bit of chip damage has been dealt, but nothing really critical. No knocks being found yet. In this fight, Stalwart Esports is in a massive disadvantage because action is not really in the game anymore, because we saw him proning out in the open in the streets. That's what you really not want to be doing, but that's a different story in the whole case. But take a look at this now. Seal with a 3-man squad as well. They have found themselves a compound on the edge of the zone. Now, for TDK, I feel like they can also be one of those teams who can actually move inside in the center of this zone. Did you see the compound next to Paradise Resort, like just next to the roads?
Yeah.
Those compounds were completely empty. Now, if TDK or even ZEUS moves in towards that area, that can be a good central position.
You know what? I'm going to say it, right? They're going to be waiting for the next zone shift. Now, that's where they make that movement, because we do see a lot of circle shifts, but high voltage, they're just walking in, which could be their possible deaths. They are completely oblivious about Seal's positioning over here. Extreme still did try to put up a fight though, but eventually did get taken down as Killer will get the confirmation as Waddle also falls down against the Killer as he gets hungry and goes in for more. But Ozzy this time does show some resistance as high voltage. They need to do something, or else they're just corners from around here.
Oh man, the overconfidence being punished from off Killer right there, but it's fine. He will be back up on his feet anytime soon. And just like that, high voltage, I mean, they just don't really have any other choice rather than back out from that situation. And that's what exactly is happening. BABLU and Aussie falling down. This is not really what you want in the case of high voltage, because Extreme, again, a team approaching a compound single-handedly, just a solo player going inside. Extreme being the IGL, I feel like he should have been the man who has kind of like stayed back, because from what I've seen, Extreme is the man. He's kind of an IGL where he doesn't really like to go forward in the fights. But this kind of a moment, I feel like Extreme should have stayed back, because we do know how important it is for an IGL to stay alive in any kind of moments. And just like that, Seal, as expected, wiping high voltage out.
You know, this time I'm not going to blame high voltage. They were just taking their chances, and that was just an unlucky situation. But, and of course, I mean, Extreme taking such strong measures, it's completely understandable, right? He's wanting to lead the team from the front. A lot of IGLs do that. You know, they go in for the entry, they play a very sacrificial role. But what could have been done is something I want to talk about, right? The damage could certainly have been mitigated. One player should have gone in and checked the compound, and now you realize that there's a certain team over there, back off. You know, until then we did see all the players are completely beside Killer, and that's where they got punished. Now this is what I was talking about, right? This is where ZEUS is gonna try and rotate. Now they have understood that the curveball has finally hit them. Now we've got a lot of compounds that a lot of teams can capitalize. Now this comes down to T2K having a really promising position, but take a look at how Wizzes with Vibes are rotating. Now this is something that I absolutely love from them, and this is how they've been getting future contenders for themselves.
Exactly, but take a look at Vibes straight up rotating inside, and they have realized maybe the compound on the left seems quite clear, and this was exactly what I was scared of. Even if TDK or ZEUS would have gotten it for themselves as early as possible, that could have helped them out quite a lot, but ZEUS instead decided to stay where they were, which is understandable. You want to play things out as safe as possible and try and play the survival game. But in the end, a little risk can actually work out in way much more better things in the future as well. And that's what ZEUS wasn't really willing to take, as I mentioned. It's pretty understandable. But Deadeye's guys now, again, they are going to be the one to just make a quick rotation inside the circle. They have found themselves a safe house, but not really a safe compound, because we can see RX Jax right in the right in the front house right there. He's ready with the nades cooked up as well. Let's hope that he's able to find a knock, but no, it's going to be the answer in this case because just a little bit of overshoot coming in.
Yeah, just a little bit. A1 Esports, of course. I mean, they are a bit separated, which I really do not find healthy for them because in such a close circle, you are going to be anticipating a lot of enemies from your backlines as well, and that's going to be the case over there. But by all means, they do not have someone this time around, as Baron will find the players of Stalwart,
oh my
off guard, and Top and Apex in such bad positions. Now, Baron does have that high ground. He's just waiting for Top to peek around, and when he does, he's going to just burst his head with that AKM. But now we've got Apex being the last survivor, and Baron is going to make the movement.
Wait,
but what on earth was he even thinking? He did not even holster his weapon.
I'm pretty sure he could hear the footsteps.
Yet, he did not put up a fight. Why?
Yeah, he gave up. Why, Apex? You could have actually won that. And that fight was completely in your favor as well, because in your TPP vision, you saw him coming first, then he saw you in the front. That was a clear advantage for you in that initial fight. You could have won that, but still Apex just completely gave up on that fight, which is still putting up question marks in my head. But hey, it's fun. We can move on from that. A1 Esports now again a 2-2 split coming up. 2 guys inside the compound and 2 guys outside the compound. Now, compound is probably the thing, or probably the place where it's way much more dangerous out there, because Deadeye's guys is right in the front lines, and you don't really want to be in that position, because Deadeye's guys, again, anytime the calm before the storm can break down, and well, anything can happen anytime soon, because the circle is going to be closing in soon as well, and that's the position you don't really want to be in those kind of moments. But over here, ZEUS putting up a lot of pressure on Clarity BABLU.
Yeah, that ought to happen, right? You know, Clarity BABLU, they've been very silent. Yesterday, they did take a completely different route, right? We did see them going in from the waterways, and they did manage to survive for quite a long time. But this time, however, that's not the case. Now, this is perfect for Team ZEUS, right? If they can just manage to take down the players of Team Vibes, then that's gonna be so handy. And this is where you know I need to understand. Apex, did he glitch out, or did he have some internet issues? But for sure, if he did not, he was not putting up a fight over there, which I did not really like. But either ways, you know, getting back to the game, I believe Zibian might just get spotted any single moment. And yeah, he goes. And ABLU is the one who's going to put him 6 feet under as Team ZEUS. They have a really good position. But Icy, I'm really concerned about this lad, because DRS is swooping in.
Certainly are, and take a look at Icy now. He has been spotted, unfortunately steps up in the wrong timing. And, well, him being spotted, that's really not a good thing, because Icy was the man who was kind of like the X factor of what they were trying to do. But him being spotted, that's really not a great thing. And now Deadeye's guys, they don't have any other option left to it. They need to push inside this compound, and this is what exactly they're doing. Ready pushing in against A1 Esports, and now the lad from A1 Esports decides to exit the compound and tries to play the survival game. He's trying to waste as much time as possible. He's waiting for his teammate to actually provide that cover fire. But instead, now Deadeye's guys as well, the table seems to have turned. Even A1 Esports, 3 players being taken out. That just leaves Dante all by his lonesome. But he doesn't really have to worry about those kind of things as well, because Deadeye's guys, they are going to be eliminated on 8th position. That's a huge elimination right there. But the damage has been dealt onto A1. Even though a fight which was kind of favoring A1 Esports, they still kind of just didn't really show that much of a strong presence into it. But this is where the most advantage is given towards a team like Vibes. Now, they have the circle favoring them. What else do you want?
I mean, exactly. That's where I was getting at. You know, this again, a classic Sanhok, right? You have got a compound, you've got the circle. All you need to do is hold. But Dante, I'm really excited to see as to what this land has to offer, as he's going to be a thorn 42k. Maybe try to cut off their rotation if he manages to spot them down. But Senor, this time opting for just a healing battle, has the last first aid for himself, after which he's going to fall, of course. But Assassin does find out that knock on ABLU, and I'm really rather keen to see if that's way out in the open. No, they do have cover, so ABLU might just get the revive, but no, that's not the case.
No.
Well, I believe ZEUS has abandoned them, and the only reason is because the circle has started kicking in. But it's going to be so difficult for Zol and his teammates get inside the zone with Team Vibes keeping a watch party over there.
Yeah, Circle and the panic kicks in at the same time for these teams, and this is where Dante, I feel really bad for him. Being the last man alive inside this kind of situation, he's also getting damage chipped onto himself, and yep, that's going to be it. Unfortunately, he had a nade out in his hands, and Vol couldn't really switch back to a gun in that little nick of time, and Vol, that's where TDK are going to be taking a full advantage of that situation in their favor. But as I mentioned, this is where the circle shifts away from them. And TDK now are going to be the one who are pretty lucky because the circle is now favoring them. And this is where they can also decide to be the guardian angel of the zone. Because you can see Jane's position is kind of like the X factor inside this whole setup that's coming in through.
Vibes is in a whole world of trouble, Necro. They cannot decide who to go for first, because if they go out in the open, that's going to be ZEUS firing from the backlines. And of course, look at the spread coming out from T2K. Look at the map control from their side. We still have Delta, though. Again, pulling this one off. I mean, this has to change, right?
First aid.
Yeah, the last first aid, and every single time they've got a good Sanhok game, courtesy to those healing battle, but Godless being the one trying to get inside the zone and gets picked off. But Team Vibes, they do not have enough time in hand to go in for the revive onto Wizzes, and this is where they're going to be dropping a lot of smokes and build apart to take the fight against T2K. Now this is going to be so devastating to them, because look at how well spread T2K are. Look at the map control that they have, as Jekyll has also fallen down, and one by one, Team Vibes is crumbling like a cookie.
That's it. Even the next zone favoring TDK completely. No way Vibes are able to. No way Vibes are able to come back from this kind of situation. All three of them stacked inside the house, and they parade coming inside as well. No, that's it for Vibes. I don't really feel like there's a way to get out of this position. Another nade comes in, and take a look at Pubgmobile. His HP bar is invisible at this point. I can't even see it. That's how low he is. Nade, man. Oh, I don't really like this. This Molotov can be so devastating, and this is what exactly he does. Lobs in a Molotov, and pretty much he wants to create a pressure cooker inside that house. But hey, guess what? All of them get burnt in together, and that's going to be it for them. Unfortunately, the zone really not favoring them. Instead, TDK are going to be the one to be the lucky ones this time in the Sanhok.
Well, the players of Team Vibes were definitely burned to crisp, as T2K find themselves another chicken dinner, $1,000 richer. Now these lads are starting to feel it, right? These lads have certainly asserted that dominance in the Super Weekend, and in the final day of the first week. I mean, what a way to win the map of Sanhok. I mean, it all came down to that final zone shift going in their favor, and how proactive they were, just taking the entire control. And that's where ZEUS did try to chime in, were trying to enter, but did have a lot of their plates, right? With Team Vibes being the hindrance for them. But again, once they were dealing with Team ZEUS, that's where T2K did manage to find those two knocks, and as a result of which they were all burned to crisp towards the very end. So a fried chicken dinner coming in. Yeah, $4,000 is what they've earned. But right now, ladies and gents, we are going to be heading for a quick little breather, because coming right after is the desk to break the fights down.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. Got a good thing going. You got a good thing going on.
All right, once again, well, T2K, what a play this team is bringing to the table. This is, of course, the final day of the first Super Weekend right here at PMPL Season 4. A big thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro. But, dudes, I mean, what is this team doing? This is just absolute mayhem and destruction from the side of T2K.
Yeah. As I said before the match, I mean, they're looking quite similar to Super Weekend Day 1's performance, and I guess the domination just continues. Take 2K, and well, they have taken 2K today as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that's
GG.
true. That's true. And Sandesh, all right. Well, this lad coming up with 7 kills, 934 damage, and hey, only 47 healing done.
Wow.
I mean, that's just an impressive start coming down from this lad. 1 assist as well. Yeah.
Talking about a roster change, I mean, this dude.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this dude addition to T2K.
I mean, the best part that Johnny actually talked about is that's the conversation that I would just take forward, and that is first 2 games they have chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Last day, I don't know, it's last 2 games and they have chicken dinner 1, maybe the last one as well.
Well. I mean, $4,000 in the bank. Yeah, I'm not complaining, of course.
With 1 game remaining.
1 more thousand, of course. No problem at all right here for me. But on the other front, as we move on for the top players, we do, of course, also have Seal Esports player Baron, along with Killer, his teammate, joining in right here with 6 and 4 kills respectively.
I mean, I don't know what's going on with the circles. I believe Ocean is going to be able to explain this.
Yeah.
But the circles don't seem to have a center. They're not loyal to anyone right now. Just moving wherever they want, and the players are struggling because of that. But both the times we have had those interesting shifts of the circle, T2K is the team to come out on top, be it on Erangel or be it in Sanhok.
Oh my god. Am I reading it right?
141
damage received with 1,969 damage dealt for a team that's winning. I get it. All right, so this is where your zones conversation is going to coming up. Plus, all the players of Vibes and all the players of T2K were surviving till the end. Hence, you see that average survival time, and somehow it's in the favor of Vibes. Okay, but still, like that is the main reason.
Oh well. Now that's a match summary.
That's a one-sided game right there.
That's a one-sided
That's a team summary.
That's a team summary indeed. I mean, that is just definite. Again, I mean, there's no stopping the side of T2K for the moment. As you talk about the highest skill, we've got Sandesh right there. We've got, well, Jane is right here as well with 289 meters longest distance on a map of Sanhok.
I do want to know, Ocean, what was Legend doing? Like, he's so you look at the longest distance travel, and you see Legend and the rest of the players are from a different lineup.
So I'll tell you actually, but look at this. Baron has 6 kills. The best part is out of those, there was one 1v3 that was just amazingly executed by this lad. So that was there as well. But yeah, you talk about Legend's rotation. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there for sure, because there were a lot of times when the circle shifted to the right hand side of Paradise Resort. It was actually favoring T2K, but then all of a sudden it started favoring Vibes, and Legend has had a crucial role in that.
I mean,
to take his team
also,
to the circle.
As we started the conversation talking about Sandesh, I mean, he was from the start bound to be a key player for the team, him and Legend, both of them being the new players to the team. But it has been an impressive way T2K have shown how fast they are able to synergize with each other. But look at that. Well, Train to Kill, we have talked about them quite a lot. Seal Esports, 12 kills and just that 1 placement point.
This is where I always say, right? Kill points matter. Well, they definitely matter. It can take a team from what 8 to 12 placements elimination to top 5 with the kill points.
Exactly. I mean, because as we'll move on to the overall standings later, we'll see that the points, I mean, they're so very close. You're talking about barely, 4-point difference between one position and the next. And if you've got something like 13 points in a game, the boost is going to be quite high.
Exactly. Plus, with the lead that T2K now has for themselves, no matter if the final game, even it goes bad, they are still going to be at the top of the charts for a few days to brag about.
But I believe a lot of hearts are going to be broken once we move on to the overall standings, because I8, I mean, there has been a little bit of an inconsistent performance. We have had consistent bad games from them, and DEADEYES guys as well looking really shaky today. But as Ocean pointed out, at T2K, they're going to have a massive advantage now on the overall rankings. But we're going to have a look at that later, I believe.
Yes, we most certainly will. Before we do so, it is time to have a look at the rotations that were made from these teams. Ocean, take us through the zone analysis, mate.
Yes, sir. I will, because right now, if you look at where T2K is, let's just keep it here. T2K, the players are actually far away from each other. Actually, I remember even Esports also just tried to have this kind of strat for themselves, and look at where Vibes is. So far away from the center of the zone that will be in the later stages as we just move forward. But Wizzes with Vibes, they had such a late rotation in this game that kind of they thought will favor them, but it exactly did not favor them. Now after the zone, we see T2K on the right hand side, DRS, Vibes, Seal9, they had really good area, but the next shift of the circle, which we'll see, is going to be such amazing. Look at this. it is almost on T2K and Seal9 right now, two of the most comfortable teams. So T2K had compounds for them. So there's a compound here, there's a compound here. You'll see compounds, right? Had they taken this compound, game would have changed a lot. But Vibes was quick enough to take this compound, as we'll see in the upcoming movement. You see that, right? Vibes has this compound. And for them, they thought like they'll be having such a comfort space, because if you look at the circle, right, you see the central zone, like the center, they are near to the center as compared to T2K. Yeah. But the circle had some, just like what you said, Johnny, the circle had something else, and the zone just shifted away from them. This time as well, like they have the circle, but look at, like, if we just fast forward to the next circle, the where it all mattered, the circle actually just comes here, like this area. The worst part is, they never had any place to go out. If they go out, they are being spotted by T2K's players, right? If they actually go out. Plus, ZEUS onto the backlines, obviously just creating a lot of pressure, and that is something that just, snatched away the game. I mean, Jiggle was knocked out, at this moment. You see, Jiggle is knocked out. It's 4v3 affair in which 3 players of T2K are actually being taken, they are taking care of the circle. Meanwhile, Jin is just, trying to actually apply pressure on the other players of Vibes, and wow.
I mean, we've always talked about this, right? That when you are inside a building, when you're inside a shack, as long as you are in, you're safe. The moment the circle moves away and you're forced to come out is when things get tricky, especially when a team knows where you are. Because there are only a few exit points, and they're going to be ADSing on those exit points. So the moment you get spotted, you are getting taken out. It becomes really tough, and that shift, as Ocean said, it just turned the game in the favor of T2K.
Indeed, mate. I mean, talk about being stuck to a corner, and that's exactly what happened to that team. With that, let's move on through and have a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments, where all of the fights are going to be breaking down.
This early skirmish, I loved it, right? Because it's a round boot camp. It's always, if you get the gun first, you get the game first. Like for the first kerfuffles, and that did happen. But so many fights around the houses, around these bridges, it just actually made Sanhok chaotic, and that's what it is about. But there was a few moments. I mean, you remember when Stalwart, the players were being surrounded around the circle. They were trying to move inside, but they were taking damage of blue zone. So those were some of the most crucial fights that actually were snatched away from Stalwart, and well, they could never get a hold of the zone, and that happened with a lot of teams.
Yeah. This was my favorite play of the game, because Joker sat there for like, I believe, a minute, and he wasn't he wasn't even like waiting for Wizzes with Vibes to approach him. He was actually waiting for his team to get into a position so that he could move forward. But hey, if you're going to come quite close to him, he's definitely going to destroy you. Seal Esports did a wonderful job just taking those early fights. But when the time, as I said, Circle wasn't loyal to anyone in this matchup. First it was favoring T2K, then went to Vibes, then back to T2K. Well, Seal Esports, they had a really tough time fighting against the Circle rather than the other teams themselves.
Yeah, definitely. That happened. And this is the fight that I'm saying, right? Stalwart, the players tried to move forward. They were pinched down by the blue zone as well. And 4th, 5th circle, you know how important it is for your rotations, especially in Sanhok. I mean, the circles are quite close, but you're getting the damage. I mean, it doesn't matter. You're 1 meter outside the circle, 100 meters outside the circle. You will be getting that damage stat on yourself, against you, to be honest. And that is something that is actually a real headache for the opponents, for the teammates, and for you as well to just look forward to. And I mean, me and Pixis, we have talked about this as well. Scooter in Sanhok is bad for your health.
But it's fun to watch while players attempt to make it work. I mean, we've seen it multiple times. So, yeah, I mean, you and I, we Pixis, I believe it's been a year-long conversation with us whether vehicles are a viable option, and we all agreed, like, all right, early games, yeah, you are open to do whatever you want. Scooters, fine. But as you reach that 4th, 5th circle transition, you better be on your feet, because, I mean, the map is really small. People are going to be quite close to you, and it's going to be really tough to survive while you're making all that noise.
Yeah. And talking about noise, I'm pretty sure that T2K, well, these players are definitely making noise with the amount of chicken dinners that they have, with the amount of money that they just have accumulated. Oh, see, look at this. We're talking about those 12 kills, right? 1 placement point, 12 kills, 1980 damage. That's actually a really high peak in the center, to be honest, in this damage graph.
Yeah.
Exactly. It certainly did favor Seal Esports in terms of the kill department, because as we were talking about it earlier as well, every kill does give you that 1 point. On the other front, there were so many teams this time around who were not part of those good fights, as we do have Raw, we've got BABLU, we've got Para. I mean, so many of these teams, they tried to take on fights. FS right there with 474 damage, but sadly just that 1 kill conversion. So, not the kind of play that was anticipated for so many of them, but again, kills were stolen.
Yeah, Wizzes with vibes. 2 kills, 107 damage. Either they were dishing out damage to the players that were outside the zone, or they might have stolen one or two kill here and there. That's the only explanation.
Exactly. With that, let's move on to the storyboard and find out what sort of a big leap are we going to be looking at when it comes down to this game. And this is where we do see ZEUS moving up by 4 positions. ZEUS Esports chiming themselves in the top 8.
Can we say that ZEUS Esports is back, or do we wait for them to jump to the second?
Next week, I would say we can preferably say that. Today, even if they have an amazing final game, I would still not say that they are back, because I get it, they will be in top 3 if they have a really good game, but it's just not their element. Their element previously used to be every game they used to just dominate with the chaos.
But
no doubt. I mean, John, you remember there were games where they might be having 1 placement point but 11 kill points. It's like those kind of games. I'm missing that from ZEUS.
I mean, last time I remember during Season 3, the consistent performance that we always talked about for ZEUS Esports was the fact that they walk away with minimum 6 to 7 kills in every single match, no matter what. And this time, although I have to say, we are going to have to admit, today the process of that comeback has begun for ZEUS Esports. They started off really low. I believe they were on the 10th or the 11th position, and from there they have slowly and steadily throughout the day brought themselves on the 4th. On the other side though, BABLU Clarity starting from the 3rd, now we on 9th.
Ouch moment, might I say?
It hasn't been the best of BABLU Clarity that we are seeing today. I mean, to be honest, they haven't accumulated a lot of points. I guess like when they started, it was like around 70-point marker, and in 4 games they have had 30 points. I get it, but it's always that negative red marker right next to them that they'll have to cope up with. Maybe the last game.
Absolutely, that's going to be so very crucial for the side of those lads. With that, let's move on with our show. We've got 1 final game remaining for the day. It is time to bring up the schedule, and it is, of course, going to be Erangel. But now, I have a question for you guys. Do you think T2K could maybe get a back-to-back?
Maybe. I mean, there's a very high probability.
I would love that.
True, right? That would be just a game changer. I mean, 5K in the bank at 3 days, dude. Yeah, that sounds good.
I mean, so imagine this. I mean, we always talk about, hey, Future Station, they go for placement points. But they were so good at doing that they're still sitting at the top of the map chance. I mean, a team just like really, really amazingly knows how to get those placement points, and I believe that is the thing that's actually keeping them in a decent position, decent enough to actually have one good game. They need to convert 1 map for themselves, and they're gonna bounce inside the top 8. Although I'm feeling a bit risky again, and I'm gonna go for BABLU Clarity to take the chicken in this one. Right after I said like they're not having a good day.
Okay. All right. Well, with that prediction set in stone, let's move on to the Panda Bros once again to take us through this final game. It is going to be none other than Pain Fixers and Necro.
Well, quite some interesting predictions coming in from the desk, of course, for Team BABLU. And we do know why, right? Yesterday, we did see them ending the day off with the chicken dinner, and I'm not going to be surprised if they pull 1 more. But again, this is where I would really want teams like Future Station 1952 to get it, or maybe DEADEYES. What about you, Necro?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I definitely want one of those teams that, like, teams that have been struggling today, at least, especially. I mean, I would say DRS as well can be a good choice to go for, because till now, you can see even in the overall rankings of the Super Weekends, they haven't really been that great. I mean, on 13th place, I don't really know, that's not what you expect from a team like DRS. We definitely want them to be, in like that, at least that top 5 kind of a place. So I'm going with DRS on this one.
You're going with DRS, quite a bold one, because, all right, if you do remember, they had to face a lot of hardships yesterday, especially when their own drop was contested by Stalwart, which was a revenge game, and after that, they were absolutely everywhere around the place, and they could not do much and succumbed to the pressure. But now, let's see, it's a fresh new start for them, a fresh new game, and of course, the final game of the evening as the big bird is in the sky, and we head all the way from the military base to Severny. Now, military base being the one place where the flight path trajectory has started from, this is where, we've got to talk about I8. I think this has to be their worst day amongst the 3 Super Weekends we've had.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I8 has been one of those teams who have been trying hard and hard. They have been getting the spotlight today as well, but it's just like they're really not able to deliver that well today, as you beautifully mentioned that and pointed that out as well. I mean, it has been one of these teams, as I mentioned, they are trying their best, but let's just see maybe on the final game, this is where they finally, decide to click in. This is where they finally decide to kind of, chime in and just dominate throughout the Erangel map. We never know. But finally, one thing we definitely know is that DRS is safe for now. They can go in the Asnap hole now.
Today I'm gonna be a dreamer. I'm gonna want a really ridiculous circle, maybe towards the quarry. I think that might satiate my hunger for watching these teams in pain while they're all traversing around, right? Because if you've got those default generic circles, that's where you know what's gonna happen. They're gonna wait for, let's say, 20-22 minutes before all the fights break down, and in a jiffy everything is over, right? Maybe military base. I mean, I can take that. I can definitely take that, but no.
Same one as yesterday.
Yeah, but okay. All right. What do you think? What are the chances? Are we looking at a Starburst circle? Because we're looking at BABLU, mind you, heading towards Severny. Now, this might be their plan C, right? Because initially they used to head off towards those northwestern Georgia compounds. Then they shifted their drop location to where R3D was. That's towards the western side of Quarry. Now, considering this certain flight path, and they were sort of aware that PN crew is not there in the Super Weekend, so might as well take their drop.
Yeah, but they also need to realize that 2 players from PN Crew have moved over to TDK, so maybe TDK would have also dropped in there, but they're quite lucky that TDK decided to drop in towards the bridge areas. But now, one thing we can definitely say that Clarity BABLU is looking way much more comfortable inside the circle than compared to TDK, because they still need to move inside, and the problem is that there's a lot of teams that can create a roadblock for them, and let's just see how they're able to storm through their way out. But another kind of thing that, again, I is going to be struggling with, especially on Erangel map, is that which kind of routes are they going to be taking outside the military base? Now, usually they go towards the left side, but recently we have seen them kind of on the struggling phase, even to exit out the military base. So I don't really know what to say, because Future Station, they have always been one of that team that's haunting I8 right now.
That's where I was about to get at, because I8 they've been lately questioning their decisions today, right? In the fights that they've had, and certainly not in I8 day, so as to speak, because this is not how they play, right? This is not them playing in their natural element. They are better than this. They have proven that in the past, and history, of course, is a testament. We do know how deadly Crypto can get, but again, you've got to keep Crypto in those angles where he's comfortable at, right? He's really deadly at that mid-range situations. This is where I would expect the likes of Johnny to step in the fray. I do not know what's exactly going wrong in the department. I mean, of course, everybody is entitled to experiment. These are the still early phases of this tournament, and Review, certainly it was definitely one of those finds for I8. He's no doubt a really well-skilled player, but this is where I'm starting to feel that he is under tons of pressure, which he's not able to handle, and especially when you are in the run for the first spot, this sort of experiments are really biting I8 back.
Yeah, definitely. That is biting. I don't even know if you want to call that as experiment, right? Because as I mentioned, Future Station has been one of those teams that's haunting I8. So I don't really know if that's even an experiment, because they do know on the right side of the bridge, there's a team like Stalwart Esports that also uses that bridge line to make it outside the military base. So probably the best thing is to go from the left side. And since the past, they were looking really confident when they used to take the left side, I don't really feel like that was a lot of problem. But recently, it has been struggling with that quite a lot. They have been just so cautious when they're moving in with those bridge lines. And I feel like if they just do the same thing, approach those bridge lines with a little bit more confidence, and at the same time, a little bit more kind of tactical approach towards it, they can pretty much send one man out to scout the bridge lines out, right? They can pretty much try and scope in the guns. Just make sure if you spot anyone out, then you can send a bait in somehow, and then that's a good way to spot anyone out on the bridge. Yeah. But that's really not any kind of things that have been shown up till now from the I8. Instead, they just go closer towards the bridge line, and they just decide to stack up all 4 of them, and then they just don't decide to cross.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens with military base, right? If you get the zone, then fine. But majority of the times, especially in this tournament, we have been completely missing those southern circles. I mean, by this time, we were supposed to be hit with one, but it's nada. And this is where I8 needs to start developing some versatility in the drop, right? You just cannot be hard fast heading towards the military base every single time. This is where teams do know when you tend to rotate. This is where, if I was supposed to be holding a vendetta against you, I know how to take you down. That's going to be easy peasy for me. I'm just going to wait around those bridges. And this is where I8 sort of has become predictable. Now they have to change the game up a little bit, but talking about getting predictable, we did touch upon ZEUS on that one. Now ZEUS has had a completely different approach towards the game after they managed to drop at the plan B. That's going to be around shelter. So dropping at shelter, of course, may be a good decision, but this is not where ZEUS really thrives, right? Playing around the center. This is one of those teams that loves to play around the edges. They make sure that they've got their backlines cleared. And so far, looking at ZEUS playing that central meta game, well, I must say, they haven't really been looking in shape.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for now, one thing that is definitely looking good, that's going to be DRS now. They don't even need to leave Yasna Polianas. They can just stay inside. They are pretty much in the center of the zone. They can stay inside, watch out, wait out, try and get as much as info as possible with those shots fired and stuff. But take a look at this approach now. Top 2A, it seems like some eyes have been locked on the lads of TDK. So Yoga has no clue. Look at him. Top is just on the top of the bridge, and no one's seeing him. He's like a monkey on the top.
All right. I mean, if I was Suyog, if I would take a look, even watch a VOD, I know that, well, Stalwarts have been trying to pull off that shenanigans, some parkour movements. We did see that completely being a flop last time, but this time could have been a different case as Pika. He's also decided to go up top and get a really good angle. Now, this sort of a commitment from Stalwart. I absolutely love it, right? This is something that even I8 should start inculcating. They know that they're being, every single time being hindered away by a few enemies, mostly by future station. So try something different, right? This is Stalwart trying something different, which might completely backfire, but if it pays them off big time.
Yeah, I like how top is on the top, then there's one more guy on the mid lane, and then there's one of the other guys all the way in the bottom. Pika's the first man to expose himself, and this is where
this is bad.
Things are really, yeah, I feel like he should only fired when he had a confirmed kill, right? Where he can actually confirm a kill. But this where when he fires, pretty much the call's being given away. Oh, they're on top of the bridge. They're pretty much climbing those bars. And this is where TDK, yeah, what's up?
I'm really sorry to cut you off over there. Look at action. He's making the movement. He's swimming from the waters. Now, if he does find a flank, mind you, T2K are not anticipating this. This is something really, really interesting from Starward, but it's going to be really, really dicey at the same moment.
Legs.
Yeah.
Just shoot it. No, I feel like over here, the guys on top of the bridge, their main priority is to just divert the attention of the lads at TDK. And a little bit of more shots that would give Action a clear flank, but still, I do like the decision being made is that try and stay quiet up till now. As soon as you see Action close to the edge lines of the island, this is where they're probably going to be starting the fire. This is where TDK will also completely focus in the front lines, and Action will get a clear flank for himself. Legend being spotted out. A lot of info has been conveyed to the teammates, and this is where Stalwart Esports, they need to start hustling and bustling right now. If they don't really fire any kind of shots, Legend might just look behind him, and he can find himself a free frag. But no, instead it's going to be the answer. Legend is just way too lost in front of him, and this is where he gets shot right in the back, and Action, well, just as always, as his name goes, he always delivers action.
Oh, wow, this is so exciting. This is absolutely preposterous from Stalwart Esports, and there you have it. Top finding
disgusting.
One more knock, and T2K, they are completely broken apart. They are in shambles. They're shocked as to how on earth did Stalwart pull this one off? They were looking at every single possible angle. The only one blind spot was the waters. They did not pay heed to that. They had no information, and this is genius. This is genius from Stalwart, and they deserve this entry inside the circle. Now, well, T2K did not have a lot to work around with anymore, right? They did delay a lot of time getting inside the circle. Now, a lot of teams have taken over that central position. Now, where do they find themselves with just 2 players surviving? It looks really flimsy for them.
Yeah, 2K in this game definitely or certainly means 2 killed, and that's a little problem. Now, TDK, they have moved near the shelter area. That is where they're at least going to be finding a temporary kind of a outing for them. This is where they think that it's probably safe, but no, it's going to be the answer. But this time, this is where Deadeye's guys, they have also decided to chime inside a fight. They're also firing a few shots. They have able to find themselves a knock. But again, another fight that's going to be happening. Ink has already been taken down, and Seal are locked and loaded in the sights of Seal 9. This is where they're just trying to find a free...
Wow.
Okay, we missed it! No! Just a little bit. Yeah, we were able to spot a glimpse, but the Observer moved in. Just in the nick of time, man. I just wanted to see that.
It's fine. It's fine. I still, did have a, a little bit of gander at it, and I'm happy from what I really saw. But Sada apparently has different plans in mind. Did manage to take down Frank though, but still no movement being made by the players of Ron. And now Bishal is the one who's going to lead the charge, who's going to chime in, maybe make a dash as he is closing on in. And Raw, they're looking so aggressive, sort of trying to live up to their name as Bishal decides to enter inside the compound as Rated just blows himself up. Now this is devastating for Deadeye's as they are remaining with just 2 players. As Jipo, he's trying to pull things off, but no, gets traded right after, and it has all come down to it's on top, who is apparently staring helplessly as Raw mercilessly wipes out his teammates.
And now on top decided slowly and steadily get up close and personal, but instead decided to just run away with that Tesla. Now he's like, all right, my life is probably the most important thing. And yeah, as you mentioned, as Rated, he just blew himself up. That was not really a mistake you want to make, especially when you're getting approached by a team like Raw. You want to make sure you're being as calm and composed as possible. But unfortunately, unfortunate things do happen in this kind of a world. But take a look at the circle shift now. Sphinx is over here. The outing of the circle, mostly it's probably going to be out in the open, and it's going to be really interesting to see because Para is all the way in the center of the circle.
Butterfingers, dude, Butterfingers, I'm telling you. I mean, Rated, we know he's an experienced player. He, of course, did not intend to do that. But sometimes, when you got that sweat also coming in, a squad is pushing on you, you tend to miss. Now, you did miss it out, right?
Yeah,
this is where production heard you and says, Necro, we aren't missing a single moment, right? You wanted a headshot? Here we have it. Of course, in a replay. But ZEUS, they've got that squad house right beside Mansion. And, well, this is not typical ZEUS, right? We've seen them having a good spread. We've never seen them, sticking up close and tight with each other. Now, we did see ZEUS pull off a chicken dinner yesterday. We did witness those smiles coming out of these players. But, I mean, I do have a feeling that, the circle is not going to stick hard onto its Mansion. It's going to go aloof of it. And now this is where I really like ZEUS's IGLing, right? They do understand their fact. So they have taken that squad house rather instead of taking that main compound. And, well, all right, Paradox almost did just drop the nade, but it's fine. I mean, as long as he's still alive, that is something I can live with.
That's one nade being wasted right there. We're, like, I gotta say, in this Super Weekend, we've seen a lot of nades that have been misplaced here and there, but it's fine, It's, as you mentioned, the Butterfingers, the competition is just rising up every single day. It's understandable. You are probably going to be sweating in these kind of moments, but it's pretty understandable. But as I mentioned, the zone as well, pretty much out in the open. This is where teams are going to be having such a difficult task to find themselves a compound. Now, Mansion is the area that has been filled with pretty much a lot of teams because Future Station 1952 is right behind Para, and then there's one more team right in the front lines. It's going to be ZEUS. If you ask me in this situation which team has the most advantage, it's pretty much hard to tell because it just really comes down to the circle shift. If the circle moves down south, this is where ZEUS has found themselves in luck. If the circle moves up on the northern side, this is where Para and Future Station and Seal 9, like pretty much so many teams have found themselves in luck.
I mean, his particular circle is starting to look interesting because we've definitely witnessed some early skirmishes, right? We're still in pursuit to see that first squad being wiped out. Everyone sort of has a few players to themselves, and in a while, we're going to witness that next circle shift. But, well, I see Charles managed to get one on Paradox. Will, of course, try to follow it up with maybe possibly another, but Keith somehow escapes, right? He's still alive. He will definitely patch himself up, and this is where I believe ZEUS are not going to hard commit, right? This is going to be a really hefty investment if 4 players leave their compound and head in and wipe out a squad, because this was never their objective.
Circle.
They never intended to take over that, but again, the circle shifting towards mansion is going to be a little bit troublesome for the players of DRS, as they've got to make their way inside the zone. But T2K, after the initial blunder that occurred to them, they have recovered pretty well.
Now, Fixes over here. Okay, for now, I'm going to be focusing on the fight because that's what really is happening in front of us for now. And, well, BABLU is the man who has been pretty much deducted out from the squad for now. It's just a 3-man squad. And Raw, they're looking to challenge a fight against the last man alive from DEADEYES. Guys, it's going to be on top. He is stuck inside the house with just nade out his hand, and he's hoping for the best with that initial nade, but no is going to be the answer. No value has been found, and that's a perfect nade from Bishop. Okay, now getting back to what I was trying to say. Now, as you know, I've opted out for DRS this time to kind of win this game, and they also have a clear pathing right inside the circle. They can just straight up move inside, which is quite clear, and it's just going to be no one spotting them out, because this circle wasn't really a hard shift. Every single team has found themselves in luck.
What?
Oh,
Stalwart! Those beamers, Necro. I mean,
yeah.
Clarity just vanished into thin air. Before they could even realize what struck them, they're done. But this is where I'm starting to get a little bit concerned. This is what I was going to head in. Where do they go in? Because every single place is taken, and now they've certainly found an area on which they could capitalize. And A1 Esports, mind you, are the ones guarding the fortress over here, as they are on that plateau. And Gyalzen would be trying to rain them up with a few grenades, but to no success. But what he has done, what he's managed to do is
scare them
what
away,
A1 off.
Yeah, they have definitely managed to scare them away, and that's a good thing. But another fight, and Stalwart Esports, I mean, they are feeling themselves inside this game. They are able to beam a lot of people out the game as well. So Seal, on the other hand, they're also going to be finding themselves a few kills. Wally is the man who's dishing out quite a lot of damage on Raw. And finally, Stalwart Esports has managed to open a fray up onto the enemy lines. It's going to be Seal 9.
A lot of kills are definitely breaking out, Necro, and things have started getting so exciting as we're going to be waiting for that curveball to hit, because so far it's been a standard circle shift. Now Sinister does spot out the players of DRS. They are aware that there's someone lurking around them, challenging their territory, and what you got to do when someone comes for you, you defend, right? And both these teams are in pursuit to find that first knock, to break the lull that exists amongst them, and this is a full-fledged fight that they can engage in. But the question still remains: can they afford casualties? Because both these teams are in desperate need of a chicken, and they understand the value. As we do spot out Crypto, he just survived that one grenade. But where are his teammates? He's way apart from them. Uzum has fallen down, but I8 are still a 3-man squad strong.
Okay, this is where I really want the production to take a look at the map as well, because the circle shift has came in through, and it's quite insane. But this is where we are also seeing a little replay of how things really went down for a team like Raw. This is where Seal were able to pretty much get themselves a little bit of free damage onto them. And yeah, as you mentioned, poor Bishop. And with that being said, the next circle shift, and this is why a lot of fights are also happening, and IAT are going to be the one instead this time who are pretty much dealing a lot of damage on the Wizzes with Wives. 2 men being taken out. This is where the go call has been given to I8, and they're not really going to be falling back. Those McLarens and those Teslas are out because they want to get to that position as quick as possible. They're able to capitalize on it. really quick. But with that being said, this is where Wizzes with Vibes as well. They're trying their best to fight back in this situation. The nade barrage is there, but just not on the mark. And this nade is quite close. That's great nade. The car just shifts away with that impact.
Oh my goodness, this has to be the knock of the evening, and this is damage done. Now, Wizzes with Vibes do understand for a fact that there's no chance on earth that they can go for a revive, but we'll get back to that later because A1 Esports have dashed onto the compound Vesila, but that's where Joker apparently is placed, and everyone's just burning. Wally and Baron, 2 players surviving, and A1 Esports just bombarding this little house with all those grenades and find a squad wipe over there. 6-9 boy getting the grenade attack, but they're burning themselves alive. What on earth is happening, Necro? This is suicidal.
Oh no, what is going on? It's just absolute craziness all over the map of Erangel. And this is what you expect. I mean, the final day of the Super Weekend and the final game of the Super Weekend. This is what you expect to happen. Just the craziness all over the place. But also being said, Mr. Wise Mullik is going to be the man to pretty much strike back again. And yes, this, it's still, I just like how the car shifted away as well with the impact. It's just like slid away from that vision. And he just gets knocked out. The car, that was just one of those moments that you really do want to watch out. But take a look at the kill feed as well. It seems like ZEUS, they're also hitting some insane and crazy shots, and they're able to land those Car 98 headshots onto people. And Zol, well, it seems like he has finally put down the final man of Vibes to sleep. And that's a good thing. Oh no, that was not the final man right there. Still 2 men alive from Vibes, and so that's a little bit of saving grace for them. But zone closing in, that means we still have way much more chaos to witness.
We certainly do, and it's just begun, right? Things have started stirring in, and what we are witnessing, the viewers can't believe what they are actually watching. And this is where I was, telling you, right? This is where ZEUS did anticipate. The circle will shift away, and that is exactly what happened. Now their escape route is confirmed. Now their teams like Paradox, they're sort of stuck over there. At the moment they try to get out, they're going to be targeted from some particular direction, and this is where DRS are already making those moves, right? Hazard being taken down, and DRS, Gyalzen, apparently, he's got his eye set on the boys of Stalwart. He does know there's someone, just hustling and bustling around the bushes, but well, A1 Esports did survive the onslaught, but High Voltage have again joined the charge, and Otti, he's just going to take his own time. I mean, it's just that one stun grenade that's required to go and try and commit for a push, but from a different angle completely. It's going to be Icy who gets that final kill onto it, 6-9, and ends the misery of A1 Esports.
Oh man, third party is the name of the game. That's definitely what is happening up till now. And keep this in mind, DRS is still alive with all 4 players alive. They can make a lot of things happen. They definitely do have the man advantage favoring them. Same thing goes with teams like 1952 Future Station and also teams like Stalwart Esports. Big names still alive. All of them have the history of being one of the most action-packed teams. And well, when all these teams are alive, you can only expect greatness all over the floor in those late game situations. Take a look at this. Future Station 1952 does have kind of spotted out DRS. DRS have managed to take over the main building inside the mansion area, so that's a good thing for themselves. The Malta being lobbed in, it should be a little, not really that kind of isolating thing for them. They should still have a decent amount of area to move around. But take a look at the kill feed. The kills are just flying over here and there. It's really hard to keep the track of kills.
I mean, I'm loving this from DRS. Now, this is the DRS that we did witness during the league days, right? Them going absolutely big, and one after the other, they're getting so much kills done. But T2K, gotta give props to these 2 lads, barring the fact that they did lose out there on their early teammates. They've still managed to hold their grounds. Now, they are taking this fight against I8 and Crypto. Again, the entire burden, the entire onus has shifted onto this lad. He's got to pull something off. And this is the perfect area where he really thrives, right? Pressure. He knows how to deal with this. But Jane, if he's not paying attention, Crypto might punish him.
Sunday saw him. 101%. Yep, as I mentioned. Yep, he saw him. Instantly takes Crypto down. That's going to be it for I8. Unfortunately, with that being said, now Entry does hear a lot of footsteps approaching him. He can't really do much. He's pinned down behind that box. And just like that, DRS is just storming him through inside the late game zone. They seem unstoppable. The march is just so good. Now, Para are approaching the fight against DRS. They're getting third party. This is really not a good thing. Gyalzen being unspotted, he can make a lot of things happen, but instead, Para, they're doing a great job striking back, but no one's going to be the answer. Gyalzen is just going to full Rambo mode. He's going crazy.
He did not give any cocks in the world right now. The way this lad played, oh my goodness.
God.
I mean, he did thrive amongst the chaos over there. Wow. DRS, they were in shambles. I mean, the players were healing themselves up. They were recovering from a fight when Paradox did decide to step in, but no, Gyalzen being the hero for DRS, now we can certainly say they are back and in style. But considering the circle shift right now, Necro, I mean, ZEUS is still looking so formidable, and they are racking kills one after the other. But Stalwart, they are not even looking far behind, you know. Of course, they have got action out of the action, but they're still a three-man squad strong.
They definitely are a three-man squad strong, but take a look at that. As we mentioned, still, Stalwart Esports, ZEUS, and DRS are in action. Three best teams, three action-packed teams fixes, and the ending, man, is just going to be something we all have dreamt of.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it has to be one of the best games of the Super Weekend with the way the action has unfolded, the drama. It all started off with, you know, Stalwart pulling off the shenanigans from the bridge to all these insane, ludicrous fights. Now, this is one of those zones that, you know, you would expect to see in the South Asian Championships, the final circles. DRS going up against ZEUS, and of course, Stalwart still in contention, the top three teams like we've seen in the last season, but a lot has changed. But tonight, ZEUS is here to regain their former glory, but it's Gyalzen, the unstoppable man that's sitting at 6 kills, has finally managed to get one more knock. But the biggest question still remains, how on earth, Necro, are they going to enter inside the circle?
Man, that's what I'm wondering as well. It's going to be such a difficult task, especially ZEUS as well guarding it. And when you need to move inside, and the circle is favoring ZEUS. Fixes. The next circle shift is favoring ZEUS. That means all they have to do is just stay there and decide to kind of hold it down. But with that being said, the nade parade as well coming in from the side of ZEUS. That's just putting Stalwart Esports in such an uncomfortable place now. This is where DRS, you need to show your utility utilization in these kind of moments. You need to use the smokes to create a smoke pathing for yourself. It's a safe one to kind of get yourself inside the zone, and that's what they're exactly doing. The smoke's being lobbed in all across the floor just to get themselves a safe exit out of the mansion area and inside the kind of zone. Again, they're being the troublemaker, and they're not going to let anyone from DRS just slip away like that. They're just able to take down players one after the other.
All right, they've definitely managed to spot down the last final player of Stalwart, and there he goes falling down. That being said, now ZEUS, they know they've got the chicken dinner. They can smell it from afar. They found a Muffin Ninja though, but then again, some retaliation being put forth by the boys, by the real soldiers over here, but it's not just enough, as ZEUS having no trouble in crushing them down as they get their second chicken dinner and lay their hands on that $1,000 cash money that they are gonna receive. But wow, Necro, what a game! And here you go, the gods are back at the second spot. Well, after the end of all the matches from the Super Weekend, and this was a completely different style of play coming in from ZEUS, right? We've seen them, bringing up the aggressions, playing from the zones to the other zones, but this time they held on for the center of the circle, and they knew that the circle is going to shift away from Mansion. Now, that one little compound helped them so much, and of course, kudos to the bragging prowess of ZEUS. They've won it.
Yeah, exactly. And well, my predictions were quite close. Okay, I mean, DRS got the second place. I would say, yeah, it was quite close. But ZEUS, man, just in the end, I'm just going to say they got quite lucky with the zone favoring them. With that being said, yeah, but they were able to kind of capitalize on it, just the way they were lobbing in those nades on the lads of Stalwart Esports. And then later on, even though smoke pathing was being made, still little nukes and cranny left unchecked by DRS. And this is where ZEUS just completely chimed in and destroyed them.
Wow, what a game, right? I mean, what a way to end the first Super Weekend. But hold on, we're not done yet, right? After this game, we need to catch a breather because right after is the death coming to close the fights down.
And they are back. And they are back indeed in the house. Well. The team that we had been waiting for, they are back. This is, of course, PMPL Season 4. A big thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F9 Pro. But, dudes, ZEUS is back in the arena.
Ocean, were you saying that the comeback was not happening? What?
No, what I said is what
did I hear
so
something?
I'll tell you the exact line that I said. They will be in top 2, but it will still
Next
not
week?
feel the ZEUS game because the fact is they in the other games they have not been doing good. So maybe in the second Super Weekend we'll say like they're actually back.
It's not going to happen in the next week. It's now ZEUS.
Yep, and they've done
I guess the happiest man out of all three of us is Blotter right now. He's been asking for this since the morning.
Since the day started,
Since the day started, I was like, all right, today has to be the day. You know, today finally ZEUS has to step up, and they have been not doing so. But over here, as you move on to the MVP, talk about Icy. 8 kills. 8 kills, 155 healing done, along with 2 assists also, 908 damage. Talk about precision right there.
Also, I want to talk about this. I mean, when we talk about rivalries in South Asia, we always talk about DRS against ZEUS. And that's how it all came to an end.
And Stalwart as well, like last time Astro Academy like this is actually felt like a finals game, to be honest.
True, that is so true. And also another thing to bring up is going to be the circles today. I mean, especially on Erangel, since the start of the day, the circles they've just been all over the place, and just what we need to spice up the Super Weekends.
Fix is enjoying the matches with the masala that's there, I guess.
Yeah, and if you remember, right, Gyalzen just handling his own area, doing that brilliant clutch out for himself and the team. That actually shows that why he actually needs to stay on top of you know the kill leaderboards right now. This lad has 6 kills, 26-32 survival time, 689 damage, and that too with so much ease against Paradox. Like that was such a brilliant fight and around the mansion houses.
Yeah. I completely agree with that, because the way DRS were holding their ground, you could see the adrenaline rush in Gyalzen as well. I mean, we saw that player cam when we saw him pop off. I guess a little bit of information was conveyed to his teammates. But in the end, as Blotter also said, the circle, it's doing its own thing. Takes a very slight shift towards ZEUS, and we see the impact in the end.
DRS coming up with 961 damage received, and obviously, so this is where it is, right? Both of these teams had their lads just surviving kind of till the end. So again, you see the average survival time pretty good. And for ZEUS, the best part is they have good kills for themselves. So it's you know that first, second position competition for this particular game, 30 points, 20 points is pretty good. But ZEUS was much more, I would say, aggressively involved in the fights. I get it, DRS, they did have that one clutch moment from Gyalzen, but ZEUS was overall so much aggressively involved in the fights because of the fact that they were, right from the beginning, they were at the center of the zone.
Absolutely. Sorry about it.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, Ocean also pointed out a few days ago, like this. Their second drop location is towards the eastern side of the map, and this time, this is the first time it has worked out really nicely for this team.
I mean, so this is the thing, right? I'm still skeptical about this because whenever they actually land down to the back areas of Georgopol, they have such a good area to open up for the fights. Not in the first circle or something, but in the later circles. But this time they had such a good breathing space around shelter that helped them move towards mansion, and they held their grounds well. Because of that, IC just coming up with those 8 kills. Zol with 5 kills. I mean, 8, 5, 13. They have 13 kills here. Rest 2 lads, I mean, godless. Like, they were still just, trying to get those numbers for themselves. But the early fights, if you remember, right? The early fights that happened around the bridge area, oh my god, those were some amazing
action.
fights.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. I mean, action from Stalwart, the way that water rotation was made, that was just, I mean, T2K was hit in the back without them ever realizing what happened.
Ooh, this was an interesting match. Everything said about this, I mean, but ZEUS Esports, 30 points is what they've secured from this game. I believe they were somewhere around the mid-90s before this match. And T2K also going ahead and securing 9 points. So ZEUS Esports, they're going to be sitting quite comfortably right behind T2K in the overall standing, but it becomes a question, where will the rest of the competition be? Because we've seen the drop that was made by DEADEYES, guys. We've seen Wizzes with Vibes also constantly dropping down. BABLU was nowhere near the top 3 before we went into this game. And apart from that, I8 also, they got a decent number of points, but nowhere enough to actually keep them in the top 3 anymore.
Yeah.
Absolutely. With that, Ocean, it's your time, mate. It's time. You were just talking about the rotations that were being made and how the zone actually favored the team of ZEUS. Let's talk about all of them together.
I mean, a lot of teams are there for the conversation in this one. Look at Clarity BABLU, right? They also kind of just changed the way they actually move around the circle. I8, well, they were on the standard movement, the way they do. But this is where the chaos was. I mean, this is where Action just started just swimming around. He somehow had kills and he actually just not performed everyone. But ZEUS, well, this was the team. Look at this. Shelters area, they drop around here and all they had to do was just move a bit north, and they did that with perfect ease. We'll see in the upcoming circles as well the way, just the team was performing. The zone was kind of helping them. After the circle, had the circle shift had been to the right hand side, it would have been just a bit on. Had there been water, we could have thought like if the circle would be around Lipovka or something. But no, the circle shift to the central lines, and this is where you see, right? If you just keep it paused here. Paradox has a really good area. Well, it was snatched by DRS, but that just started moving in. FS, they had really good area, but the thing is, FS's players at this moment as well, if you look, they are quite away from each other, which is a big deal if we talk about these kind of zones and games. But ZEUS, well, they held their ground. All of them, overall, together, they held their ground with themselves, and then from one side, they started pushing in onto the mansion compound. From the other side, DRS was just trying to get inside onto the areas. FS, Paradox, well, they could not do much. Stalwart, meanwhile, onto the other side, they were so away from the fights. Look at this. Stalwart is so away from the fights. They had such a good area, and there's a slight forest around this area, right? They tried to have this area for themselves, but it just did not work out in their favor when the circle just shifted away from Stalwart, and it was around the like this moment. Circle shifts just a bit away from Stalwart, but there was so much chaos around them that they could never find a good perfect area to just move. Like where will they move? They don't have any houses. They have just the open area, and it was just bad for them for the movement, and they could not move.
I mean, absolutely no cover, and this is the shift that actually turned everything in the favor of ZEUS. They were close to the circle, they had a little bit of cover for themselves. Again, the same concept as the last game. If you're going to be hiding inside those buildings, few exit points are going to be available to you, and your opponents know where you're going to come from. They know exactly where they need to shoot while you try to exit. So DRS were pinned down. ZEUS Esports first, they took down Stalwart Esports, and then DRS was what was left to take care of, which, I mean, they did quite nicely. But now, with DRS's push from this match, it is going to make a lot of things really, really interesting on the storyboard.
Yeah, absolutely, it most certainly will. But before we jump into that region, let's have a look at all of these fights combined together through the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Yeah,
I mean, this is just where I'm actually really impressed by Paradox though. Just it's a love-hate relationship, to be honest, that I would say.
Yeah.
So they have been performing good. They were performing good yesterday. Today they tried well. In this game they had really good area inside the circle, but they could not capitalize on the most important fight that was against DRS. So it's kind of a love-hate relationship, but I'm pretty sure this team is in for more.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Paradox, they've had good positioning inside the matches, but this is where we see them lacking. That is, especially in teams that are really, really well known for their gun skills, teams like ZEUS, DRS. So they can't really go toe-to-toe with them in terms of aggression. They're going to have to be smart about it. The way you take down ZEUS Esports, we've seen them fall apart because of the same reasons. Again, is they get a little too overconfident, push a little too hard towards their opponent, they get taken out. Also, I really wish we get to see the way Johnny from I8 was taken out. That grenade that blew him like feet away from where he was trying to escape. It was so well. Oh, yeah, it is. Look at that.
Yeah, this one. The vehicle just, it's like, I don't know. The vehicle just left him. It was like, no, you take the damage, I'm going out.
Oh, wow. I mean, that was fun to watch, but so was this entire matchup, especially the domination that was put up by ZEUS Esports, because look at them. Now, Ocean, you would agree, this is this was like the stance where we see ZEUS and DRS Esports display the style of gameplay that they've mastered to the best of their abilities. I mean, these teams are known for their gunplay. They're known to control those strongholds, and that is exactly the situation they were in this entire time. Almost getting taken out, but Gyalzen brought them back.
Gyalzen healed, used
That's
an
what,
UMP, and
Wow.
that took down 3 players in one spray with 3 bullets left at the end. That's just amazing.
Now that makes me curious exactly what happened because he was standing out in the open, I guess.
I mean, it's like he had a slight cover. The opponents was not looking at him because they could not get the sound cue because he was just healing, not moving at all.
Wow.
And they were already busy with the other fight, and
Yeah.
what a clinical
They
play.
did not
Because,
see him.
That's the reason why he's on that kill leaders, right? There's no two ways about it. Because every single time you see Gyalzen, whatever fight he's part of, he's just giving his best to the best.
And talking about giving best to the best, 17, 19 damage. That's just amazing, John.
Yeah, that is amazing indeed. But apart from that, Stalwart Esports and ZEUS Esports just doing really well for themselves in this matchup. Stalwart Esports responsible for catching a lot of teams off guard and just getting those 10 kills for themselves. ZEUS Esports and DRS, on the other hand, did in fact capitalize on the fact that they were able to control the mansion houses for so long and pick off every single team that was headed for that position. They got there early and they made sure that it counted.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and what a play. What a play, rather. What a day. What a perfect super weekend, rather, is what I would say. From comebacks to just cold-blooded killing going on all across the board, and we move on. And we move on to the storyboard, and this is where ZEUS has certainly made a comeback. But I do kind of agree 50-50 with Ocean as well. I mean, we've seen the comeback in this game particularly. We've seen what ZEUS Esports is and was.
Thank you very
but
much.
Will they
Thank
continue?
you very much.
Will they continue like that?
I'm pretty sure they will.
Not
Because,
much.
I mean, it's ZEUS. Once they get started, it's really hard to shut them down.
Yeah, so this is where I'll keep the conversation. That is, by the end of Super Weekend 2, we might just see them on top of
I agree.
the leaderboard. And I'll believe second Super Weekend is something that's going to be ZEUS Super Weekend, because this team, whenever if you're talking about players like Robbie, or maybe you're talking about Ron, like those people, the ones that are at the back end. They look at so intricate details of their opponents' rotations, and they just try to make the proper utilization. With the first Super Weekend out of the picture, I'm pretty sure they'll look at the mistakes and they'll look at their opponents as well.
Back to the homework. Back to the homework, boys. That's what they're probably going to be talking about.
Exactly. I mean, for the people who are wondering, the names that Ocean mentioned are the analysts and the coaches of ZEUS Esports, who, used to be really, really dominating players for their own regions a while ago as well. So it is quite impressive what this team has been able to accomplish this far. But I believe ZEUS isn't going to be the only team making a comeback. Stalwart Esports as well. They're going to bounce back next week, and I expect a lot from i8 Esports after they have lost the first position, the throne that they held for almost an entire day.
Absolutely, and as we move on to the next page, the real soldiers are certainly climbing back once again as they climb 4 positions with this game's performance. That certainly did favor them quite a lot, but that also does bring us to a conversation about, so many of these teams were on the first page, but in all of that, A1 Esports is the one that is still slacking.
Not just them, I mean, Raw as well. Because coming into this tournament, Raw, they were sort of wild cards, but again, the caliber of players that are within the team, that is not somewhere they need to be. But again, I mean, I think Ocean is going to agree with me on this. No matter where the positions of the teams are, look at the points; it's really close.
I have one thing to talk about, right? You see Paradox's point 75.
Yep.
So what Paradox did in 3 days, T2K actually had those point numbers for them in the first day. First day, they had, a 75 points for themselves. Now the thing is, at 16th position, by the end of Super Weekend 1, you have 75 point marker. If a team comes back next week, right? If there's a new team that comes down to here next week, first they'll have to cross that 75 point barrier, and then they'll have to gather even more. Given the fact, I mean, if Paradox is there, obviously they are, climbing up as well. If they won't, it's a lot of things. But right now, 75 point is where every team will be looking forward.
But hey, I would like to actually bring up another point just around the corner as well. I mean, you're talking about Venom Legends. You're talking about Billion Crew. I mean, you're talking about R3. Those teams are also really high capable and caliber teams. And of course, 75 points? Oh, come on. It's just a day's break and they're done.
I understand a lot of what you're trying to say, but I guess you have to meet me halfway here. Do those teams look like the same teams that we remember? That is the question that we need to ask.
Where, oh, in fact, you know what? When it comes down to PMPL Season 4, the way the entire Week 1 has turned out to be, so many of these teams are not the way they were.
Yeah.
Season 4 is looking on a very, very different storyboard altogether.
So it's gonna look like I'm talking philosophy, but people change.
That's deep.
Well, yeah, that they definitely do. I guess Season 4 is proof of that.
It most certainly is. But boy, it has been an exhilarating first week altogether itself. From the league plays to getting introduced to these teams, all the way into the Super Weekend itself, starting off on day one, where it was just complete domination from one team to the next. And, well, I mean, talk about T2K walking away with $4 grand in the bank. They are a happy lad on week number 1 of PMPL Season 4.
And they're definitely be a happy bunch. But again, coming back to the conversation of Paradox and where they are in the overall rankings, I believe Blair Experiment talked about this during the third game today, wherein they were mentioning like the competition right now, even though the teams like VC Future Station on 13th, A1 Esports on the 14th position, but look at the difference between them and DRS. It's barely anything. Like one game can turn things around. So because of how many points the teams have and how inconsistent a lot of these teams have been, the level of competition, the difference between everyone is really close, and it's going to be really tough to actually break this cycle. I mean, one of the teams coming in, the 4 teams that were left behind, maybe can come back, and we can see one of them pop off like T2K did. That might change everything, but otherwise it's going to be really tough to take Paradox down as well.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other front, as you move on forth with the kill leaders, Gyalzen has been knocked down a step with 40 kills to him and 41 coming in to top 2A from Stalwart Esports.
It's all because of the damage number. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. 10,000, almost 11,000 damage versus 7,000 damage that Gyalzen has for himself. That combined with the survival time, it's just so good.
I was just going to say that it's that survival time that's coming back to bite Gyalzen. I mean,
both the things with 40% weightage.
Exactly. I mean, but Gyalzen, I mean, we know he's an aggressive player, likes to be the front liner for his team, but because of that, him and Crypto, actually, both of the lads tend to get taken down. Crypto, although the team's playstyle forces him to be that aggressive. But Stalwart Esports have been impressive today, and the man that I want to talk about is sitting on the 9th position. Action has been responsible for quite a lot of points that his team has earned today.
I mean, just swimming around from the sides, like those kind of high IQ gameplays that he has been doing. I mean, meanwhile, his own team at that stop, obviously, just staying on top of the bridge just to take the players down, or maybe just distract them. It's just pretty good. Like this team actually thrives on IQ plays, to be honest.
Yeah.
You remember the schools, the first ever chicken of previous season's final, right? Those kind of IQ plays.
Indeed. I mean, if you go all the way back to season 3 itself, do you remember that jump in action shots that were taken? Exactly. Right? So, I mean, there's a lot of memory, of course, around this team, and of course, this is what they are going to be delivering. But on the other front, I do remember asking you guys, dudes, there's a team missing from all of the leaders, and it was ZEUS. But they're here now on the first page with Icy joining in.
Well, I mean, they were missing for a while, but I guess the comeback has been made by the individuals, the teams now. All that's left is to show up next week in the Super Weekend and do this once more. Not exactly the entire week, but just repeat the last one, repeat today's performance, because today has been good.
I mean, it definitely has been. Look at the damage stats. I mean, they have the highest stats regarding damage, kills, and knockouts. Those are in the green colors. For Seal9 healing stat, I get it. It's a higher number, but that means the fights were not in their favor. Still, they managed to get a chicken in that way. T2K did really good in that match of Sanhok, to be honest, with 144 healing done only. That was just an amazing sight to watch.
Yeah, that was an impressive game, and not just that, the first Erangel as well. It was amazing to see everyone struggle to get down to the Water City, while T2K were just sitting in those compounds and taking those shots, getting those kills. But I mean, now everything is going to reset, because I mean, the Super Weekend is done. These teams are going to go back to the drawing board, as it was pointed out by you guys as well, that the strategies need to be discussed again. I mean, the mistakes can't be repeated. You only have 2 more weeks left before the finals.
Indeed, and that is something that all these teams, I'm sure, are taking very, very seriously. And more seriously from these teams are going to be the other four who were not part of this Super Weekend. But of course, when it comes down to the league plays, we are going to be expecting a lot more from them. Along with that, let's move on with the Super Weekend summary altogether itself. The 3-day affair that we've been part of has been incredible. But talk about that destruction, Ocean.
I mean, these are the teams that just, dominated the entire day for themselves. T2K coming down on day 1 and day 3, being the odd one out for these odd days. But BABLU Clarity just coming down really good on day 2. If you look at it, 34 kill points coming down for T2K on day 1 and placement points 41. But T2K, the same team, just goes really good on the placement points on day 3. On both the days they had 2 chicken dinners. That's really good. But total points accumulated by them in one individual day were really good today. That is 77 points.
Yeah, they outdid themselves. They outdid their own performance on day 1, which already looked so good. But this is something that was needed, right? Because based on how DEADEYES guys were doing, based on how I8 were doing, based on how BABLU Clarity were doing, T2K, they had to play the same way. And we said it at the start of our day as well. We need those 2 chicken dinners again. We need that consistent performance again from T2K if they want to sit on the throne before the week is over. They have done it now. They can go on the first position, and well, whatever week 2 is going to bring, we're going to find out.
Well, Johnny, you ask and they shall deliver. At least they've done so for first week of first Super Weekend itself. Altogether, with that, we do reach the end of the entirety of the Super Weekend. We are, of course, going to be continuing during the league plays. But alongside all of that, those of you who are tuning in onto the stream, have you clicked that red button yet? Do not forget to click that red button, because that is going to be so very crucial. Another thing to talk about is going to be all of our social handles. We are, of course, on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. Go on ahead, as well as on Twitter, of course. Go on ahead and follow our official channels right across the board over there. And while you're at it, if you do like what you're looking at, well, our lovely faces and casters as well, you can follow us as well. And with that, a big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag book up your fun. We're done for this weekend. We'll be back again on Tuesday with Week 2's League Play. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.